Let's set sail on the Disney treasure. Hey there, man fam. We are about to set sail on Disney's newest cruise ship for its full 7-day itinerary.
We were lucky enough to sail aboard the Disney Treasure a few weeks ago as part of a media cruise, and we love sharing with you some of the exclusive new spaces aboard the Disney Treasure. But now we're excited to check out an itinerary that we've never been on before and experience the full sailing as a regular guest and bring you along.
So, let's set sail.
Avast, mateys! It's time to set sail on the Treasure. We be plundering.
I don't think it's that kind of ship.
Ahoy!
It is that one.
As we make our way through the Disney Cruise Line terminal here at Port Canaveral, just a few Disney Cruise Line basics. For starters, you're going to want to check in as early as you can, which is typically 30 days before sailing. This will allow you to select your arrival time. The earlier arrival time you select, the earlier you can board, and the earlier you can start eating the infamous chicken tenders. Additionally, when you are boarding the ship, make sure to have your passports or whatever documents you're using to sail on the cruise on your person, as well as any medication. And adults 21 and older, if you'd like to bring alcohol on board the ship, that needs to be in your carry-on, not your checked luggage. All adults are eligible to carry on board a 6-pack of beer or 2 standard-sized bottles of wine or champagne. It's a good way to save a little money, but again, that needs to be in your carry-on. People also like to tuck in swimsuits just in case they want to hit the pool immediately, as your luggage may not arrive at your room till closer to sail away, which is typically around 4. Additionally, the morning of the cruise, you are going to be emailed a health questionnaire that has to be filled out before you can board the ship or finish the check-in process. I recommend doing it as soon as they email it to you so there's no holdup at check-in. At check-in, you are going to need your passports or your approved documents to board. Make sure you look on the Disney Cruise Line website as to what those are, as well as your QR code boarding pass, which is sent to you from Disney, and that health questionnaire needs to be done. They can check it in the system. And lastly, before we step aboard the Treasure, want to give a huge shout out to our friends at Be Our Guest Vacation. They are our travel agent partners, and they planned this whole trip for us. They took care of all of the booking, not only of the cruise itself, but the excursions, the adult dining we're excited to go to this trip. And I cannot recommend working with them enough. It makes it so easy. They send reminders of when to check in. They handle everything they possibly can. And so just want to give them a big shout out for booking all of our cruises. Not only this one, not only the ones we take for Mammoth Club, but personal vacations as well. And special thank you to them for sponsoring this video. Okay, I think that's enough housekeeping. Are you excited?
Yes, absolutely.
What are you excited for?
Chicken tendies.
That is a good answer.
Seeing the beautiful ship.
Yes.
Maybe get into the Haunted Mansion bar. We certainly will.
We're definitely going there.
Yeah.
I'm excited to experience Palo and Enchanté on this ship, and I'm excited to cry at Moana.
Again.
Yes.
So much.
Let's go.
The whole time.
The whole show. Just. Here we go!
Cool. You know what? It's still just.
Genie!
Whoa, we have the genie out? And Belle? Whoa. You know, gorgeous. Still stunning.
Hi, Genie!
Disney Treasure, please welcome aboard the Berry Poison family.
All right, well, stepping aboard, the first thing that we're seeing outside of, Genie being here, this is decorated in a very lovely way. We have some garland representing the holiday season and a massive Christmas tree. I've not been on a Disney cruise ship at this time of year before. It's nice to see this decoration. Now, this is not a very merry sailing, but it is nice that we still have those holiday touches with a very distinct Disney Cruise Line, Disney Treasure twist.
Disney Treasure, please welcome aboard the Cromacia family.
Well, as Molly points out here,
It's very Agrabah. It's giving Genie decorated, thinking of the aesthetic that Jasmine uses in the palace.
we've tucked away in this little plush
This is
chaise.
like, I would like this in my home. This lobby is so beautiful. It's still pretty. Spoiler alert. It still made me teary. It's just so gorgeous, and I love all the little places to sit and tuck in. And
I think that it's very clear that Disney Cruise Line learned from the Wish about some of the layouts, and this is just, not that the Wish isn't beautiful, it is, but this Chase Lounge area just fits in theming. It's so cush. I want to take a nap here. Not right now,
You probably could.
but in life.
Yeah, this atrium is gorgeous. I love the colors that they use, the
so
jewel
warm.
tones, and it's so fun to be greeted by Jeannie. It was Aladdin and Jasmine on our first show. You never know who could be there. But now we're going to do something that I recommend everybody do when they board a Disney cruise ship, and that is connect to the Wi-Fi and go to the Disney Cruise Line app and start looking at the itinerary. You can start hearting your favorite things, like if there's characters you want to meet, classes you want to take, etc. Make sure you put those on there. You can also then check your dinner schedule to see if it aligns with perhaps your adult dining. Maybe you wanted to specifically, in our case, we want to eat at Enchanté, but we don't want that to be during Coco night, so we want to make sure it all lines up, and that's what we're going to do right now.
Yep. While we walk up the stairs and you enjoy the beautiful artwork, here is Winnie the Pooh and slurp, slurp. We were able to successfully move our already made Enchanté reservation. Our travel agent booked both Enchanté and Palo Brunch for us while on this sailing. And we did want to modify the Palo Brunch reservation for another day. You know, it's the second sailing of the Treasure, the full sailing, and everything's pretty booked, so we were on the wait list for that modification, which makes sense. But now, we're going to head up to the upper decks and take in the beautiful views here at Port Canaveral. Ooh, wait, onward? You know, why does it feel like the Disney Treasure has curated the artwork in the stairwell specifically to my very nerdy and niche tastes? I love this. Look at Dad concept art with pants and the floppy torso. Just children, pants. Brotherhood of the traveling pants.
Now we're headed to get some lunch. There are two kind of quicker options when you step on board Mickey's Festival of Foods, which I'm still claiming should be called Feastival, which is outdoor walk-up kiosks. Hello. Themed to the different characters. You've got Donald's Cantina, Mickey's Smokestack Barbecue, Goofy's Grill, Daisy's Pizza. This setup right here is one of my favorite things about both the Wish and the Treasure. The food is excellent. There's also Marceline Market, which is a full buffet situation. We'll head there at another time, I'm sure, but for now, I have a hankering for the Cantina.
All right, we have picked up our food, and you'll find that we have opted for Donald's Cantina because I'll be the first to say it, and certainly not the last. Donald's Cantina supremacy. Also chicken tenders, because are you really on a Disney cruise if you don't get the famous chicken tenders? Also, for those of you wondering, we had some line snacks. These are what's left of our sweet potato fries. I do recommend the Carolina Tangy Dipping Sauce, which is a barbecue sauce that you can pick up at Mickey's Smokestack Barbecue. But let's dig in. Also, crew members are the magic. The wonderful crew member who was helping me make my burrito, before I literally looked away as Molly was going to find a table, and as I turned around, she has used the sour cream to draw me a Mickey Mouse and sour cream on my plate. And listen, shout out to all the crew members. You make the magic happen. Thank you.
I have opted for the burrito from Donald's Cantina. In the past, I've often gone for the tacos, which are delicious, don't get me wrong, but Alan insisted I try a burrito last cruise, and I gotta say, there's something to it. It's all packed nicely together. I love that you get to choose whatever you want, Chipotle style, Willie's if you're from Atlanta, shout out Willie's, and I often go for the steak. These burritos are so good. Warm tortilla, the produce is fresh. I love the Mexican cheese that they have to add on top, and I love that they have a full salsa and hot sauce bar. If you can't find me when I'm on the Treasure or the Wish, it's a good chance I'm at Donald's Cantina. Special shout out to the Chipotle hot sauce. It's my favorite one. It's nice and smoky. It has a lot of flavor, but it does have some heat, which I'm enjoying. Beware if you're heat averse, but I absolutely love Donald's Cantina. And on one of our videos, Alan ranked every single sauce, if you want to check that out.
I also got a burrito, but Molly did an excellent job reviewing it. What I am going to taste are these beauties. Obviously a honey mustard dip. It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. I make chicken tenders on land all the time. All the time. And they're nothing like this.
Is it safe to say they're exquisite?
Yes.
Well, I was about to start telling you about how beautiful the Encanto themed hallway is, but they're playing the score from The Lion King, and it's a sad part, so now I'm kind of sad. Anyway, we're on floor 8 this time, and excited to see what room theme we have. Last time we had Aladdin. Also, I got an ice cream cone because obviously I'm on a cruise. But just friendly reminder, especially on the first day, pack those patient pants. There was a short queue to get some of the food items and it moved very quickly. The cast members are very efficient. But literally on the first day sailing away, everybody's getting lunch. As opposed to on the sea days, people will be a little more spread out. But look at this beautiful Encanto carpet with the butterflies. I love the light fixtures on the ship as well. They've got different cutouts and then the cutouts make the shadow light appear beyond it as well. It is time. Man, I'm gonna cry. Why are we playing this? This score is top notch.
Here we go. Look at that gold cast members.
Encanto!
Where are you? I can hear you munching.
I don't want to be in your shot.
So that's the place you picked?
Uh-huh.
What a natural spot to pick to hide on the ground, not just in a corner.
All right, and as always, let us do a little stateroom tour. Again, we have Encanto artwork this time, and it's so beautiful, and there's all those details on Casita. You'll love to see it. You've got two nightstands, if you will. They both have an overhead light as well as a reading light, plugs. But just note, this side doesn't have regular plugs. It has like an international plug. You've got the bed right here. The TV, which I gotta say, I'm glad they finally put it in front of the bed. Previously on some of the other ship designs, it's like over on the table, which is kind of an odd angle if you are in the bed. Then we have this couch right here, as Alan is beautifully demonstrating.
Hi, I'm mostly looking at this artwork of Casita, which has references to all the different family members. You have the leopard, the toucan, you've got the weather up there, from all the folks, the different talents that they have. Like the flowers here, there's also a compass. And I just, so
The candle.
Candle, oh.
It's
The mariposa.
Hi, mariposas. The capybara.
Oh.
Love it. But Alan is sitting on this couch, which
Yes.
if you were sleeping more people, could be converted down into a flatbed.
And then this would come from the ceiling, and then you'd have a bunk bed style, which I hear there's a ladder in a closet that is not necessarily used for safety, although we've not told us not used for safety sometimes, but it is used to climb the bunk bed.
We have not set up the bunk bed,
No.
obviously. This is something we pre-ordered. We'll get to that in a second. And then here is your beautiful desk situation, boudoir situation, whatever you want to call it. We also pre-ordered waters to be ready in the room, which is something you could do on the website prior to getting here. But in here we have a beverage cooler. So again, if you brought alcohol on board, that'd be a good place to put it. Alan, if you will.
I will.
I know we just did this, so we already know that this is a good hairdryer. And having used it, I can say 9 with full confidence. 10 toes, it's a 9. It's a wonderful product.
It's a 9 from me.
And all your hair. And then there's just a bunch of drawers, as well as this drawer. I always want to point out, this is where you can do, if you're going to do the continental breakfast room service, this is where you get those door hangers, as well as, these are included. You're going to want to take these. You're going to want these postcards, and this pen writes like a dream. Then we have some...
Molly, this is the treasure.
You're right, I'll be a professional. This pen, it's a treasure.
Thank you.
Then we have some goodies for being in the Castaway Club, which is, ooh! They're special ones. That is Disney's club. The more you sail, the higher level you are. We're both gold, but look at these custom treasure inaugural ones. And then we also got a wet dry bag for our swimsuits, which is a special treasure one. And then what's in here? Oh!
A tote!
A tote cooler bag? It's got a towel
Holder? Oh.
showing your towel.
It doesn't blow away.
This is awesome. So this is a bag you could bring to the beach because it could get wet. And I threw my sunglasses because I'm too excited. This could be a laundry bag. Man, you get gifts on all the cruises, but how many gifts depends on your status. These are awesome. I love that they're special treasure. And my guess is for inaugural, that means the whole first year of sailing. Also, I love these, the mirror. It's a good light up mirror.
Light up mirror.
That's us.
Yes.
Also, our stateroom attendant just stopped by and said to ignore this sign. He's going to take it down soon, but we can go out on the veranda. Ah, Here's our veranda.
It's a bigger veranda than I'm used to.
Yeah, it's a little bit different shape, but it's beautiful. And, well, you know what? This is better than the parking lot view we get often. It's the Carnival Vista, but it'll be even better when it's Castaway or the ocean. So, whoosh, magic pixie dust. Now there's the view you have. And now we get into the bathroom. Per classic Disney Cruise Line design, it's the split bathroom. So you have the tub shower section here with a sink, towels, makeup remover. I love this. And then the definitely not H2O products, but I do think they are, guys. Y'all, I think they're the same color and they smell the same. So I do think it is H2O products. Also here you have your full length mirror. So ladies and gents, anybody who wants to check out their outfit, they can. Dads, here's your thermostat. And here's the second half of the bathroom with the throne, another sink, etc. Pro tip on certain Disney cruises, in order to turn any of the lights on, you have to stick one of your room cards in there. Now here are the closets. You've got some hanging space, some shelves. As another pro tip, we often like to send out things for laundry service when we first arrive and our luggage gets here. You can have it washed and everything, but if you want to press it only, it's only a couple dollars depending on what it is. And that way all my dinner clothes are like pressed and nice and out of the suitcase and hanging in the closet. So that's a little something I do each time we get on board. Safe, everybody up, get your life belts on, and lots more storage, including that mysterious ladder, which we solved the mystery of. Now the big question: how much does it cost to sail on Disney's newest cruise ship? For this cruise, the 7-night sailing, the second cruise this one has ever done during the busiest week of the year. For both of us, the total was $12,400.56. That is obviously quite a significant amount of money, but again, busiest week of the year. This is the second cruise this has ever done, so it's going to be a little bit more expensive. However, I also had our wonderful travel agent pull me some quotes for other times of the year. And for an inside stateroom, which obviously would not have a veranda, in January, for a 7-night sailing for 2 adults, it would be just over $4,800. January, however, is one of the lowest prices of the year. That same stateroom in the summer would be between $6,500 and $7,000 for 2 adults. Again, that would be an inside stateroom. So obviously the veranda room is going to cost you more. Obviously going over New Year's, which is when we're here, busiest week of the year. And obviously it's a brand new ship, but it is 7 nights. And that cost does include not only your room, but it includes the majority of the dining on board. It includes all of the entertainment on board. And it does include, we did the prepaid gratuities as well as taxes and fees. And don't forget, working with a travel agent is completely free of charge to you. It costs you nothing. In fact, they're going to look and find you the best available offers. So you may even save a little bit of money, but their services, their planning, their recommendation, all of that is complimentary to you. And speaking of prepaying for things, we saw this little box when we were on the media cruise. They had a display of all the merchandise, and they said this box was only available if you pre-ordered it to your room as a surprise. So if we read the note here.
Oh, yes, shall we? To Molly. Bon voyage. From Molly.
She's so thoughtful. Actually, our travel agent did it for us. I said, hey, can you help us get this box? And so she wrote that, which is funny. This is the treasure box. It has exclusive coasters. They're ceramic too. Those aren't just plastic. An exclusive ornament,
which mirrors the lamp you will find in the lobby of the Disney Treasure. Then, these little beauties. I'm being so careful with these right now. Disney Treasure, inaugural sailing, champagne flute. I'm gonna take this here. And then, you lift this up. Whoa, so carefully.
Now, you have special fancy lanyards, and or you could also, I think you could use that as a luggage tag. This one's a luggage tag, sorry. This one's a luggage tag. It's like got some weight behind it. A special lanyard and special stationery. Really, for me, this was all about those champagne glasses. But this is a fun little surprise to be in the room. This little keepsake box was about $200. But you know what? I was bewitched by the Disney magic, and I needed those flutes. And that happens to the best of us. But I will say, having something like a little gift, especially if you're celebrating something, or water, or wine, or chocolates, they have a whole variety of things. having those delivered to your room can be a nice way to set sail. Definitely not a necessity by any means, but I am excited to have these because I have found that at the end of the night, I am quite parched. And it'll be nice to have water bottles. You can bring your own cups on board and get water and soda up at the stations up on the top deck. However, note, they don't want you to use that cup to fill it. You'd have to use the small cups to fill your big cup, which we're going to refill these too.
Now, I've done this before, but just in case the bed's different, for science, we have to try it again. The official way.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it hasn't changed. It's the same. 8.5. Hold on. One second. It's a 9 from me, dog.
Can confirm. Very comfy bed. But also, we have to go to the mustard drill now.
The mustard drill?
Yeah. Catch up.
Quit hoisting around.
I relish these moments with you.
Mayo cup runneth over with happiness and joy.
Soy.
Mayo cup runneth over with happiness and soy. That's good. I like that. The muster drill has been completed and now we are released to go get ready for the sail away party. But before we do, we were released here, and Molly, I just have to share with you a real quick fun fact. You see how these lifeboats are yellow?
Yeah.
Right? You know, what's fascinating is that for the longest time, these lifeboats could only be orange.
Like that one?
It was actually mandated by the Coast Guard that the lifeboats had to be orange. Now, Disney, when they decided to set sail and join the cruise line, they wanted their lifeboats to reflect the iconic color of Mickey Mouse's shoes, which are yellow.
Yeah.
So they needed to prove to the Coast Guard that yellow could be just as recognizable as orange in the ocean in case of an emergency.
Oh.
And so they were able to do that.
Wow.
And now all cruise lines can have their lifeboats be both orange or yellow.
Like that one.
Like, exactly, like the Voyager of the Seas right over there.
This is brand new information.
It's fascinating, isn't it?
Wow, I love you that you're sharing color facts. That makes sense.
You know what? I've got a really big one for you about the color of the hull later, but we have to see it first.
Yeah, we gotta get to the up there. The sail away party is a tried and true Disney Cruise Line tradition. It's gonna have a bunch of characters and dancing and music and fun, but most importantly, the magical horn. Post sail away party, we stayed out on the deck to hear a few more of the ship's horns, because every time the ship pulls out from port, they have to sound the horn, and they'll usually do a few of the little melodies that the horn can do, which is obviously so magical and wonderful. And they can do When You Wish Upon a Star, Be Our Guest, and they added some songs for the treasure, including some songs from Moana.
Also, Star Wars is included.
And whilst we were waiting for that, they had the treasure, like, I don't know, screensaver on, and it was full of Easter eggs. If you watched it, it said S.718, which is the ship's build number. It had latitude and longitude. I'm going to assume that's for the shipyard in Germany. It had 1901 on it, which was Walt Disney's birth year. Marceline, all kinds of fun Easter eggs. And then we saw all these nautical flags along the side of the deck, and they obviously mean something. It's a Disney ship and they're nautical flags. This series, which is on both sides, translates to D-I-S-N-E-Y, Disney, and then this is Treasure, and these ones over here are 2024. And then there's also some we found that are Mickey and Minnie. So just little amazing details everywhere.
What you doing?
Most importantly, I'm looking for sharks, but second of all, that little boat right there is the pilot. He comes on board to help park and unpark the ship. I don't even know if you park ships, but that's that guy's job.
Dock. Ship parking might just be a dock. Also, the sound behind me, that's Merida's father facing a bear.
He didn't have a picnic basket. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. Now, normally at this time we would be headed to get ready for a show for the evening, but because this is a 7-day sailing, there is not live entertainment in terms of these shows every evening. There will be live entertainment throughout the ship, but not a dedicated theater production. There will be 3 while we are here, Beauty and the Beast, Moana, as well as Disney Sees the Adventure, but those will be the only 3 that we'll be playing, and then other nights we'll be able to sort of explore the ship and find our own enjoyment. One such bit of entertainment tonight, at least, they will be showing Mufasa, the new movie that was released about the title character, Mufasa, before he became the king of the Pride Lands in the Walt Disney Theater. But now we are headed to Hook's Barbary for our first cocktail. You need a shave? Well, you know, you've come to the right spot.
My mustache waxed before this.
Oh, nice. Now, while Hook's Barbary is primarily a barbershop, it is also a speakeasy, and it has a nice little section dedicated to bourbon and whiskey over in the corner where you can have a very high-class bourbon cocktail. We like to come in here in the hours that they are open for cocktails and grab an old-fashioned, which is what we're doing right now. But Hook's Barbary, as the name would suggest, is based off of Peter Pan, specifically around Captain Hook. You all remember the iconic scene where he was shaved. Well, I guess he wasn't shaved. There's more of the seagulls behind that was shaved by Mr. Smee. But hidden throughout the shelves are a number of references to Peter Pan. You have the clock up there, of course, the alarm clock that was brought back and ultimately, well, blew up Hangman's tree. All the shaving implements that would have been utilized by Mr. Smee. There's so many clocks represented because, of course, Tick-Tock Croc, and you'll see crocodiles throughout the shelves as well as the Jolly Roger in the back. Oh, and the lantern where Captain Hook held Tinkerbell. And if you are into early Imagineers and creatives, we have Mary Blair's concept art from Peter Pan here. You have Captain Hook outside of Hangman's tree with his lantern, as well as the entire exterior of Neverland. And if you look on the top of the shelf there is a seagull, which represents, of course, the seagull that was ultimately shaved by Mr. Smee rather than Captain Hook's chin.
If you are a bourbon or whiskey or scotch drinker, you have to come to Hook's when you are on the Wish or the Treasure. It is kind of a best kept secret. It's not open for alcohol much. It's mostly just the evenings. You kind of just have to show up and hope it's open. And the bartender there, tonight it was Abby, incredibly knowledgeable about different bourbons. You can just tell him what you like. I said I love old fashions, but not too sweet. He picked out a great bourbon for me, smoked it. He's got all different kinds of bitters. You can do straight pours. And if you are into high-end whiskeys, scotches, and bourbons, they have a variety of them, and some of them even come with a collectible coin. It's majestic, truly. So,
I would treasure it.
Beautiful. Long story short, Hook's Barbary continues to be my favorite spot for cocktails on this class of ships, and it's a must visit every time we sail.
Hello! You might notice we are changed for dinner. That's because, well, we are.
It's almost dinner time.
It is almost dinner time. But before that, we are headed to some live entertainment that has popped up here on the ship, the Vitrophonics, which is a nice jazz ensemble.
But they're going to sing like Disney tunes in a jazzy big band style. I was actually torn between a lot of entertainment right now. There's also a good set happening in Scat Cat's, the piano bar. There's trivia. There's a lot to do, but we're going to check them out. I didn't have to vamp this time. I do think this is one of my favorite pieces of art on the show. It's beautiful.
Oh, I say we're on dreaming a whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew, but when I'm way up, just
unbelievable sight, indescribable feeling, got me soaring, something wheeling on an endless time and sky, a whole new world.
Don't you dare close your eyes, sky.
Walls are brick.
Everything going okay, Captain? The ship looks great. Who's steering right now? Mickey? Okay, Mickey's, yeah, you have to come greet the people. Mickey's doing that. Yeah, I love that for you. Can we take a picture? How should we pose? Like a captain, okay. Well, the Disney Victrophonics were incredible. Loved those jazzy tunes, and we took a moment to meet Miss Minnie Mouse, Captain Minnie herself. She didn't have too long of a line.
Also, like, if we're on her ship, it would be really rude to not say hi.
Honestly, she invited us. It was very kind. And now we're headed to get in line for dinner. The way that dinner works on Disney Cruise Line is it's rotational dining, meaning they are going to assign you restaurants to rotate throughout your cruise, and you will have the same server and assistant server throughout. Because this is a 7-night cruise, each restaurant will be assigned to you twice, plus one of them you'll go to 3 times for Pirate Night, but it'll have a special Pirate Night menu, and all 3 restaurants will have the same menu. Tonight, we have been assigned 1923, which is named after the year the Disney brothers Walt and Roy established the Disney Brothers Studio, which of course would eventually become the Walt Disney Company. You will be assigned either the Walt room or the Roy room, and between their two, there are around 1,000 different pieces of concept art, props, models, and more from beloved Disney films. This restaurant debuted on the Disney Wish, however, they have chosen different movies to represent here on the Treasure, and since the Treasure's general theme is adventure, you're gonna see a lot of adventure-y type movies.
On the way in, there are a number of display cases, one for Walt and one for Roy. And here in the Roy case, we have a replica of the telegram that Walt sent Roy after, well, things went a little bit awry in New York and he lost the rights to Oswald Lucky Rabbit. We saw the original version of this on our trip to the archives on our Adventures by Disney tour. Now, because at these meals we will often be sat with other folks, we are not going to be giving a live review of our meal. We want to be respectful to the other diners who just want to sit and have a good, tasty dinner. Instead, we're going to take copious notes, and you'll hear from future Molly and Alan now? Now.
Take it away. First of all, big shout out to our travel agent at BR Guest Vacations for requesting we got a solo table. She does this every time. We've never been granted one, and we did this time. Not that I mind sitting with other guests, and as a party of 2, we are often paired with another party of 2 or perhaps 2 parties of 2, but it was nice to have a table all to ourselves. And that does bring me to the important point of you may be paired with other guests at the rotational dining locations. It's just all about the tables that they have. However, one thing I have noticed is they try to pair similar parties. For example, we've always been sat with other couples close to our age. We've never been sat with kids, and I have seen other parties with young kids be sat with families with young kids, but just something to be aware of.
The menu is divided up into appetizers, which has things like the Alameda porcini spiced ahi tuna or the burrata mozzarella cheese and prosciutto di Parma. They also have 2 salads on offer there, as well as some soups, which is a from the kettle section of the menu, including their bread service, which I'm looking forward to diving into. They also have a variety of entrees, including the seared Verlasso salmon fillet and the Riverside roasted green circle chicken, anchored by their 1923 pepper filet mignon. And then, of course, like on every menu, there are a couple of lighter notes, like the Los Feliz lobster salad. Starting with the bread service, this was date and olive bread with a honey butter dip. This was a really, really tasty, crisp bread that had some slight sweetness from the dates, a little bit like a raisin flavor, and then some of the brininess from the olive, paired with a rich and sweet honey butter. I really enjoyed this bread service, but then again, I'm a lot like Oprah. I love bread.
For my appetizer, I went with the Hyperion 4-cheese tricolor tortelloni. And Hyperion, like many of the names on the menu here, is a reference to something from Disney history. Specifically, this is named after the Hyperion Studio, which was actually the second location of the Disney Brothers Studio and where they renamed it the Walt Disney Studio. Eventually, they outgrew it and moved to the Burbank Studio where they're located now, but still a fun nod on the menu. This dish has Meyer lemon, artichoke, sun-dried tomato, and baby spinach, and it was so scrumptious. The sauce was herbaceous, and you could taste both the spinach and that sun-dried tomato. It was a lemony zest, not in a bad way, but I could definitely tell it was there. It was nice and cheesy. Honestly, normally I get the burrata, which is, spoiler alert, what Alan got, but this was also very delicious. I've been sleeping on this one.
As Molly spoiled, I got the burrata mozzarella cheese and prosciutto di Parma. This is crisp cranberry and sunflower.
Giada in the building. Prosciutto di Parma. Wait, why am I pirate?
So for my appetizer, I got the burrata mozzarella cheese and prosciutto di Parma. with crisp cranberry and sunflower seed phyllo and a charred blood orange. This burrata was delicious. It was very rich and creamy, and then paired with the slight nutty saltiness of the prosciutto was a delightful combination. And then they added a little bit of olive oil on top of this as well for some extra richness. I really enjoy this. It's cheese and meat. What can go wrong there?
For salads, both Alan and I got the split Napa Baby romaine lettuce wedge, which comes with Caesar dressing, heirloom grape tomatoes, Parmesan Reggiano, and ciabatta garlic croutons. This is basically a zhuzhed up Caesar salad, which I enjoy because that's my favorite kind of salad. The dressing was creamy and delicious, not too acidic. I liked the bursts of flavor from the tomatoes as well as the basil. If you like Caesar salad, you're going to enjoy this.
For my entree, I got the tortiglione pasta. This is made with a prosecco cream, pancetta, shallots, cremini mushrooms, and a lemon thyme. This is a very light but still somehow rich sauce where you can really taste a lot of the slight pepperiness with an earthy nuttiness coming through, as some zestiness from that lemon and thyme. The Parmesan cheese that they added on top for me with a little bit of nuttiness and the slight smokiness from the ham. This is just a really simple but delicious pasta dish. If you are a pickier eater and want to try something just a touch out of your comfort zone, I would really recommend this.
And I picked up my favorite of all the rotational dining meals on Disney Cruise Line, the 1923 peppered filet mignon. This is served with buttered long green beans wrapped in smoked bacon, crushed fingerling potato hash, and a Pete Pepper Cafe au lait sauce. But pro tip, I did not get the crushed fingerling potato hash as it's served, and I asked instead for the potatoes served with the rack of lamb, which are the Dauphinese potatoes, basically a thinly layered potato dish. It is excellent. No matter what entree you get, ask for a side of those potatoes. You will not regret it. They are cheesy, they are dreamy, they are perfection. The steak itself is also cooked amazingly. I asked for it medium rare, which it was. I love the zest and a little bit of spice from the peppercorn sauce. I love the crispiness of the green beans with the fatty bacon wrapped around. Overall, this is a fun twist on a classic steak and potatoes dish. I look forward to it every time I board the Wish or Treasure. And then it was time for desserts. The dessert menu in 1923 includes things like a flourless orange almond cake. The signature ice cream sundae of this meal is a Hollywood Hills hot chocolate fudge sundae, and they also have the no sugar added coconut tapioca pudding, which our server Natasha said is her favorite and insisted on bringing us.
For my dessert, I got the Burbank Blueberry Lemon Bavarian Cream, which is Ecuadorian vanilla bean, lemon rocks, and a dried raspberry meringue. This was incredibly delicious. It was light and creamy, and it had a little bit of a slight milk or cream flavor, a touch of blueberry, and a little bit of citrus. I loved pairing it with the fresh raspberry that was on the plate, as well as that delicious dried raspberry meringue. This is that was great for a textural contrast. I think it's clear why this is their signature dessert. Not too sweet, very light, but still somehow lightly rich. Now, I also tried the coconut tapioca pudding with a strawberry lime salsa and a matcha crumble, and I really enjoyed this. This was very much like an elevated parfait, a little creamy, a little crunch coming from the tapioca with great fresh strawberry fruit flavor that was enhanced because of the lime that was added. The matcha gave it a little bit of earthy flavor that helped balance out and didn't make it too sweet, and I can understand why I enjoyed this. This appeals directly to me, but I can also tell you that not everybody's going to enjoy this texturally. I specifically think the tapioca at the base will likely be off-putting to some of the more texturally sensitive folks.
I went for the Atwater Fuji Apple Cheesecake Tart. Atwater is another Disney Easter egg, which is in reference to Atwater Village, a district of Los Angeles, which was an area frequented by Walt as well as some of his early Imagineers. There's also a cool Easter egg tie-in to a spot, one of my favorite Easter eggs in Disney California Adventure. They have the Atwater School of Animation, which is supposed to be right on the main boulevard there, and all the animators there are Walt Disney's original animators, the 9 Old Men. So Disney history galore for all of you nerds. Anyway, this is made with a sweet dough shell, caramelized apples, cinnamon cheesecake, and a rolled oat crumble. I loved this. I didn't expect to enjoy this so much. In fact, I think I've had it in the past and didn't enjoy it as much as I did tonight. But the bottom is basically an apple pie with real apples in there, as well as a nice oat crumble, which added a nice textural difference. And then the top is a not too sweet, perfectly made cheesecake. If you are an apple pie fan, I highly recommend trying this one.
All right, well, thank you, future Molly and Alan. We appreciate you deeply for keeping track of those notes and sharing your thoughts with us.
And current Molly and Alan are stuffed.
Yeah, I'm like almost uncomfortably full, but I'm not mad about it.
I have to say, At this point, we have eaten at all the rotational dining restaurants
That's true.
on the Disney Cruise Line fleet. I will say 10 toes that this is the best rotational dining restaurant on Disney Cruise Line.
I
Not
agree.
even close, I don't think, as far as food goes.
I'll add another 10. That's 20 full toes.
That's a lot of toes.
So many toes.
Which we can't show you because you get it. No free feed content. The steak is so good, the food is so good, and we were so excited because our server we had on the preview cruise, we requested her and we got her, and she's an angel.
Natasha is wonderful, and I think I love her. She's awesome.
Not to mention the fact that as Disney nerds, it's really fun to be surrounded by all those different artifacts. I particularly loved the Rescuers display, which had some underrated things like the big gem, as well as the teddy bear and
With
the
the
albatross.
diamond?
Yeah, the albatross air sign.
I loved seeing the Peter Pan art. They had Peter Pan's hat, as well as a model of the Jolly Roger. Did you see as the intro? You had Brave, so Merida, and the little tarts that the brothers ate.
Toilets. I also love the Winnie the Pooh section with the old-fashioned looking Winnie the Pooh plush. So if you're a Disney fan, which you probably are if you're sailing Disney Cruise Line, take some time to explore the Walton Roy rooms at dinner or at breakfast, because it really, there's treasures everywhere. Pun definitely intended.
Nice.
Mickey has joined the arena. One thing I've noticed on this ship, and I thought it might just be for the media cruise, but I'm seeing it now as well, and we saw it when we boarded, is there's a little bit more of just like characters bopping around. Earlier today, we saw Princess Belle just wandering about, and now she's meeting some children, so I'm trying not to give them a shot, obviously. But now Princess Tiana is just here in the atrium, saying hello to guests, like not a formal queue or anything, just having a nice time. So I love that. Just kind of, you never know who you may run into.
But speaking of, we are looking to get into Sarabi so we can play Majority Minds. Sarabi is one of the main gathering places here on the Disney Treasure, and it is where they host a number of activities and events, both for the whole family and those 18 plus alike. The Majority Minds is a very fun game that we first started playing on the Disney Wonder on our trip to Alaska, and we want to see how it plays out here on the Disney Treasure. Most annoying song of all time. Never gonna give you up.
That's a banger. I would say something from the holiday list. Like the Chipmunks Christmas song.
I saw Mama kissing Santa Claus.
No, like all I want for Christmas is No, but I don't think anyone else is thinking Christmas.
Yeah. But what everybody else said the most annoying song is. Getting Rickrolled is pretty annoying.
You want me to say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Closet that only comes out on special occasions.
Lingerie.
Yep.
Or Halloween costume.
Christmas tree.
Sweater, like an ugly Christmas sweater.
Wrapping paper.
Okay, but we have to pick the majority answer. I think it's lingerie. Lingerie. Turns out our minds, not the majority. So we are headed into Scat Cat's Lounge as a little nightcap for our first day aboard the Disney Treasure. Scat Cat Lounge is an Aristocats themed piano bar where they primarily serve champagne, but it's a full bar, and the lounge pianist had a fun set that we're excited to check out. I should note we did do a little pulse check on Haunted Mansion Parlor, just because of course that's the most popular lounge on the ship, just to see what the crowd was like. Very manageable. There were plenty of spaces to stand, not a ton of seating room, but I expected it to be shockingly crowded, and it really wasn't. We had to pry ourselves out of there, but we're headed here where we can have a seat and some jams. We did a ton of Easter eggs and details in our first video, but a couple I want to point out again because they're just adorable is the fact that you've got the Everybody Wants to Be a Cat neon light behind the pianist. You've got the black and white wallpaper, which reminds me of a Sephora, but it's also supposed to mimic a keys. On the piano, my favorite detail, you've got the pink pause, which would be Marie's pause after she is painting, and then her brother starts some shenanigans. And then lastly, if you look at the wallpaper on the walls, you'll see it's like a nice jungle oasis theme, which matches the lobby, but if you look closely, you'll see characters from the Aristocats.
On this menu, you have a variety of beverages. Now, as Molly mentioned before, they have plenty of wines, both white and red, as well as some champagne, but they also have some mixed drink. They have some perfectinis, which are very funny, given the name is spelled like a cat's purr. A tea bazaar, which has a variety of tea drinks, matcha, hibiscus, and Earl Grey. There are Yes Jams, where they have strawberry jam, grape jam, and fig jam, all featured inside some beverages, and 2 beers on tap. The Feline Beet Brew and the Kentucky Bourbon Ale. Now, the Feline Beet Brew is a Fin du Monde beer, just given a new name and a fun tap here. For my beverage at the Scat Cat Lounge, I picked up the matcha beverage from the Tea Bazaar, which is an experience for 2 or more, but our server informed me that it could be drank by 1, so I said, yes, I'll do that. This is made with Old Forester Statesman bourbon, matcha green tea, mint, lime, and agave. And this was an incredibly refreshing beverage. I know that the flavor of matcha might be off-putting to some folks, but if you enjoy bourbon, I highly recommend this beverage because all that matcha is doing is helping to alleviate some of the intensity that comes from the bourbon, making it a very, very smooth drink with not any of that acrid punch. That's going to be followed through with a little bit of that mint flavor on the back end, and I really enjoyed this. This is a very smooth drink. It did feel like a adult version of iced tea, and I would 100% get this again.
And I went for something off the Yes Jams part of the menu. I went for the Grape Jam, which is made with Screwball peanut butter whiskey, Great Jones rye, and Grape Bon Maman jelly. Surprising to some, this comes topped with half a peanut butter and jelly Uncrustable, which I think is a delightful little treat. Now, looking at this drink, it seems like it could be too sweet for me, but our server assured me it wouldn't be, and she was right. You can certainly taste the peanut butter because of that Screwball whiskey. You can certainly taste the fruitiness from that grape jelly, but the rye whiskey balances it out, so it's a very fun take on an old-fashioned, and if you like peanut butter and jellies, I feel like you're legally required to try this.
Well, that was delicious. The fact that they have 2 bars with unique tea-based beverages, I'm a fan.
Also, I got the, it's a peanut butter and jelly cocktail that I had during the media preview, and previously they ran out of the peanut butter whiskey, so they used regular bourbon, but this time they had it, and I thought it'd be too sweet, but it was delightful. And who doesn't want a little PB&J snack?
Even if it's in liquid form.
No, and I got a snack.
Oh, that's true. You also got an actual sandwich.
Yeah.
Half of an Uncrustable.
A gourmet treat.
Oh, I'm sorry. Half of a non-crusted sandwich snack.
Pouch PB&J.
Yep, that's what that is.
Yeah, you get it.
But in any case, there's only really one thing left to do this evening.
Gotta lay on the floor.
This is normal.
You get it.
I come from a land, from a faraway place, from the east and the sun's mother, Arabian nights, Arabian nights, like these, more often than not, God would wait. Arabian nights, the Arabian moons.
Wanna touch things I don't feel.
Why are they playing this song? This song is so upsetting.
It's so good.
It's from Treasure Planet.
Yeah.
And it's the guy from the Goo Goo Dolls. And maybe if you've got childhood trauma, it will make you sad. But regardless, what a great first day on the Disney Treasure.
And we will see you tomorrow when we are at sea. But until then,
This video continues.
Oh,
This
yeah,
video's not over.
it's a 2-for-1 sort
It's
of
a
situation.
twofer.
Yeah. So we'll see you tomorrow. But until then, bye. Good morning.
We went to work out at the Senses Fitness Center, and then we saw Pluto, who was also out for his morning walk.
We did. Oh,
He's so cute.
got to get some exercise in this morning. But now we are headed to Marceline Market for breakfast. Marceline Market is the buffet dining option here on the Treasure, and it is akin to cabanas on other ships, except here it is incredibly themed and has different marketplaces that are run by different sets of characters, as evidenced here by the Marceline Market map. So you have things like Snow White, Remy, a Rapunzel section with the Snuggly Duckling represented in Pinocchio, and those are just to name a few. It is open for various meal times throughout the day, like today, for example, it is open for breakfast and lunch, so be sure to check and see its times if you want to come up here and enjoy a delicious bite to eat. Marceline Market is divided into a variety of different sections, each offering some unique food options. The first thing you'll see is the chef's counter, which has things like quiche and eggs Benedict. From there, you move into signature selections. Here you have some more of the variety items. On offer today, they had egg fried rice, as well as scrambled eggs, sausage, bacon, and hash browns. There's also a kids counter where you can pick up multiple kinds of pancakes and waffles, as well as some more basic food for the little ones in your family. Next, you would have the market deli, where you can grab things like your cereals and milk, toast, peanut butter, jams, and some fresh fruit options. Finally, you have the pantry favorites, where you can get things like lox and some additional pastries that can either be toasted for you, or you can pick up plain things like croissants, bagels, donuts, and the like. Also at pantry favorites, you can find things like smoothies and yogurt parfaits. You can also pick up a variety of beverages from these beverage stations. They have juices, sodas, teas, and coffees. But if you want a fancier drink, there's actually a bar in the Alice section where you can get a done-up coffee or an adult beverage. And here is the food that we have picked up. For myself, I stopped by the signature selection, and that's really what I chose from. I got some bacon, sausage, eggs. As you can see, I have liberally coated with some pepper and some hash browns as well. Molly has a variety. She has an Eggs Benedict situation here. I'm excited. It looks like there's 2 different meats on there. A quiche, some blueberry pancakes with a side of syrup, as well as her signature peanut butter.
All right. Ooh! Oh! We love a runny egg. One thing I like about Marceline Market more than Cabanas is it's still technically a buffet, but the cast members do serve you, so it feels a little more upscale and a little like more, less peoply. Cheers. I pretty good egg benny. English muffin is toasted, giving it that little crispness. You've got that obviously delicious runny ooey gooey egg, house-made hollandaise sauce on there, nice salty ham, classic eggs benny. And now my second egg dish, which fun fact about eggs on Disney Cruise Line, you may think they're using powdered eggs because of the volume. They're not. They're all real eggs, and it is someone's job on the culinary team. There's an egg guy or girl. There's an egg person back there that's sole job, not like Humpty Dumpty egg person. I mean like a person whose sole job it is to crack and make all the eggs. That's delicious. The sign called it a flan, but it's like a mini quiche in a pastry shell. It's got lots of cheese, a little bite from the sausage on there, but I really like the shell. It's got some nice crispness and flavor. It's a little dry, but very tasty, very basic. And then I'm often a waffle girl, especially when it's a Mickey waffle, but they had both chocolate chip and blueberry pancakes, and I couldn't resist. I'm gonna try a bite of both together. And then I got syrup and peanut butter to put on top. As a pro tip, I got the peanut butter off the oatmeal station where there's like a billion toppings. Those are delicious pancakes. No complaints.
And I really went for a home-style breakfast here with eggs, hash browns, sausage, and bacon. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've already eaten some of the bacon because I was pretty hungry this morning, and it is classic Disney bacon, meaning it's cooked well, quite crispy. And now I'm gonna try the egg. I'm always pleasantly surprised by scrambled eggs on a Disney cruise ship. They're very fluffy. Could always use a little bit of salt and pepper, but that's why they have it on the table for you. That's a good hash brown. Crispy exterior, light fluffy interior, and a classic breakfast link sausage. They have some very light herbs in there, some thyme and rosemary that you can taste very easily. Crispy on the exterior, meaty on the interior. Just a classic home-style breakfast. The only thing that can make it better is grits, and they have those. I just didn't grab them when I was up there because I was far too eager to sit down and eat this.
Now, of course, with a name like Marceline Market, named after Walt Disney's boyhood town, we're gonna walk around and look at all the cute Easter eggs and details. And they start as soon as you come in. Once you note that the ship's number is 718, its whole number, you see it everywhere. But a couple of my favorite details, starting with the Pinocchio section, which is designed to be Geppetto's toy workshop. On his shelves, you're going to see things like finger puppets of some of the characters from Pinocchio, old Mickey and Friends collectibles, a marionette of Jiminy Cricket. You've also got the ballerina marionette, which is from the movie, as well as a paper cutout of an old school version of Pinocchio. Also, under the old figurines of Mickey, Minnie, Pluto, and Goofy, there is a wooden steamboat, a nod to Steamboat Willie. It looks just like the one from the short. You want to feel sad, a plush donkey, which will immediately remind you of the Donkey Boys and most traumatizing animation in Disney history. I'll stand 10 toes on that. I know people are going to yell at me Mufasa, and I get that, but I gotta say, turning children into donkeys and having them scream for their mother is horrific. But if you want to feel happy again, on the back wall there is sheet music for Give a Little Whistle and When You Wish Upon a Star. Over in the Rapunzel section, you see Attila, one of the ruffians, has really taken charge here. If you remember from the Snuggly Duckling scene in Tangled, he has a passion for baking. And on his shelves, you're going to see his recipe books, his cooking instruments, which kind of look like weapons as well, his helmet, and my personal favorite detail, a sign of how to get what you want out of life. The 3 C's by Attila's mom, but he's corrected it to 5. The 3 C's from his mom are crime, carnage, crime, kindness, and compassion. He did thank Rapunzel for adding kindness, and he was upset that compassion started with a K because it doesn't quite work. I'm certainly not going to tell him otherwise. Also in that section, you'll see frying pans on the wall because of course, and 2 little ducks made out of croissants, which I believe is a nod to the Snuggly Duckling. And I would like to eat them. Over in the Beauty and the Beast section, we get another Disney workshop. This time it's Maurice's. On the wall, you'll see some of his schematics for some of his inventions. Some of them you see in the movie, and some of them you see in the Magic Kingdom in Enchanted Tales with Belle, like the music box, which is actually, the physical music box is on display in Be Our Guest restaurant, so that's like a triple Easter egg. The light fixtures in that section are teapots and teacups. Of course, a nod to Mrs. Potts and her many children. How do we know which ones are her children? She seems to only like Chip. So are the rest just teacups? They weren't people, they were the actual cups. No, there's 2. I've never thought about this before. There's no way there's that many people for all the dishes. I think that a lot of the dishes and the silverware and the teacups and stuff were those items, and they're just magic now. They're just enchanted, but they weren't people before. Like that, there's like, how many plates do they have in the castle?
So we should mourn their loss because they're going to lose sentience.
Yeah. They're just enchanted.
Bummer.
Yeah.
That means when the curse is broken, they effectively die.
Yeah. On Maurice's shelves, you can see a metal rose, nod to the enchanted rose, as well as some of his inventions from the movies, like when he uses a teapot to pipe steam into something and it whirls about and Chip has to use the axe thing, and he wears goggles. You can see little references to that scene, those scenes from the movie. In the Remy section, you can see he has the recipe for ratatouille on display, as well as his first chef hat, and it's so tiny and cute. He also has a shelf full of cooking instruments, a bunch of recipe books, including Julia Child's recipe book, but of course, Gusteau's Anyone Can Cook is proudly on display. He also has a tiny restaurant for his rat friends with little seats made out of wine corks and such. And then he has a plaque from Gusteau, which was given to Remy from Gusteau, but Remy, I'm sorry, but I believe Gusteau is dead. How'd you get that, Remy? Did you make that for yourself? Did a ghost make it for you? Are you okay? We're worried. The back of the restaurant doesn't have as big of displays, so Zootopia, Snow White, and Bambi are all kind of the same section. And in that section, you will see some very cute artwork of some of the animals from Bambi, including a shot of Bambi and his mother, if you wanted to cry again. And then in the Zootopia section, it's themed to the bunny farm that Judy Hopps' parents own. So you're going to see their today's special is carrot on a stick, and they do have that for you, as well as a bunch of seeds, and the carrot says, "I don't carrot at all." Hilarious. I also was tickled by the fact that the produce has the Z dollar sign, like the Zootopia dollar sign. And lastly, the light fixtures in that section are milk jugs. And on some of the shelves for the Snow White details, you're going to see a lot of apple-based products, unsurprisingly, including things from the Wicked Witch Orchard. You've got apple cider, apple cinnamon sticks, apple butter, an apple that looks particularly suspicious, and a cauldron. There's also a raven, which is in reference to the scene after the witch transforms and she scares a bird away. And the last section is the Alice in Wonderland cafe/bar, where if you look on the wall, you've got some fun character art, including the doorknob, a big clock for White Rabbit. And if you look at the wallpaper, you'll actually see characters hidden in there, such as the talking flowers and the Mad Hatter and the Cheshire Cat. And then, of course, they have decorated the area with lots of teacups and teapots. Tons to look at in here. I recommend taking a moment to walk around and look and see what you can find, and do your best to not look at the donkey or the sad Bambi drawing.
Delicious breakfast consumed, and now we are headed to pick up a specialty coffee from one of my favorite spots on the ship, the Jade Cricket Cafe. There are multiple specialty coffee shops on board, but this one is themed to Mulan and is probably one of the most well-themed of these shops on any of the ships that I've been on. And that might just be because I'm biased and love Mulan, but also, I mean, look at how beautiful it is with all of this very ornate theming. A few of my favorite details are Cricky himself sitting in his tea mug, taking a nice little sauna break, and really just escaping from it all, which is what you should be doing on a cruise. The cricket cages on the ceiling, and then the quote on the back of the mirror from Mulan's father to Mulan: "The flower that blooms in adversity is the most rare and beautiful of all."
Now, note that the coffees and beverages at the specialty coffee shops, like this one, Hey Hey Cafe below us, or the Cove Cafe, which is up in the adult area, these are an additional cost, but let's take a look at the menu. They've got some specialties here, including some matcha or a beetroot latte. They've got coffee and tea, including an around the world section, fresh press juices, to-go items if you just need to grab something on the run. And then this is actually a bar as well. They have a wine list as well as a cocktail list, and y'all don't sleep on the Dynasty concoctions. We had one on the preview cruise, and I think it was my favorite cocktail I had on the entire preview cruise. They come served in these beautiful ornate Chinese teapots, and they feature Chinese gin, and they're lovely. Decadent, you could say. I got a latte with a little coconut in it, and I asked Natalia, one of the cast members we know here, to surprise me, and she put Olaf on it. And it says worth melting for, and I'm honored. I like that a latte.
You have to get the Vietnamese coffee. It's over ice with a little bit of sweetened condensed milk. Nice cold brew coffee. Just a little bit of richness from the condensed milk. This is perfect. And it's heavily caffeinated, which is exactly what I need.
And as a pro tip, don't forget to grab a coffee card. The cast members will stamp it for you, and then once you've purchased 5 coffees throughout your voyage, you get one for free. And I'll do anything for free coffee, including
Drink coffee. Wow.
I don't think we've explicitly said yet that today's a day at sea. It's a day at sea.
Yeah, but we are currently at sea.
And having a day. So, of course, the most popular activity is to come enjoy yourself on the pool deck. And as a little pro tip, they often blow the ship's horns at noon on sea days. So if you want to hear a few of those magical jingles, we just heard a couple of them. I heard a little Encanto. A little Aladdin. It's awesome. Star Wars, it's awesome. Walked out just in time to hear that. And now we're gonna go check out the adult pool area, see what that's like. But I do wanna highlight the Aqua Mouse, which is the water coaster around the pool. We'll check on the wait time when we get closer. I will not be going on the Aqua Mouse on this trip because you get really wet and I'm not, no. But it is quite fun if you enjoy a water ride, and you can enjoy this footage from the media preview where they filmed me riding it. Now the Aqua Mouse is the same as it is on the Disney Wish, except they added a new cartoon short to the Treasures. So it's gonna rotate every day between Swiss Meltdown, Scuba Scramble, those are the 2 shorts also on the Wish, or you could be seeing the new one for the Treasure, which is the Curse of the Golden Egg. So here's the main pool deck, and we've got the funnel vision right here where they play movies while you're enjoying yourself outside. And there's a variety of smaller pools in this area. You've got one right here, you've got 2 smaller ones behind there, but unsurprisingly, we are headed to the adult pool. I was about to be shocked that the Aqua Mouse only had a 5-minute wait, but now I see a sign that it's closed to high wind due to high winds, which obviously safety first. I'm assuming that's also why some of the pools are closed. There's not a ton of people out here because it's a little bit windier and not super, super hot.
All right, we have made our way into the adult section. That seems to be a plethora of seating right now, but still just one jacuzzi that is located directly adjacent to the Aqua Mouse. So There's one bit of design that has not changed between the Wish and the Treasure, which means I will not be utilizing the jacuzzi here. Yeah, we're also not going to be filming it because there's people in it, and that's like one, rude, and two, people soup, like Molly said. The adult section is home to the Cove Bar, as well as an infinity pool here at the rear of the ship, so you can look out into the ocean as you sail away. We also have the Cove Cafe, which, as Molly mentioned earlier, is a spot where you can purchase. There's an extra charge for this coffee, some specialty coffee, or some beverages there as well. And pro tip, if you are into cigars, they do have a selection of cigars on offer at the Cove Cafe as well. But to be clear, if you do choose to enjoy those, you do have to take them to the smoking deck. So it loses some of its luster, perhaps.
But you could get a cigar and you could be like, yeah, see, we're gonna talk business, see? You have to be like a mobster from an old film to enjoy them.
Feels incredibly limiting, although it will help us identify mobsters on site.
When I think of cigars, I specifically think of the villain in Space Jam.
So a cartoon.
Yes.
Taking a look at the menu here at the Cove Bar, you have some classic cocktails that you're going to find at basically many pool bars. So like a Blue Hawaiian, a Mai Tai, a Caipirinha. Actually, it's a Acai Parinha, and then a Spritz. But they also specialize in some champagne beverages as well. Most specifically, they're Pop Spritz, which are spritzes that have popsicles in them. These are house-made popsicles, and Molly is clapping over there because those are her favorite. They have some infinity bubbles on offer. These are just glasses of bubbly. Some items by the glass, these are wines, and then some of their trending drinks. These are specific and unique to the Cove Bar, like the Caribbean Mule, the Brew Chill, and the Tropical Negroni. All right, we have picked up our beverages. Both of them are Pop Spritz. Molly is on the right, has picked up the Strawberry Basil. This is made with Ciroc, Moet, and Chandon ice with a Strawberry Basil popsicle. I picked up the Cucumber Honeydew. This is made with Irvine's American Dry Gin and Fever Dream Mediterranean Tonic with a Cucumber and Honeydew popsicle. I am so excited to dive into these. Molly, you are up first.
Historically, this drink on the Wish is my favorite poolside beverage ever that I've ever had. So let's hope it holds up on the Treasure. Oh, it's raining. This is perfect if you're like me and you want something fruity and poolside for a beautiful tropical day like today. But you don't want something super sugary or sweet. The sweetness is all coming from the natural flavors from the strawberry basil popsicle, which again, not artificial. And then you can taste the champagne coming through there. Plus there's a lot of vodka, so this is like, woo, a good one.
At its core, this is a gin tonic. But the slowly melting melon and cucumber turned it into like a spa water gin tonic, which, as I say that combination should be a thing on its own, even without a popsicle. So I'm going to log that away, but this is delicious, very refreshing. If you like gin tonics and you like spa water, this is for you.
All I'm hearing is that these are healthy because they have fresh fruit popsicles.
Yep.
Fruit. Got a little chilly out there with the blustery wind, so we're gonna head to one of my all-time favorite things, my ultimate treat yourself luxuriation moment on a Disney cruise, the rainforest room at Senses Spa. But did want to give you a couple of other things you can do if you happen to have a rainy day on a cruise, or if you want to do something on your day at sea that's not lay out by the pool and isn't eating or drinking, which, you know, is an A+ S-tier activity, but sometimes you need a break from the eating and drinking. So other things you can do throughout the day on a Disney cruise ship, particularly the Treasure, they do have movies playing. There's 2 movie theaters on board, the Neverland Cinema and the Wonderland Cinema, and they play classic Disney movies as well as new Disney releases, like they're playing Moana 2 and Mufasa on this sailing. Another favorite activity for many includes trivia. There are all kinds of trivia, like 15 trivia games a day on Disney Cruise Line, ranging from all kinds of Disney-themed trivia, like trivia about Imagineering, Disney Cruise Line, Disney movies, Disney food, Disney parks, but also non-Disney trivia, such as sports, general trivia, music trivia, general movie trivia. There's also Learn to Draw classes, where a character artist can teach you how to draw popular Disney characters. You can look for those classes in the app. A great thing to do on the Treasure is the Jungle Cruise interactive story game. We did this on the preview cruise, and it features Sage and Coriander, and it's an interactive, very silly game. Highly recommend that, and if you can, participate. Obviously for the kids, there's tons of different activities in the different kids clubs, but adults, there are crafts and activities for you too. If you look at the app, you'll see 18 and older crafts, which is really fun. Bingo gets very, very popular. There are different workout classes you can sign up for in the Senses Fitness Center. Depending on what time of year it is, they will play different sports games in Periscope Pub. Like today, they're featuring NFL. While we're on board, it also is some of the semifinals of the NCAA championship, so I'm sure they'll play those. There are character meet and greets scheduled throughout the day, so there's just a ton to do on these ships that isn't just eating, drinking, and laying out in the sun. Little behind the scenes for you, on our walk to Senses Spa, we stopped by the Wonderland and Neverland theaters to get some B-roll to show while we were talking about seeing the movies, and notice some very cute details. For starters, along the wall of both the theaters, you see the theater name, as well as these very cool wooden-looking art murals that feature characters. Especially fun is the Alice in Wonderland one that has some of the weird creatures she meets in the forest. Then as you go into the theaters themselves, both of them have really fun tile on the ground. The Wonderland Theater says, "What a peculiar place," and the Neverland Theater says, "Here we go." But most fun of all, and I honestly thought I was delusional at one point, is that walking into the theater, there's these cool material murals on the wall, and a little magic lights things up. Perhaps pay attention to the Cheshire Cat's smile, or look for your favorite fairy. Also en route to the beautiful Senses Spa, you can't help but notice the beautiful artwork all over the ship, and I was entranced by this beautiful Moana art, which smelled like real plants, and then I talked to a crew member. It's literally real plants. How is this thing alive? What is this magic?
And then we made it to Senses Spa, which is a full-service spa and also offers a feature called the Rainforest Room that has a variety of relaxing areas for you to luxuriate in. It costs $339 to book the Rainforest Room for the whole trip if you book on embarkation day or in advance of getting on the ship. While on the ship, if you choose to book it for length of stay, it will cost $557. And they do offer some daily Rainforest Room passes if there is availability. That costs $79 per person. Also, for a $50 upcharge, we both got the scrub package, which includes a variety of scrubs to utilize in the Rainforest Room. First of all, before even getting into the Rainforest Room, the changing rooms have a variety of items for you to use for your luxuriation. They have some saunas in the room, lotions, razors, a whole host of amenities, and then lockers to place your things. Once you are inside the Rainforest Room, you will find that it is identical to the one on the Wish, meaning that it includes those beautiful tile chairs that are heated, a sauna room, a cold room, a variety of showers to utilize, and then of course an outdoor relaxation area with a bunch of swinging loungers and a couple of hot tubs. The Rainforest Room is truly Tom Haverford's home away from home. There are just amenities everywhere, and it is one of my favorite spots on the ship because it really is just an area dedicated to your relaxation. Update, we think this little artwork piece plant hybrid is real too.
Smells like a plant. Stopped by Mickey's Festival of Foods for some lunch. I went to Goofy's Grill and got what I call a drawer burger because when they make a bunch of them and they're warming them, they put them in a drawer, but they were making them all to order, so I don't even know if that's a proper name anymore. Also some of the macaroni salad, which I've already tried. It's delicious. And then Alan went back to Donald's Cantina to get a new burrito. Also, I should note that as predicted yesterday, the lines are much, much shorter, hardly any wait for any food. It was just a little chaotic yesterday with everybody first getting on the boat.
Great news, the sun came out.
So naturally, we're going into the darkest part of the ship.
You know, like vampires.
I think you mean ghosts.
Like ghosts.
Boo! And here we have the influencer attempting to make one of the effects of the mansion appear. Legend has it, when you walk past this frame, you may have an appearance, wishing you farewell. That's right, friends. We are gonna test our luck going in to the most popular spot on the Disney Treasure, the Haunted Mansion Parlor. This is the lounge themed after the iconic Haunted Mansion attraction, and it is awesome. But it obviously can get crowded by how popular it is, so we're hoping because the sun came out and there's a lot of people on the pool deck that we could get in pretty easily now. Now, we pointed out a bunch of Easter eggs and details in the first treasure video we did, so definitely check that out because we also were able to talk to some of the Imagineers. But a few we're gonna point out, including some new ones. This door frame right here, shout out to my friend Chloe, who pointed out that this door frame mirrors the mysterious door frame in between the two ghosts dueling on the actual attraction. It's kind of a mysterious doorway. They only tend to open it up in the Disneyland version for Nightmare Before Christmas overlay. Ooh, I'm so happy. It's not that crowded in here. Like, I don't know we're gonna get a seat, but I can move easily. And now it's time for one of our favorite games around here, Easter Egg Roulette. We're gonna do some rapid fire Easter eggs for you, starting with one of the best. This waxy statue of Rolly Crump was one of the three main Imagineers of the Haunted Mansion. Anything kind of weird and spooky, probably Rolly Crump. And he's all melty because he had a character called the Candleman, which they also have on display over there, that ultimately didn't make it into the mansion. And if you were to read his plaque right here, it says, "Brother Roland, forever revered for embracing the weird." I love this so much.
Speaking of our pal Rolly Crump, we have a fish tank in the center of the parlor. And the fish tank is here largely because it was inspired by one of Rolly Crump's original ideas. In fact, he had a little note that says, "Fish tank, ghost fish, question mark?" Well, now that idea is realized here with all of these skeletal fish and their own tombstones here in the center of the mansion. My favorite tombstone for a fish in there in particular is one for Budget. His tombstone reads, "Budget, he had guts, but like all budgets, suffered from cuts."
If you take a look at this clock on the mantle here, whenever the two hands overlap, they make a skull. Also, the only number on the clock, 13.
On the wall above you, you're going to see music notes, and that is to the song Grim Grinning Ghost. There is a time here in the parlor where Grim Grinning Ghost will play, and as it does, make sure to pay close attention to that music because it's going to have sort of an illuminated sing-along with me as it highlights the different sections of the song as those Grim Grinning Ghosts come out to socialize.
Also, just below the sheet music, you can see a note attached to a bouquet holding a hatchet. That belongs to Constance, the killer bride. And in certain lighting, after Madame Leota's done her seance, you may be able to read a little note from her.
During your time in the parlor, you will notice this box that sits here, and it's behind its own glass case. Well, that's because inside there are a variety of very spooky things, namely a collection of souls gathered by one of the many spirits here, the spirit of the Siren Bride. Throughout the time that you spend here in the parlor, you might see this open and display those souls, or maybe even hear a heartbeat.
And we're gonna bookend this with some Imagineer references. Etched on this silver plate right here is the first ever concept art drawn of Haunted Mansion by Imagineer Harbor Goff.
Okay, while it was easy for us to walk around and show some of those Easter eggs inside the parlor, there was ultimately not a place to sit and grab a drink, so we'll go back later.
Frankly, I'm going back when it's adults only. Anyone's allowed in the parlor until 9 p.m. and then after that it is adults only. I think it'll just be a little bit easier for us to grab a seat and enjoy a cocktail at that point. But again, anyone can go in before if you want to look around.
Yeah, and enjoy the ambiance of the Haunted Mansion. Sure.
And they do have some non-alcoholic things, so
True.
Kids or non-drinkers, you will have something to drink, but I think for me, my vibe is later at night.
Fair enough. But ultimately that's okay because we have to go get ready for our rather fancy evening.
We're gonna be a little posh today.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna be fancy.
Are we?
Yeah, we gotta change. Hold on.
Yeah.
That's better.
It is, yeah. You look very nice.
Thank you, as do you. We are headed now to Enchanté, which is a signature adults-only restaurant up on the top of the ship.
And as such, we are not going to be filming our live reviews during the meal. We want to be very respectful not only to our other guests, but the experience as a whole. So we will again be filming while we are there and then taking copious notes, and you'll hear from future Molly and Alan, who I know are probably stuffed right now. But us right now, today, Molly and Alan, very excited.
Yes, this is our first time doing dinner at Enchanté. We've done brunch there on the Wish. We've done dinner on Remy, which is the equivalent on the Dream. But very excited to see what delicious multi-course experience we will enjoy. I'm particularly hoping there's a cheese cart.
I'm sure there will be cheese, but just what variety? But in any case, that's for future Molly and Alan to tell you, and we will see you all soon.
Before we dined at Enchanté, we decided to have a pre-dinner cocktail at the Rose, which is the adults-only lounge located outside of Palo and Enchanté. It is a Beauty and the Beast themed lounge. They have this one on the Wish, and it is absolutely stunning. There are lots of Beauty and the Beast nods throughout the space. Starting right when you walk in, you'll see portraits of some of the characters from the film, and then you see this beautiful gold rose under the dome representing the enchanted rose from the movie. It is fun to note, as pointed out by one of the bartenders, Miguel, that this one has lost more petals than its counterpart on the Wish. Once you get inside the lounge, you're going to notice that gold and that rose motif continues on throughout the latticework, throughout the ceiling, throughout the back of the bar, which has beautiful stained glass featuring some of the scenes from the movie. Now, taking a look at the menu, you're going to notice they have a variety of specialty cocktails. In the Rose, which is a smoked tequila beverage, I had this one on the Wish, as well as the Mrs. T, which I know Alan is a fan of. Additionally, a chocolat beverage. And then, unsurprisingly, considering this whole area is themed to Beauty and the Beast in France, there is a robust wine list. Knowing we would likely drink champagne and Enchanté, I went ahead and started early, getting a glass of rosé sparkling wine, which was beautiful, robust, a little bit dry, not too sweet, absolutely phenomenal way to start the evening.
And I got the Baroque, which is made with Drum Shen Bow gunpowder gin, vermouth, maraschino, Aperol, and lime. This was served in an incredibly delicate glass shaped like a rose that I saw and thought that I was immediately going to break or drink out of incorrectly. And thankfully, before I could ask the server exactly how to drink out of the glass, they told me so I didn't embarrass myself in a very fancy place. This drink was incredible to me. This is a very specific type of drink. It is a little bit bitter and it has some acidity coming in from that Aperol and lime. And then the botanicals of the gin really do shine through. If you are a gin drinker who enjoys bitter beverages, then this is going to be right up your alley. If none of that sounds appealing to you, then I'd say skip it.
Then it was time to head into Enchanté, which is an adults-only add-on experience aboard the Disney Treasure. It is the fanciest restaurant aboard the Disney Treasure, and as such, there is an elegant dress code. We even got a text through the Disney Cruise Line app to remind us of such, and it suggests a polished look, such as dress pants, collared shirts, blouses. Men are required to wear closed-toed shoes, and things such as t-shirts, sports attire, swimwear, and shorts are not permitted. And they're not kidding. I saw a person try and go in shorts, and they made him wear a pair of loner pants. So, seriously, follow the dress code. Enchanté continues the Beauty and the Beast themed with this restaurant featuring Lumiere. Spoiler alert, Palo features Cogsworth. And you can see Lumiere located on the Enchanté sign, and then as you walk in through the beautiful gold pillars, which are supposed to remind you of walking into Beast Castle, you can see Lumiere greeting you. As well as if you look closely on the wall, it'll look like the plates dancing from Be Our Guest. As you walk into the restaurant, you'll see this beautiful light fixture that reminded me of champagne bubbles, as well as a stunning and large wine cellar with tons of wine to choose from, and then a few more subtle Beauty and the Beast notes throughout the restaurant, such as that gold rose latticework and a few paintings of Lumiere. But overall, it's just a classy, beautiful, luxurious looking spot.
The menu for Enchanté is curated by Chef Arnaud Lallemand, and I'm so sorry for the terrible pronunciation there. Chef is the owner of a 3 Michelin star restaurant in France, and he takes his talents here and they are showcased well across this menu. The menu itself is also delivered in a unique way. The stand that the menu is set on is meant to represent Lumiere, and the menu itself is meant to represent Plumette because the two are in love. So the menu is set upon the Lumiere style stand, and on it there are a few sections. The first is the Passion Prefix menu. This is their standard prefix menu that covers 5 courses. Then there's the Potager, which is the other prefix menu, and it is the vegetarian version of that prefix. There's also the collection, which I'll just read it for you, is put together with the very best that the market and nature has to offer. This menu combines new creations with our signature dishes, and it's meant to represent the style of cuisine that you would get at Chef Arnaud Lallemand's 3 Michelin star restaurant in France. Additionally, there is a la carte selections for those who would like to forego the prefix meal. We're also offered an additional truffle prefix menu because it is now truffle season, which is only 2 months out of the year. To the side of that, there were 3 pairings that you could get, either the wine experience, the Bon Vie Zero Proof pairing, or the Champagne Journey pairing, each for an additional cost per person. After much deliberation and discussion with Sebastian, our server, we decided to go with one of us getting the collection prefix menu and the other getting the truffle prefix menu, along with the Champagne Journey for each, because Chef is from the Champagne region and has selected those champagnes to highlight their dishes.
Before we even got to the prefix menu, of course we started with bread. And this bread, as well as the butter and the salt, are imported from Paris. The bread was a multigrain. The butter was made from 66 different farms, creams coming together, and then some flaky salt. The bread was phenomenal. Hard crust, soft on the inside, melt in your mouth, butter, a little bit of salt on there. I would have been happy just eating this and the upcoming cheese plate, but there is so much other goodness to enjoy.
Before we even got to our amuse-bouche, we were given 3 light bites to enjoy. The first was a sea bream tartare, which is very light and fresh, with a little bit of citrus zest to follow. The next was a Gruyere tart, which was deep, rich, and nutty, and sublimely cheesy. And finally was a beef tartare, which was perhaps the most rich beef flavor I have ever had in my entire life in a singular bite.
We then got our amuse-bouche. We're not even to the prefixes yet. I started with the Collections amuse-bouche tonight. A pickled radish stuffed with vegetables, including zucchini, spinach, and fennel, topped with a vegetable water. It was herbaceous, earthy, a little bit of citrus zest, though I will be very honest, not my favorite bite of the day.
For my truffle collection amuse-bouche, I started with a frogois mousse with a macadamia nut on the inside, as well as some truffle on top. You're going to see that there's just so much truffle across these dishes. You know what? This tasted very rich, had a little bit of fattiness that was enhanced with the crunch of that macadamia nut and the added truffle earthiness on the back end. Delightful. Then we had our first pour of champagne. This pairing was Bollinger, and it tasted of pear and a little bit of tart green apple, which is perfectly refreshing to go with our amuse-bouche.
On to our first official course. This was a Hawaiian sea scallop with leeks, sea asparagus, and a lemon champagne sauce. It was served on the side with an Asian-style dried sea scallop with dried prosciutto and some more of that champagne sauce. Sebastian told us, when you can't drink champagne in France, we're going to make sure you eat it. I'm not always a seafood person, I'm going to blanket that now, but this meal does not apply. It had a light, salty flavor, a little bit briny, but nothing overpowering. You had that nice, bright, citrusy champagne flavor on top, a little bit of earthiness because of the vegetables. My favorite portion of the dish, though, was the one with the prosciutto, because you had that salty, crunchy prosciutto to go with the sea scallop. Overall, a wonderful dish. I really enjoyed this, and it's not something I ever would have ordered otherwise.
And you know what? I had the same, just with truffle on top. And I'm just going to give a +1 to everything Molly has said, with the added benefit of a little bit of that earthy truffle flavor.
We got our next pour, which was a Krug champagne. Louis the sommelier said this would taste a little bit like gingerbread, and he was absolutely right. I really enjoyed this one. Course 2, just for the collection. Alan didn't have a bite this time, but of course we're sharing everything. This was a John Dory, which is a fish. I didn't know that before this course. It was on top of a sea urchin. It came with roe and a citrus condiment. I really enjoyed this as well. Light citrusy, not super fishy, not briny. It almost had a licorice quality as well. I think it might have been lemongrass, and the sauce itself had plankton in it, so basically I'm a whale now. Herby, delicious.
The third course is also part of the collection, but I wanted to give this one a review even though Molly and I both enjoyed it. This is a langoustine tartare with lemon on top, as well as a dollop of caviar, and then across the top is a sauce made of an Asian orange. This sauce is a little bit like a bitter orange, and it serves to break up a lot of that salty acidity of the caviar and richness from the tartare. I thought this is altogether really balanced, even though I think caviar can be off-putting. This is a pretty nice way to enjoy it. Our third champagne pour was the ever-famous Dom Perignon. This was crisp and fresh, and I felt oh so luxurious enjoying this.
I gotta echo that. I'd never had Dom Perignon until we went to Remy, and I always thought, is it really that good, or is it just overhyped? No, it really is that good. You can taste the difference. It is so delicious, and I savored every drop since I clearly don't drink it regularly. Next up, a lobster course. But before we dove in, we were told that the chef of the restaurant is from Brittany, which is known for seafood. This dish was created in memory of his father, who loved seafood and had passed away.
The dish itself was lobster tail with a lobster sausage and a lobster potato ravioli, served alongside a lobster bisque sauce made of paprika and cognac. That is a lot of lobster in one dish. And you know what? I'm normally not a lobster guy, but I will eat crow because this... No, I will eat lobster. Especially if it is in this dish, because it was cooked perfectly. The lobster tail was ever so lightly briny. It wasn't overly salty. The sausage was smoky and frankly my favorite part of the dish. And the potato ravioli, which I thought was salty to my taste, but paired beautifully with the semi-sweet lobster bisque sauce that had just the tail-end taste of the cognac. This was incredibly complete and a perfect showcase to highlight lobster.
For this course, I'm the one sampling the truffle version of this, which is everything Alan just said, but added with some truffle, so plus it up even more.
The fifth course came around, and this was halibut from Portugal that had been seared on one side with carrot and a harissa condiment, and on the top there was a yellow wine sauce. Now this yellow wine was from the north of France that has been aged in a barrel for 7 years, making it very concentrated before it was turned into this sauce. The seared halibut was crispy on one side, but absolutely cut through like butter throughout, and the harissa sauce had a little bit of smokiness and spice, while the yellow wine sauce gave a nice nutty complement. In fact, it tasted very akin to walnuts and gave some depth to the dish.
Once again, I had the truffle version of this, so it was even better because you had that earthiness, nuttiness from the truffle. We also had our next champagne pour, which came in a beautiful gold bottle. The sommelier told us this is a $600 bottle of champagne, which does help you understand where the price of the pairing comes from, and it's quite overwhelming for someone who regularly drinks $12 Kirkland Prosecco.
And we enjoy it.
I do love Kirkland Prosecco, but I enjoyed this incredible bottle even more. It had a nice citrus burst. It was delicious. For the collection entree at this point was a tenderloin American Wagyu beef served medium rare with a horseradish sauce, a beetroot puree, as well as a beetroot ravioli with pickled onion, and served with a sauce made of beef trimming and cognac. This was a perfect medium rare, incredibly tender. I didn't even need the knife. The sauce added a little acidity, but a ton of depth and richness. I liked the beetroot ravioli. Beets aren't always my favorite as they kind of have that dirt flavor, but this was cooked perfectly and had a little citrus burst. But overall, this steak was phenomenal.
And the truffle course was chicken, covered with a white glaze made from cream, lime, and chicken trimmings, alongside a watercress coulis and a ravioli on the side with trumpet mushroom on the inside, and of course, truffle all over the top. This chicken was, bar none, the best chicken I have ever had, period. And people don't think of chicken as a super elevated dish, but this cut through like butter and also tasted like butter. It was wild. And the truffle on top gave that a little bit of earthiness. The ravioli was incredibly tender, and the trumpet mushroom on the inside had a nice little earthy flavor coming through as well, but it was a little bit creamy. I was so blown away by this dish. I was not expecting to compare in the same sentence Wagyu tenderloin and chicken, but here we are. It was phenomenal.
And then it was time for a trip to heaven, aka the cheese cart rolls around. And this is where they have a variety of French cheeses, all different flavors, all different milks, sheep, cow, goat, all different hardnesses. You got hards, you got creams, you got blues, and then you have a cast member custom make you a cheese board based on your cheese preferences. My cheese preferences, all of them. So she put 2 different plates together so we could try as many of the cheeses as possible, and these come with a variety of accompaniments such as dried fruits, jams, and honey. I've never met a cheese I didn't like, and that continued throughout this cheese platter experience. But if I had to pick a few favorites, I would say this sheep's milk cheese made from the Alps, which is also the chef's favorite, was both of our number 1. There was also the creamiest brie I've ever had, as well as the orange cheese, which is that color because it uses a seed from South Africa. It was almost like a cheddar. And then also the blue cheeses mixed with the honey on the French bread. Oh, I'm still thinking about it. I'm gonna think about it for a while.
And then we got our last champagne pour. This was a Tattinger Rosé, and this was very light and crisp and tasted of red berries. Think strawberries and raspberries. Afterwards, we had some pre-dessert dessert arrive. These were mango tartlets, Swiss chocolate meringue with strawberry, a strawberry fruit roll-up, a lemon tart with lemon cream on top, a Guinness creme brulee, yes, you heard that correctly, and a chocolate and vanilla cream truffle. I think of these, my favorite had to be the Guinness creme brulee. It was just so unique. The flavor of the Guinness came through perfectly well, while it still had the nice texture and flavor of a creme brulee. Molly, how about you?
I loved the lemon tart. It was literally so tart, but it was bursts of fresh lemon. It was a perfect sweet bite after a delicious meal. But don't worry, we're not done yet because our actual desserts arrived moments later.
Yeah, real dessert.
I went for Sebastian's recommendation, which was peanut and vanilla 3 ways. It was a crunchy peanut wafer on the bottom, as well as actual peanuts, peanut butter mousse, and peanut butter ice cream. Oh my goodness, this was delicious. If you love peanuts, which I do, it was phenomenal. This is honestly one of the best desserts I've ever had.
And I picked up the chocolate caramel dish. On one side, this was multiple layers of chocolate, wafer, and caramel, and on the other was a chocolate caramel ice cream. Both of these were so rich without being super heavy. This is a chocolate lover's dream, and it certainly was a fantastic finish to my meal. I am so full.
Meet Towel Bear.
Yeah, he's a great friend.
He loves hugs.
His name is Teddy. Teddy the Towel Bear.
I am so full and so glad I did not wear a tighter dress.
I literally have had to. I walked into this room to get the camera. I was like, we have to untuck the shirt, take
Yeah.
off the belt. It is that time.
What an incredible meal from start to finish. That is such a luxurious, elegant, exquisite experience. The service team is phenomenal. The restaurant is beautiful. It is just stunning.
And massive shout out to our server, Sebastian, who took us through the whole meal. And as a special surprise moment, we saw a server who served us on Remy when we sailed on the Dream, Jean Bosco. And it was so incredible to see him here now, which was unexpected, but a delight. But aside from that, the food, the meal, the ambiance, there's nothing like it.
It is truly such a treat. Now, I don't think it's for everyone.
I would agree with that.
I think it is, not only is it a very pricey experience, if you are not a foodie, if you're not an adventurous eater, if you want to substitute a lot of things, if you don't have 4 hours, it literally took us 4 hours to go through that meal, if you, that's probably not a good choice for you. It's, I think, definitely a more niche experience than, say, Palo, which is also a wonderful elevated adult dining experience. But if you're a foodie, if you are looking to try some true fine dining, it is majestic.
But with that brings us to the end of our second day aboard the Disney Treasure and the end to our first full video as a part of this series. What has been your favorite part so far?
It's very hard not to say enchanté, recency bias, and also it's just such a special experience.
I think we can both say enchanté. So
Okay.
let's just go ahead and set that aside. Enchanté is obviously incredible. Outside of that, what has been the favorite?
I'm gonna say the entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously the food and drink are amazing, but I really want to shout out the Disney Victrophonics, which were amazing yesterday. We've gotten to meet some fun characters. The pianist at the Scat Cats lounge was amazing yesterday. So I'm just really enjoying all of the different versions of live entertainment we've seen.
I think for me, going back to the Rainforest Room here, it's been a while since we've seen the Rainforest Room, like the Wish style Rainforest Room, and it was a nice little refresher. I think the addition of the cold sauna room, I'm a big fan of that myself. But it was fun to just sit back and luxuriate a little bit, give ourselves an hour to actually relax for a bit between all this go, and it's a nice spot to do it.
And coming up, we have a couple of fun ports, including Cozumel, Grand Cayman, Jamaica. So make sure you come back for the rest of that, and we'll be exploring more of this beautiful ship.
And also a massive thank you again to Be Our Guest Vacations for sponsoring this trip for us. This has been incredible thus far, and we are so thankful for all of their help in both getting this booked and also booking all of the excursions that you're going to see throughout this trip.
Welcome back aboard the Disney Treasure.
Hey there, Man Fam. We are back for our second part of our 7-day treasure sailing.
Today we are in Cozumel, Mexico, which is a port we've never explored as part of Mammoth Club, so excited to step off the ship and enjoy the beautiful city, and the weather is phenomenal. And then later we'll be back on board to experience more of Disney's newest cruise ship, including we've got Plaza de Coco for dinner tonight, which is perfectly fitting to be in Cozumel, and I'm very excited.
Well, vámonos.
Stepping off board, now make sure you bring your Key to the World card with you, as well as the photo identification recommended by Disney. They will send you messages into the Disney Cruise Line app to let you know exactly what you need to get back on the ship later. As you are making your way out of the gangway, you are going to have a sign that shows you very important information. For example, things not to bring off the ship, like e-cigarettes, for example, as well as your onboard time. This is very strict. Be back on the ship by this onboard time, preferably before if you're like me and have unending anxiety about being late. Now, Molly, as I stare at this hull of this ship, I am reminded of something that I've heard before that is quite interesting, that you might think is interesting as well. If you look, gosh, the bottom of that ship looks black, doesn't it? But it's not, though, because the black hull of ship is often associated with pirates, and not the good kind.
The Jack Sparrow kind.
Yeah, not the Jack Sparrow kind. We don't want to do that type of piracy here. So of course they were trying to look for a color that matches the iconic Mickey Mouse color palette. So they were in a meeting as they were discussing what color they were going to paint the hull of the Disney ships. In walked an Imagineer named Monica, who was wearing an article of clothing that was almost black, but not quite. So they asked her what color it was, and she said it was blue. So now they have painted this whole color, and every whole color of Disney Cruise Line ever since, Monica Blue, in her honor.
Wow, that is very interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it?
Wow. Wow.
And what better vessel to share color facts
Yeah.
than I,
That's true.
the colorblind one.
Now, Cozumel is a very popular cruise port. We've been here several times before with friends on cruises, but like I said, we've never been here with Mammoth Club. There is a ton of shopping you can do right off the port if you don't want to book an excursion. There's lots of dining to do. You can enjoy Senior Frogs, which I have on many an occasion. Or you could find more local dining. Our friend Shay at the Shay Spence is a food content creator, and he has found some amazing spots, so make sure you're checking him out. But you could also, of course, book an excursion through Disney. There are tons of snorkeling, historic, beach, animal-related excursions you could do. But we have booked something not Disney-related, and it is a day pass to an all-inclusive resort nearby. To get there, we'll be taking a taxi, which, from all my research, remains perfectly safe, and they will take American dollars. We'll let you know if anything other than that happens. It's pretty easy to find a taxi. Just follow the transportation signs throughout this region right here. One thing to note is you do want to probably avoid the little booths that are offering taxis, because they're going to try and sell you on their specific company's tourism options, like dolphin encounters or ATVs or boats or snorkeling. So unless you want to do those things, just keep going down to the taxi stand and you will see people wearing actual taxi outfits. They will say taxi on them, and then they will call a certified taxi, which is regulated and metered. But as a pro tip, make sure to ask your driver when you get in what the cost is going to be and only pay that rate. We have made it to our destination and it is beautiful. We have decided today to venture about a 20-minute cab ride away to Mr. Sancho's Beach Club. This is an all-inclusive resort that you could stay at, but you can also purchase a day pass. Day passes for adults are $68 per person, and it includes all you can eat and all you can drink. All you can drink does include alcohol. They've got Mexican beers, margaritas, daiquiris. Plus, the food includes tacos, quesadillas, coconut shrimp, queso, guacamole. You can just live your best life here in Mexico. Now, Alan and I did decide to upgrade upon arriving to a private cabana, which is right here. Instead of being the $140-ish for both of us, it was $260. That gives us the private cabana, a server, as well as a 30-minute massage each, so I'll take it. Oh, we got a mariachi over here too. The vibes are high, is what I'm trying to tell you. Mr. Sancho's also has this stunning private beach right here, and if you want to pay a little bit more, they do have access to some water activities, like one of those floating water parks and some other aquatic fun. I'm not going to do that though. I'm going to lay right here, drink a margarita, eat a taco, get a massage, and then eventually make my way to the swim-up bar.
Our food has also arrived. We have a trio of tacos here. We got chicken, steak, and shrimp, as well as some chips, queso dip, and guacamole, and their coconut shrimp with their dipping sauce as well. I'm excited to dig in. Molly, what are you going for? Oh, wait. Molly's
Also,
going for the
margarita.
Yeah, Molly's going for the marg.
It's a pretty good marg. It's a little sweet. So I probably only drink one and then I'll move to beer.
Seems fair.
It's not the strongest drink ever, which that's what happens when you go to all-inclusive places typically, is they're not making them super strong because it's all you can drink. And you can't order shots. Shots are not included. So I like to do beer at places like this, usually because you can't weaken a beer. I've never had to put a mic on a bikini before.
It is a learning experience. I've not ever had to do it either.
Yeah.
Surprisingly enough.
New for both of us. Your bikini does look nice under that mammoth tank top.
Oh, yes, thank you.
No surprise, the guacamole is delicious. It's fresh. The avocados are perfect. Trying a little queso too.
Better or worse than the cheese served at Disney World with your pretzel?
Way better. Oh my God, it tastes like actual cheese.
Well, that's a big win to begin with.
Yeah. It's mild. There's not any peppers or anything, but a classic starter.
Which taco are you going to choose?
Beef.
All right, you dive in.
These are very simple. Just the clearly handmade tortilla, beef, some onion, perfection. It's delicious. I think there's a stingray in the ocean right now. It's really distracting me.
Oh, well. It is their home.
I'm gonna go look at it in a second.
That boat's name is Hakuna Matata.
That's nice. Oh, it's got Timon and Pumbaa on it. We should be filming this so people can see what we're talking about. Hold on.
You got to shoot through all those people. It's very people-y
I
here.
got it.
You got it? You nailed it?
Nailed it.
You're seeing it now, dear viewer.
I gotta show where I think the stingray is. See that dark shape down there?
I do. I'm not so sure that's a stingray, but I hope it is.
I hope it is too. I hope he's happy. Anyway, the beef is spiced wonderfully. It's not hot. I don't think they're gonna make much of the food super hot because they're catering towards American palates and tourist palates. So we'll probably ask for some hot sauce, but nice spice, crisp little bite from the onion there. The tortilla is phenomenal.
It's time for some coconut shrimp. Let's do a little bit of a dip into our sauce. Here we are. That's just good coconut shrimp. Good coconut breading on the exterior. It sticks nicely. A little bit of coconut flavor in the sweet dipping sauce. Is it the best coconut shrimp I've ever had? No, but it is darn good when you consider it's all you can eat. And speaking of shrimp, I'm gonna have the shrimp taco. Nice hand-breaded tortilla. There's no fishy flavor from the shrimp, so it's fresh. And it's seasoned very nicely. Now, again, not gonna be super spicy, just enough to let you know that it actually has seen some cumin and paprika. I'm also gonna try the chicken taco. That one's actually my favorite. Blackened chicken, onion, peppers. That's just a solid taco. It's a good handheld munchy food. I think when you're out here sipping on a beverage of your choice, this is a nice little thing to grab and enjoy. And the fact that you can get all you can care to enjoy, I'm a big fan.
Update, it was a rock, not a stingray, much to my disappointment.
Correct. Also update, we have moved on to beer now. Eddie, our server, called it Mexican water.
Also, we asked for limes to go with said beers, as one often does, and I'd like to take this time to issue a little PSA and tell you all about a very real skin condition called margarita dermatitis. I know it sounds like I'm making it up. I know I sound like Max talking about Twitch primitis, but no, margarita dermatitis is a real skin condition that happens when too much of the acidity of a lime reacts with the sun. You will get welts and rashes anywhere that this contact happens. It happened to me on a cruise where I was drinking Coronas, squeezing lime into them, and then if I had some lime on my finger, you just kind of wipe it on your arm or your leg, and then I had these welts all over that were itchy and painful. I Googled it, and it was from margarita dermatitis. So, my PSA to all of you, if you are putting a lime in your beer or anything else, just make sure to wipe your hands, not on your skin.
In a unrelated PSA, meaning unrelated to your skin or any skin conditions, there will be individuals while you are here that walk by, maybe carrying a parrot or a mariachi band. Those are folks who expect to be tipped for their services and for engaging with you. They will take US dollars, but if you don't want to engage, you just simply politely say no, and they'll continue on to the next table. Although I did hear the mariachi sing. They are very talented.
They sang Happy Birthday to the table next to us. They were very, very good. Additionally, here at Mr. Sancho's, there are some vendors out front that have different jewelry and bags and other souvenirs. They will take American dollars, so if you want to do some shopping from some locals, you can do that there. Whoever made the playlist here at Mr. Sancho's, fire.
Rocky Top, really? Max here?
What, Max? Is this his entrance? He just appears.
Will always be home to me.
All right, it's massage time.
Well, that was very relaxing, and you can tell because one of us has hoop earring indentations in their face.
Which one?
It's a mystery, really.
Also, before our massage, the staff all did a dance to a song, and it was awesome. It was very fun. But man, that massage on the beach with the wave noise, lovely.
Very relaxing.
Very relaxing. So that was included with our package. You could upgrade to like a deep tissue or a longer massage, and you can buy them a la carte too, but I wasn't expecting to get a massage today.
I wasn't either.
It's been a good day. Hey, Alan, did you see that banana boat?
Yeah?
What are you thinking about when you see a banana boat?
What should I be thinking about when I see
You should be thinking about Jaws the Revenge. The fourth Jaws starring Michael Caine.
Yeah, the movie he took to pay off his gambling debts.
Yeah. Michael Caine befriends Mrs. Brody, who's traveled to the Bahamas after the death of Sean, her son. and the shark follows them
Yeah, that makes sense.
because it can like smell the Brody blood, which doesn't make any sense because the shark dies in 1 and 2 and 3. So it's like the shark's children.
It's just a lineage thing, Molly.
I guess so. And we meet
It's a generational grudge match.
we meet Michael Brody, played by Lance, I forget his last name, also star of the Jenny Project,
A DCOM classic.
and the stepsister from Planet Weird.
Yeah.
He plays Cosmo Cola. But in this movie, he's the 4th actor to play Michael Brody, Chief Brody's oldest son. And he works in the Bahamas with Mario Van Peebles. And the shark follows them, and it tries to eat his daughter, aka Chief Brody's granddaughter, off the banana boat. And that's exactly what I think of when I see a banana boat, and it's why I'll never get on one.
That's where you draw the line?
No, I just don't want to get wet. Let's be real. The sharks aren't going to hurt you. They're your friends. Our next round of feeding has arrived, this time with the quesadilla. So we got a beef quesadilla, donkey, as Eddie said, and a chicken quesadilla, iguana. And then we asked for some hot sauce, and he smirked and smiled and brought us 2 different ones, including one he said is pretty spicy, so I'm excited to try those. Look at this can. Look at this can. It's for Squid Game, but it's in Spanish, so it's Juego de Calamar. Dos. Should I be afraid to drink out of this? Is this... Am I in the game if I drink this? These are very cheesy, which is what I want. Doing a little guacamole, and a little, the one he said was spicy. This is the money. This is the winner. Again, house-made tortillas, cheesy, the meat is cooked well, and that salsa does have a kick, and it's phenomenal. I'm in a good place. Well, that was a lovely day spent at Mr. Sancho's here in Cozumel.
It was nice and relaxing. I think massage was a unsung hero of that. And then I think, again, the all-included food and beverages made for a great time.
The quesadilla was the real winner.
I agree. Quesadilla, top tier.
As was Eddie, our server. He was fantastic.
Yeah.
So if you think Mr. Sancho sounds fun, it is. There are other experiences like this. We just chose one that we'd been to before, so we knew what to expect, felt safe. Again, about a 20-minute cab ride, which cost us $25 to get here from the port. But the food was good, especially that quesadilla. The water's beautiful, and it was just a lovely day.
So now it's time to head back to the port and get, well, I guess, cleaned up and ready for the rest of the day.
Oh, one thing I do want to say, we did book Mr. Sancho's, the all-inclusive pass in advance. I highly, highly recommend doing that because they can sell out. We were able to upgrade to the private cabana while we were here, but if that is of interest to you, I would book all of it in advance. But we had a very nice time.
Yeah. All right, back to the ship.
Yes. We snuck in a little moment at the rainforest room, and now we are dressed and ready to kick off our evening.
We have dinner tonight at Plaza de Coco. This is the first menu. We had the second menu while we were on the media cruise, so I'm excited to see what the differences are. But first, we're gonna get a little bevy and nosh, perhaps at Periscope Pub.
Ooh, under the sea.
Nothing says you're cruising like eating before you go and eat. So we are headed into Periscope Pub, where we just noticed on the ground here, there's a lot of like stonework. So we have down the hatch just as you enter above this, what looks to be cover of a submarine with that grate. Also, mini Easter egg tour here. That 718 on the top, that is the whole number of the Disney treasure. This is one of the most underrated gems on this ship, and I'm excited. Let's go dive in. This bar is themed after 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and you can tell with all of the beautiful steampunky style architecture throughout, and all of the very fun Easter eggs that you have referencing the film. Just starting the rapid fire, a little bit of a Easter egg tour here. On that very back gauge, you're going to see a whole host of numbers. So 598.9, 599.0, 687, 688, 705, 706, and 718. Those are all of the whole numbers for the Disney cruise ship, starting with the Magic and working your way up on the chronological release of each of those ships. The only time it's not chronological is the 705 and 706. The 705 whole number is the Wish, the 706 is the Destiny, and the 718 is the Treasure. And of course, the Treasure was released prior to the Destiny being released. which will happen later this year.
Also, an Easter egg we saw on Instagram from Disney Imagineering that we didn't notice before. If you're looking at the main big gauge, if you look up and to the left, there's these small gauges, and one of them says Captain on the bottom, and the different places it can land are famous Disney captains, Nemo, Hook, and Sparrow. Shout out to one of our favorite crew members, Maria, for taking a picture of it, because I can't zoom that far nor go behind the bar. Also, my other favorite detail is these 3 taps right here. These are the signature beers made for Periscope Pub. You can't get them anywhere else in the world. And the one on the left is a fish dressed up like Kirk Douglas in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea when he sings Whale of a Tale.
While you are taking in the incredible ambiance here, be sure to look up, because that's going to remind you that you are indeed underwater in a submersible, and you're going to have various bits of sea life swimming above you. Now, a fun fact about that sea life, those shadows were taken from motion capture from the same sea life at the Disney Seas. So if you've seen a hammerhead shark swimming about in the Disney Seas aquarium, well, guess what? You can see its motion capture shadow swimming above you here in Periscope Pub.
Taking a look at the menu here, there are some signature cocktails. I tried the Outis Daiquiri last time, and it was actually quite delicious and a very fun presentation. They also have a couple of meads, wines, but really they're known for beer, with several different ones on tap, cans, and bottles. As I mentioned, they have 3 beers you can't get anywhere else exclusive to this pub, and they also participate in a couple of beer specials. Buy 5, get 1 free, as well as the Mug Club, which is when you purchase a special Disney Cruise Line mug for $17.50. It is a 24-ounce draft beer, and it's for the price of a 16-ounce, and then you can continue to refill it at all of the bars around the ship for the rest of your trip, and then it's a nice souvenir to take home. And we were just told they have special treasure mugs, so guess who just ordered 2 more mugs, because we needed those, obviously. They also do have some pub grub here. Now, this is not included with the cost of the cruise, but there are some delicious bites, and we ordered some buffalo wings. They've also got loaded potato puffs, German pretzel. We've seen these items on other pub menus on the cruise line, but they have some new stuff, too, that I haven't seen before, including the Periscope Pub platter and John Ashton's Jolly Good Burger, as well as mini churros. So we'll have to come and try some of that another time, too.
Our beers have arrived. I picked up the Tangled Tentacle Ale, which is a beer that you can only get here at Periscope Pub, and Molly has picked up the Luau Passion Orange Guava IPA. And as we can see, these mugs are both different in that they have the Disney treasure on them, and different in that they're huge.
And there's a logo on the back.
Oh yeah, it does have a Disney Cruise Line logo on the back. These are hefty. This seems like it's making the Mug Club an even better deal.
This thing is a workout. It's like, just hold it for a while, and you can work out whilst drinking. Another healthy tip from me to you. That's delicious. Like Alan said, it's got Pog in it, which is passion fruit, orange, and guava, which is the same fruits that make up the iconic Pog juice that they have around Disney World, like at the Polynesian. It reminds me a lot of the Isla Nublar IPA at Universal, which I love so much. So if you like a fruity light IPA, still tastes hefty like a beer, this is for you. Also, not gonna lie, I don't know how to drink this much of this beer. This is a lot of this beer.
My head. Look at that. It's huge. Cheers. Lightly hoppy, but still sippable beer. Citrusy a little bit on the back end, but it's all very light. This is like 5 degrees off an IPA. So if you're afraid of IPAs and think they might be too hoppy for you, start with this ale, because it's not going to be something that's going to blow you out of the water, but it is going to help ease you into that realm. Just like I'm going to continue to ease myself to sip on this absolutely massive quantity of beer. All right, yeah, our buffalo wings arrived. That's cool and all, but let's talk about this some more as Molly works out with it over here.
It is a workout.
It is a workout. So we went back to our footage from the Disney Wonder when we sailed into Alaska this year and looked at their menu, and on their menu it says the Mug Club is a 20-ounce mug. On the menu here it says it is 24 ounces. And after talking with the bartenders, in their professional opinion, they believe it's actually a scooch more. So when I say this is a great deal, if you are a beer drinker and plan on enjoying it throughout your cruise, I'd strongly consider it if you wanted to get one of these mugs. I mean, just look at it. Look at it.
It's a tankard.
Nice use of the word tankard. Well done.
It comes in pints. Ooh, I'm getting one.
More like a double pint there, Pip.
You've had a whole half already.
Sam, ever the pragmatist. Anyway, back to the buffalo wings. These came at the recommendation of our server. It's Maria, one of our age-old friends back from the Wish and then the Dream, and now here on the Treasure. She said that the wings here are excellent, so we're excited to give them a try with a side of ranch
and blue cheese, celery, and carrots. And we got 2 sauces. This is a set of 10 wings. One half is going to be the Hades hot, and the other half is going to be the standard buffalo.
Not gonna lie to you, I forget which one Maria said was the hot one, so we're just gonna eat it and find out. That's pretty hot. I'm gonna guess it's that one. Hold on. It's the hot one. I like this one better because I do like spice. I do like heat. This would be like a medium to a hot at like a normal wing restaurant. This one's actually got a little bit of sweetness to it, so it's curbing the heat. But both are excellent, and I love chicken wings, so I'm not mad. Giant mug of beer and I, plus Alan obviously, have made it to deck 11. We noticed on the Disney Cruise Line app that there's something tonight called Mickey's Color Spin Dance Party, which I'm sure Alan is the most excited for. He loves colors. It is a fun dance party featuring Mickey and the gang and Disney music. So we're gonna check it out.
In a word, incredible.
Phenomenal. It's not just the beer talking.
No, that show is awesome. I feel like this ship thus far has been like a millennial's dream.
Yeah, most of that music was like 90s and 2000s.
Yeah.
They spin the giant color wheel and then a character is chosen and then they perform a dance number. And when I say perform, I mean rent was due and Pluto had to pay.
I gotta tell you, they are, that choreo is incredible for every single performer up there, from Goofy to the multicolored dancers. Looking at you, Purple, absolutely crushed.
Plus, dreams came true when Goofy and Max did the perfect cast together to Powerline.
Did I cry?
A tear came out.
Yes, I
because
did.
it was just wonderful. That show tends to be, I looked it up, it tends to be on longer sailings. It's not just on the Treasure.
Correct.
But if you're on a longer sailing on the Disney cruise ship and you see Mickey's Color Spin Dance Party, do not miss it.
Yeah, don't skip that one.
I like genuinely, I kept looking at Alan going, I love this.
It was great.
It was awesome.
And now we're gonna go to dinner.
Yes. See.
Nice.
All right, we're about to go into Plaza de Coco, which is a Coco theater in the round live entertainment dinner. Super excited because this is the first night menu, first night show. Haven't had enough Mexican food yet today, so.
Yeah, definitely not.
Listen, I could survive on Mexican food.
This is true.
So,
Molly really could.
I'm not mad.
Now, as always, we are not going to be recording our live thoughts of this meal out of respect to our fellow guests, but you'll be hearing from future Molly and Alan now.
Aura.
Well done.
Thank you. Sometimes my high school Spanish comes back. Vámonos. Waiting in line to go into Coco, and I do want to know one thing about the rotational dining on the Disney Cruise Line. Obviously, this is a 7-night cruise, so there's not major theater shows every single night, but they have 2 seatings for dinner. They have an early seating and a second seating, and then when they do the major shows, they have an early show and a second show, so you can flip-flop. Typically, folks with younger kids go to the first seating and then the second show. We always prefer the second seating for dinner, but it's just preference that you can mark or have your travel agent mark when you book the trip.
Walking into Plaza de Coco, you find yourself in the heart of Santa Cecilia, and it takes over immediately as you see the advertising for the zapatos that are made with Miguel's family. The theming here, even as you walk in, is just stunning.
There are so many cool details to look at. Starting with the carpet, you're going to see the different flowers and offerings for the ofrenda. I love the painting of the Rivera family tree. You have the sign here remembering Hector Rivera. And it is Dia de los Muertos. You can even see signs for the talent show. But for sure, the most heart-wrenching, actually, it's a tie. There's two super gutting things as you walk in here. The first is this wall where you can see all of the different letters from between Hector and his Coco when he was on the road, and his missing guitar, which may be foreshadowing. The second is the ofrenda. Taking a look at the menu, first of all, I love that it's written out like the Rivera family tree, and throughout the menu you'll see little notes from the different familia members, like Abuelita's special recipe for the shrimp diablo, or this is Papa Julio's favorite. So that's just a cute little touch. I also love that the appetizer plates have lyrics from Coco music. Starting off the menu, you have things like chorizo street croquettes and a goat cheese yellow and red beet tower. You have ensaladas, including the cucumber and queso fresco salad, a few sopas, including chicken tortilla. Then you move into your platos principales, which are your main dishes. You've got butternut squash enchiladas, a pasilla brown sugar rub roasted pork tenderloin, and Luisa's pollo asado. Also have a couple lighter notes, as you often see on Disney Cruise Line, things like a mesquite spice salmon salad and some basic proteins. Lastly, we have dessert on the menu, which I love seeing dessert as part of the main menu ordering experience to make the meal go a little bit faster. And you have things like the Miguel's Remember Me ice cream sundae and a Mexican chocolate tart. There is also a beverage menu featuring some margaritas and tequila, surprising to no one, as well as some special wines, beers, and other cocktails you can't get elsewhere. And something not listed on the menu.
My favorite musician, my grandson, Miguel! Señoras y señores, buenas tardes, buenas noches, buenas tardes, buenas noches, señorita, señores. Qué alegría, for this music is my language and the world is mi familia.
For my entrada, my appetizer, I got Abuelita Elena's Shrimp Diabla. This is sautéed garlic shrimp with sliced fingerling potatoes, mild chili chipotle sauce, cilantro, pickled red onion, and toasted birotes. This was pretty good. I think the shrimp was cooked well. You could taste a little bit of the garlic flavor, and you did have that tomato chipotle base sauce. The only thing that I wish this had was a little bit more spice.
I kicked off the meal by digging into the tableside chips and salsa instead of bread and butter. These are pretty standard chips and salsa, not a lot of heat in the dip. I wish there was more, but the chips are hearty and taste fresh. For my appetizer, I went with the chorizo street croquettes. These are made with toasted corn, chili lime crema, cotija cheese, and cilantro. These were fantastic. They were super smoky, a little bit of nuttiness from the cotija cheese, not too heavy on the breading. You could taste the corn as well. These are honestly one of the best things I've had on board.
I then picked up the cucumber and queso fresco salad. This is made with pickled red onions, serrano chili, lime, cilantro, baby oak leaf, and Lola Rosso. This was incredible. You know that TikTok trend of you want to eat an entire cucumber? I wish I had an entire cucumber made like this. It was lightly pickled, a little acidic, some spice coming through on the back end with that serrano chili, and then the pickled red onions giving it that tang. This was incredible.
I just know a Disney rotational restaurant wedge salad hates to see me come in because I order it every time. This one was a baby romaine salad with cherry tomatoes, roasted corn, lime pepitas, cotija cheese, and a creamy cumin avocado dressing, and it was fantastic. All of the produce was fresh. I loved the burst of flavor from the tomatoes. I love cotija cheese, and the dressing, I wish I had a gallon of it.
And that secret Molly mentioned before, well, long ago on a media cruise of yesteryear, in a similar restaurant on a different mealtime, we heard tell of a tequila flight served on a guitar. So tonight, we asked for it once more and were graced with that tequila flight. It is the Doña Celia tequila. It is a agave set that comes with Blanco, Reposado, and Anejo tequila, served in delicately dressed porcelain dolls that you must behead in order to pour the tequila into beautiful ceramic glasses.
I tried the Blanco first, which is normally what I would get in a margarita, and this is very high quality tequila, but it's still, this one tastes like tequila to me, so I couldn't hold it together, but it was very smooth, and I feel like it would be good mixing. I'm just weak.
I tasted the Reposado, which is my preferred variety of tequila. It was ever so lightly aged, a little bit of an oaky flavor to it, and very smooth.
And then color me surprised when the Añejo was my favorite of the tequilas. It was so smooth, went down easily, and it had almost like a vanilla flavor to it, a little bit of sweetness. I could actually sip on this. And while this tequila flight was a little bit ridiculous, and trust me, we did not consume it all because it's about 6 shots worth of tequila. It was $65, high quality tequila made from a family brand, and you get to keep not only the glasses, not only the ladies, but also the guitar board. How could we not share with you the secret menu tequila flight?
We had to. We absolutely had to. For my platos principales, I got Luisa's pollo asado. This is Michoacan citrus spiced roasted chicken, cilantro rice, tostones, and a serrano tomatillo salsa. This chicken was fine. It was cooked well and very moist. It had a little bit of citrus flavor coming through it. The skin itself, I think, was the best part. The cilantro rice was cooked well. The tostones I actually enjoyed. I normally don't enjoy tostones, but these were nice and cooked quite well. And I think the serrano tomatillo salsa served to add a little bit of spice to the rest of the dish.
I went for something I've had my eye on for literal months. The moment Disney released the previews of the menus on the Treasure, I said I needed to eat this, and the croquettes. This was Enrique's port wine braised center cut beef short rib. It came with cheddar cheese, green onion, red skin mashed potatoes, long green beans, and crisp shallots. This is one of the best things I've had at a rotational meal on a Disney cruise ship. The short rib fell apart easily. It did have a little fat, but mostly it was flavorful with the delicious wine sauce. I loved the crisp shallots on top, adding a little bit of texture, and these mashed potatoes were fantastic. I would eat this again and again, and as the menu said, Papa Julio, if you did this one, you are in fact a great cook.
Un par de ojitos negros y el grito. Canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran cielito los corazones.
And for my dessert, I tried the warm coconut tres leches. This is 3 milk-soaked coconut cake, a caramel sauce, and dulce de leche ice cream. This was incredible. The ice cream was light and had that nice dulce de leche flavor, so a light milkiness with a little bit of caramel on top, some browning. Atop of the warm coconut-soaked cake, this melted in my mouth. I could not find words. It was delicious and rich, but somehow still light.
And I had the margarita lime cheesecake. It was made with a sea salt shortbread and topped with a raspberry agave margarita coulis. This was fine. I actually wish it had a little bit more lime flavor. It more tasted like a standard cheesecake with a little bit of zest of citrus. I definitely recommend the tres leches over this. But overall, Plaza de Coco's menu is fantastic, and I think one of the best you're going to find in the rotational restaurants on Disney Cruise across the board.
Señoras y señores, buenas tardes, buenas noches, buenas tardes, buenas noches, señoritas y señores. To be here with you tonight, es mi joy, qué alegría. For this music is my language, and the world es mi familia. For this music is the language, and the world is mi familia. For this music is the language, and the world is mi familia.
I have a guitar.
That restaurant is so fun and so emotional.
Both shows. I think this is the first time that I recall on a Disney Cruise Line ship. We've only been on 2 7-day cruises, and this is the first time that I've seen it being a true storyline.
Yeah.
The first meal, they're prepping for Dia de los Muertos, and the second night that we saw on the media cruise is the Dia de los Muertos.
I think I like this menu a little bit more, but I will confirm that when we go on the second night. And it's just so sweet, and I was crying because at one point, all I could think about is how Papa's voice was so beautiful, but for so many years, because the Rivera family didn't believe in music, no one was experiencing his gift of song, and I was like crying over it. It might have been the tequila, but it was beautiful.
You know, normally we do save nightcaps for after dinner and also to like experience the lounges, but hearing tale of a secret menu item led us to this. Not just this, it also has the glasses and the tequila that came with it. Very worth it.
Worth it. Also, the other reason I was crying, or one of the other reasons I was crying, the music's so beautiful. There were multiple families around us that knew all the words to all the songs, and not just the Coco songs, like the Mexican songs. And it just made me teary, and I was like, this is why stories like Coco are so important. And it just like, I start crying just thinking about it. It was so sweet.
Representation matters. Seeing the mariachi come through and play a lot of the very classic songs.
The little boy next to us was doing gritos along with Miguel. It was like too much for me.
It was absolutely wonderful. And I think this is in contention for perhaps one of the best dinner shows I've seen on a Disney cruise.
The only negative I have about Plaza de Coco is the same thing I said on the media cruise, and it's the same thing we've said about all the dinner shows. Your seat could greatly impact how much you enjoy it. We didn't have as good of seats as we did the last time, but we could still see everything pretty easily. Still lots and lots of fun. I don't think it took away from the show, but if you were further than us or had a pole blocking you or you were shorter than I am, maybe that could be the case.
I think there are seats and certain conditions that would take away from the experience of actually viewing the show. That said, if you are just there to experience the ambiance and the music itself, that won't be impacted. If you're looking to see the show, there are some seats where it could potentially do so.
And unfortunately, your seat is your seat. You can't do anything about it. But overall, phenomenal. And now we have something completely different.
All right, up next we are headed to see the Flyboys. Now, do either of us know what that is? No. But it sounds fun, and there's not a theater show tonight because it's one of the off-cycle nights, and it's an adults-only show. So we're going to go check it out and let you know how it is.
She'll push and pull you down, live la vida loca. Her lips are devil red, and her skin is the color of mocha.
We're back!
We know what the Flyboys are now.
We do.
They are a musical group.
Quartet.
Mostly from Britain, although their act says they're from New York, so...
It felt 50-50.
Where are you from, Flyboys?
Yeah, if that is your real name, it is. I don't know why I'm saying that.
They are basically a mashup group that mashes up contemporary hits with like 30s swing style music. It was very fun.
So if you enjoy swing style music, then I think that listening to them would be a really fun time. I, as a fan of swing music and also big band jazz, really enjoyed some of their numbers. I thought it was fun.
These acts come on board for the longer cruises to provide some smaller entertainment along the way. I don't know that this is a show I'd prioritize to see again, but I enjoyed myself.
Absolutely.
It was no Mickey's Color Spin Dance Party, though.
That's
Let me
true.
be very clear.
But if you have seen all the other lounges, then sure, carve out some time to see these types of acts.
We weren't allowed to film in there also.
No, we weren't allowed to film in there.
Sorry.
You're going to have to take our word for it.
But now it's bedtime, because tomorrow we have brunch.
Yes, we do.
And then we're exploring the Grand Canyon.
We are. So we will see you all tomorrow. For us, that's well over a dozen hours away. For you, it's right after this boop. Bye.
Boop.
Unboop. Good morning, everybody. It is now our fourth day aboard the Disney Treasure, and we are at Georgetown Grand Cayman. If you're wondering where Molly is, she is currently directly in front of me, rapidly putting on jewelry because we have to get to Palo in the next 2 minutes. And yes, this is a direct insight into how this always goes, but that's okay because we always end up making it on time. We're gonna go now. The aforementioned Molly getting ready.
I need my wedding ring.
That's important.
Got it.
Nice.
Aboard the Treasure, Palo is Palo Steakhouse, which is the same concept that was introduced on The Wish, and as the partner restaurant to Enchanté, this one features Cogsworth hidden throughout the restaurant. Now this is the same Palo as is on all the other Disney Cruise Line ships, but the steakhouse does add more selections for dinner time, primarily, you guessed it, steak. Palo is an adults-only restaurant, and reservations are highly recommended. As Gold members, the only time we could get for brunch or dinner at Palo was this time right here. Concierge and higher-level Castaway Club members get priority, and even though our travel agent booked as soon as she could, the only time we could secure was today. Note that Palo does have a dress code. It's not quite as fancy as Enchanté, but men not allowed to wear shorts, no sandals, no athletic wear, t-shirts, hats, swimsuits. I typically wear a dress. Alan typically wears slacks or nice jeans and a collared button-down shirt tucked in, so make sure you dress nicely, and yes, they will enforce it. A few details to look for in this beautiful ocean view restaurant that are inspired by our host Cogsworth. If you look at the ceiling, the light fixtures are supposed to remind you of gears. The backs of the chairs are supposed to be the hands of the clock. And there's also some beautiful Cogsworth artwork throughout the restaurant, and even his little face is hiding in the Palo sign.
For $50, you get an all-you-care-to-enjoy brunch here at Palo. And it starts at the antipasti section where you have a seafood plate, or you have a meat and cheese plate. From there you move into the egg section that has frittatas as well as poached eggs. Then you have waffles and pancakes, which, like the name would suggest, has waffles and pancakes. You also have From Our Pizza Stone Oven. With pizza, they're flatbreads like margarita or the spicy Italian sausage, some soups like the heirloom tomato and basil or the celery soup, and then you have their entrees, which is highlighted by the Parmesan crusted chicken breast.
Now, like at any good brunch, we are starting with bubbles, and your first glass is on the house. You can choose from Prosecco, mimosa, or a non-alcoholic peach beverage. We both went for a glass of Prosecco, but being a 3-drink girly, I also had some coffee and sparkling water. We started with the meat and cheese antipasti, which comes with sliced prosciutto, coppa, bresaola, and salami, as well as some olives and garlic, and 2 cheeses, a Parmesan Reggiano and a truffle hard cheese from Italy. This pairs beautifully with the Palo bread basket, which has the focaccia bread with gorgonzola and onion. This is my favorite. The sun-dried tomato and spinach roll, as well as ciabatta and Parmesan and sesame seed sticks. And it is served with Italian olive oil and delicious balsamic vinegar. This is always delicious and a perfect way to start off your meal. Delicious breads, cheeses, and meats. This is my heaven.
After those delicious meats and cheeses, we got a poached egg on a toasted buttered English muffin with spinach, asparagus, and Mornay sauce. This is a delightful combination. The asparagus is cooked very well over a toasted English muffin, and the Mornay sauce adds a little bit of nutty cheesiness, and the egg itself is poached perfectly. Look at that delightful runny egg.
Now, if you order one thing from Palo, a lot of people would say the chicken parm, which is not a bad answer, and they're definitely not wrong, but I would say the pizza. Palo pizza is phenomenal, and you can split one pizza between 2 different toppings. We went for the classic margarita pizza and the secret menu gorgonzola and grape pizza. The margarita side, always cooked to perfection with that crust. You've got mozzarella cheese, tomatoes, and basil. Simple, classic deliciousness.
And while grape and gorgonzola doesn't sound like a combination that will work, I promise you it does. The gorgonzola adds a little bit of that funkiness, and the grape gives you a subtle sweetness along with the gastrique that is over top of it, amplifying those flavors. This is a great sweet and salty and a little bit nutty pizza that I find delightful. It's perhaps my favorite iteration of the pizza on Palo's menu.
And now for that famous Parmesan crusted chicken breast. This is topped with a San Marzano tomato basil sauce and mozzarella cheese, and is served atop creamy arborio rice risotto. Once again, this is absolute perfection. It is simple, delicious flavors cooked masterfully. The chicken is tender, not even remotely dry, nice crispy exterior, tons of cheese. Of course, we added extra Parmesan, slight sweetness from that sauce, and the risotto is chef's kiss, amazing. And if you weren't full enough already, it's time for dessert. The dessert menu has things like the warm amaretto chocolate fondant and buttermilk panna cotta pot, as well as a warm apple cinnamon sticky bun from the bakery. But that's not all. There's also a full pastry selection you can choose from, and I cannot recommend the almond croissant enough. It is, oh my goodness, so delicious. Flaky, buttery, little crunch from the slivered almond, stuffed with a delicious almond filling, which is nutty. It's not overly sweet. It is absolutely just amazing. And as full as I was, and as much as I am not a sweets girly, I look forward to these at the end of every one of my Palo meals.
I was intrigued by the Nutella scone, and after I was able to pull it apart, not so delicately I might add, I was able to enjoy. And let me tell you, it was just ever so slightly sweet, and on the inside you got that chocolate nuttiness of the Nutella spread. This was very, very nice. I don't think I'd like it as much as the almond croissant, but still very tasty. And for our dessert, we got the limoncello torte. This is a citrus cake with cream cheese, lemon curd, and a citrus salad. This was a bright, light, and zesty cake that was soaked through with that limoncello flavor. It didn't have any of the alcoholic bite, but it did have a lot of that citrus zing. I thought this was a really great way to end our meal, very refreshing, without being overly sweet and cloying. Palo is delicious as always, from the service to all of the different dishes.
exquisite.
Second to none. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Exquisite. I always leave feeling like I am pregnant with a food baby named Palo.
That's true.
Because it is just, you can't stop eating it. That almond croissant at the end, I think about it. I dream about them. Yeah. It's so good. An absolute must, and it's no different on the Treasure.
Now we are in the Grand Cayman, like I mentioned before, but unfortunately the excursion that we wanted to go on was canceled due to low participation.
Yes, our wonderful travel agent booked us a distillery tour and beach break, but alas, we cannot go.
And we did go to guest services to see if there was another excursion that we could go on, but all the ones that we were interested in left earlier this morning.
We also asked them if we could move Palo to another day or potentially do Palo dinner instead, but it is so popular and this is a full cruise considering it's a brand new ship and there were literally no other Palo reservations any other time. So we did choose to do Palo as opposed to a snorkeling or stingray adventure, which is the ones I was looking at in Grand Cayman, just because the series is about the Treasure and it felt like we should show the best restaurant on the Treasure.
So, we have decided to stay on the ship and explore all these fun new areas on the Disney Treasure, as well as behind the scenes get a little bit of work done so these videos can get to you on time.
Grand Cayman is beautiful. We've been before on cruises with friends. The beaches are stunning. The snorkeling is amazing.
Yeah.
So I do recommend getting off, especially if you can book an excursion that features one of those things. But we don't actually have that much time left at Grand Cayman. You have to tender to get there, which isn't my personal favorite activity. It means riding a very small boat out that way. It's beautiful, but it's, wee.
Yes, we.
And yeah, like Alan said, we have some work to do, and now I can review a video now as opposed to at
Midnight.
like 1 a.m. So
Yeah.
let's do that. We're headed up to the Cove, which is the adult pool area, to relax, luxuriate, get a coffee, and hey, if you're gonna do work on a Disney cruise ship, I think that is the place to do it. But a couple of housekeeping notes I did want to mention. We did receive an offer today, since this is a longer cruise, from the laundry team. They gave us a laundry bag and a form that said you can have as much washed and folded for $25. We had this happen on the Alaska cruise too. It's just a nice offer for you're on a cruise for a long time. Maybe you need some laundry done. Pause to admire the beautiful Jungle Cruise concept art. It's maybe my favorite art in the hallways on this ship, but I just love the fact that both the Wish and the Treasure especially have so much art everywhere. Alan, what's your favorite art
Here?
on this ship?
That's so hard. Treasure Planet's up there. Tarzan's up there.
We saw that cool Raya one yesterday.
Raya's really cool. The entirety of the Haunted Mansion lounge parlor, rather.
Well, yeah, but I meant the hallway art.
Jungle Cruise is very high. I mean, it's tough. Anything that has the original concept art from Imagineers, like this, is really hard to beat.
Also the trauma wall. Second housekeeping note, found this interesting. We received a message last night through the Disney Cruise Line app that not all of the bars will be serving alcohol while you are docked in Grand Cayman due to local law. So just know if you're staying on board during Grand Cayman Day thinking, oh, this will be the perfect chance to go get cocktails at Haunted Mansion Parlor, it probably won't. Oh, how fun! They have a countdown to 2025 here on the screen underneath where they're playing Ralph Breaks the Internet. This is so fun. I can't wait for New Year's Eve tonight.
We find ourselves here at Cove Cafe. Big Cove Cafe is the adults-only coffee shop here in the adults section on the Disney Treasure, and it is themed to Moana in here with a ton of references to the film and her story, including more. I'm going to just assume this is a real plant. Hold, please. I mean, it smells like a real plant. In the wall. This would be another third feature we've seen like this. All right, so we're going to pull up a chair and try to get some work done.
The Cove Cafe has their specialty coffees, including coffees from around the world. Some of this you're going to see on the other coffee bar menus as well. They've got to-go things, different hot beverages. You can choose however you'd like your latte or your different coffees to be prepared. They've got tons of different flavors. And then they also have some of the cold brew cocktails. I had one of these on the preview cruise down at Hey Hey, the brew fashioned, which was delicious. And then they also have wines by the glass. Not right now because of the Grand Cayman law, but this is a lovely, very secluded, serene place to come have a coffee or a cocktail. Working on our second coffees, and I think this may be my favorite one I've ever gotten on a Disney ship, and it's not even the one with the Disney character printed on it. The crew member, he's from Indonesia, he hand drew a phoenix on it because it represents starting anew and rising from the ashes, so he said that he drew this for it to be New Year's Eve. And I'm like, and I'm gonna cry. It's so beautiful, and it was so sweet. And I watched him. It took him like 5 minutes to draw it, and such talent.
All right, well, after spending our afternoon working, and well, some of us still are, We are headed to Periscope Pub to grab a couple of light bites. Now, this evening we are going to forego our scheduled dining at 1923. There is a special New Year's menu, but we want to experience some of the entertainment and maybe grab a couple of the specialty beverages around the ship. Our beverages and first round of food has arrived. I once again picked up the Tangled Tentacle Ale, and Molly has decided to explore something new with a Los Bravos. And because we didn't get enough of them yesterday, picked up another round of 10 wings, although this time we have foregone the standard buffalo for a full round of 10 Hades hot. Yeah, you might say we're a glutton for punishment, or these sit on the medium on our scale.
We also picked up John Aston's Jolly Good Burger. This is a handcrafted brisket burger with tomato, shredded iceberg lettuce, pickles, and American cheese on a toasted sesame seed potato bun, served with a side of crisp French fries and Kewpie ketchup. And on the side here, we have a whole selection of condiments. You've got mayonnaise, the chef's classic ketchup, and some Dijon mustard as well. Okay. That is a juicy burger. Oh my gosh. Vegetables are fresh, love the cheese. And the secret sauce. It's kind of like got a little tang to it. Very nice. So you want about the burger? The fries. Bomb.com. You hear that crisp? Seasoned? All right, well now it is time to head and enjoy a delightful evening as we ring in the new year.
We did get little gifties from our stateroom host of little Happy New Year beads, and apparently there's going to be fireworks and all kinds of fun, but we do have a few stops before we get there.
Yeah. We are kicking off our New Year's celebration by grabbing a nice beverage and enjoying some live entertainment, and there's no better spot to do that than here at the Skipper Society.
We will certainly come back to Skipper Society on another day to try some of the themed beverages, gotta get a waffle, and point out some of the fun Easter eggs and details. But for now, we're having classic cocktails. It feels like a classy evening being New Year's Eve. I am having a vodka martini straight up with a twist, and Alan's having an old-fashioned. And the reason Skipper Society was the perfect place to kick off our evening is tonight we are having a little adventure. Think SEA, the Society of Explorers and Adventurers. Think Indiana Jones. Think Jungle Cruise. There are some really fun experiences exclusive to the Disney Treasure featuring Sage and Coriander, the hosts, and it starts with the Sarabi Supper Club. Sarabi is the multi-use lounge area. That is where you'll play bingo and a lot of the other games. Obviously Lion King themed, meaning it is superior. And tonight's agenda starts with the Sarabi Supper Club, which has themed drinks and mingling, and then it goes into Choose Wisely, which is an interactive Indiana Jones themed adventure game. They do both of these a couple different nights on the cruise. They are both 18 and older. And from one of our friends who did this on his preview cruise, he said it was spectacular. So we're very excited to check it out. So the Sarabi Supper Club is basically just a big pregame for the Choose Wisely, but there are some specialty unlisted cocktails themed to Indiana Jones and general adventure. One is a tropical fruity drink served in a cool monkey head, but it sounded too sweet for us, so we didn't get that one. What we did get were the other two. Mine is called the Bad Date, and our server described it as a passion fruit margarita.
And mine is called the Dune Teeny, which was described as a very dirty gin martini, so right up my alley. Also served on the side is a mysterious antidote. Now, I have to be honest, the antidote was not given in the description, but I was told that I should not mix the two, and I need to drink the Duntini first and then drink the antidote.
That's typically what happens with poison.
Yeah, that's not terrifying at all.
That's pretty good. You can definitely taste the tequila. It's not too sweet. I asked him to go light on the sweet.
The Duntini is, as advertised, a dirty martini. You can really taste that olive juice coming through, and if you don't enjoy dirty martinis, this is not for you, especially with the taste of gin on the back end with those botanicals. The antidote itself is a licorice soda, and boy, that is just black licorice all the way. So again, if you are not a fan of black licorice, this is not going to be up your alley whatsoever. But for me, I was able to choke it down because I didn't want to die to poison.
You have a great attitude working on it for days. Years.
Honey, I don't know you. Don't trust us.
Because you ain't got no children.
No, you don't. You're right. What is it? What's your act?
We thought you'd never ask. We would like to take you through all 5 adventures of the greatest archaeologists
my gosh, I'm obsessed with Indiana Jones. That fedora, that mischievous smirk, that... Dr. Jones, book this thing. Look, we worked on this. Dr. Jones, book this thing.
Give me the antidote.
Too much to drink, Dr. Jones.
Now he's sucking for the antidote.
Get the antidote.
You didn't say punch him in the face. You said sock. This is this. You're so violent with me.
Suck him!
Yeah, sock him!
Intelligence!
Sock him!
There are kids standing in the back!
You're not
Don't
allowed.
suck him! Go away! Alright, here we go!
You're running out of time,
We know!
You're running out of time, Dr. Jones.
Oh, yeah? Well, at least my shoes aren't untied.
I knew I should have got them. Hey, wait!
Major look.
In old days,
You need to take the right tongue. You gotta take the right tongue.
choose wisely! I didn't ask you yet!
Well, they tried.
Right, I'm Dr. Elsa Schneider, evil archaeologist and villainess who knows you and your father intimately. That's not what you said last night. All right, folks. Should he drink out of the 64-ounce Goofy thirst quencher or the simple and humble cup?
Goofy!
That's the correct choice. It's this. Oh, it's more beautiful than I ever could have imagined. Eternal life.
I'm melting. I'm melting. He chose poorly.
Choose Wisely was absolutely hilarious. It is a show all about Indiana Jones throughout all of the films that are throughout that franchise. So it certainly does help if you have seen those movies. But now,
Let me just be the first to say that Coriander, I see you and I feel you when it comes to the whip.
that is that is something that happened.
Young Harrison Ford and current Harrison Ford can get it.
I'm not going to argue that. That's true. All right, and now we are at the deck party as we ring in 2025.
Goofy, Donald, and Daisy are here to help us count down, and I gotta say, I love seeing them in their fanciest looks, but it is a little unsettling to see Donald and Goofy without a hat, as they normally have on, but I do like that even in a tux, Donald doesn't have on pants. And obviously, Daisy looks fabulous as always. The crew members have passed out these cute 2025 New Year's cups, complimentary. The adults can have sparkling wine. The kids can have something with a straw. I assume it's like Sprite. Hats off to the crew members making this happen.
everybody. Well, that brings us to the end of not only this video, but 2024, and to the start of 2025, a new year.
I have spent New Year's Eve in multiple Disney parks, whether for work or just for fun, but I've never spent it on a cruise, and that was
same.
so magical.
It was. I think, as magical as it was for every guest on board the ship, I just want to take a moment to give a massive shout out to all the crew who are here aboard the ship, away from their families, but with their new, I would hope, found family amongst their peers. A huge thank you to you for making this experience special for every guest on board. We see you and we appreciate you.
We ran into several crew members that we have had the pleasure of meeting throughout our cruises, and they all wish us a Happy New Year, and they were with their fellow employees, and it's just very, very special. So as a wonderful reminder, no matter where you are, be kind to crew and cast and team members because they are away from their families to make magic for yours. But that was just so special. I've seen fireworks at sea many, many times at this point, usually part of Pirate Night, but to experience New Year's and hear that wonderful song that I am obsessed with by Jordan Sparks, the theme of the treasure, I immediately started crying because I am very, very grateful that this is how I ended 2024 and kicked off 2025.
And we are also so thankful to all of you who make this all possible. So thank you so much for following along, supporting us on this journey, and for coming along with us.
Now you gotta look at our towel animal.
Oh yeah, you do.
So cute.
Bye now.
I don't want to assume things, but I feel like it's a mammoth.
Okay.
It's probably an elephant, but I'm going to interpret it as a mammoth. And we have New Year's chocolates and a little card, and I feel like a giftie. We have a note that says, "We're excited that you could join us for this special holiday sailing aboard the Disney Treasure. May this commemorative lithograph created especially for this voyage and capturing the spirit of our onboard celebration add to the many magical memories of your Disney Cruise Line vacation for years to come." Aww, Dumbo and Timothy Q. Mouse. We're still sailing aboard the Disney Treasure.
Ma'am, fam, and welcome back. It is our 5th day aboard Disney's newest cruise ship, and we are at port at Falmouth, Jamaica.
This is an absolutely stunning port. I was just blown away by how beautiful the view is now that we're back on board. But our morning actually started much, much earlier. Now, we couldn't bring the camera, so we used our phones, but you're gonna see why right now. Morning, ma'am, fam. It's some ungodly hour. 8:10 for the record.
Ungodly.
I don't get up this early. I don't know why it didn't dawn on either of us until yesterday that January 1st is the day after New Year's Eve, and it's our earliest excursion. But I think it'll be worth it. Today's excursion is called Horseback Riding and Beach Break, and it was $108 per person. This was booked by our travel agent through Disney, which always makes me feel good because even though it's owned and operated by a third party, Disney has vetted it to ensure the top quality of the company and experience. One thing to note is that there is an age and weight limit, and they will make you stand on a scale to verify the weight limit as for the comfort of the horses. Alan?
Yes, Molly.
Have you ever ridden a horse?
Once. Very long time ago.
I thought you had done this more than one time.
I don't really have like a single.
Well, are you excited to ride a horse?
Yeah. Hey, Molly, same question.
Young and
You ridden a horse?
Have I ridden a horse? I have ridden hundreds of horses. I had 2 horses.
Hundreds of horses.
Hundreds, probably. Seriously. I rode horses and showed horses competitively for over a decade.
So we're very different.
So it has been one of my New Year's resolutions for many years to ride horses again, and I fail every time. So we are starting 2025 well. Also, we're in Falmouth, Jamaica today. But Falmouth, Jamaica? Falmouth? Is that how you'd say it?
That's how I'd say it.
Falmouth. I said it like, watch your foul mouth. It's probably not pronounced like that. And I'm very excited to do this because I did an excursion similar to this in Mexico when I was a youth. And if I read the description right, we're gonna take a little ride, like in a vehicle. Then we're gonna get on horses, we're gonna ride on the beach, and then we could even go on the horses in the water. Very, very excited. time to get on the horses. Look at these little horses, they look so happy. Also, we're gonna get wet, so we got these cool water shoes.
Oh yeah, can't wait to be on a horse in the ocean.
Yeah, definitely won't get blisters from these sweet bad boys. We're ready. There's the horses. I haven't been on a horse in like 10, 5, 7. It's been a long
It's like
time.
riding a bike.
I'm not worried. I'm excited.
For me, it's been far longer. I have far less experience. You got this.
Yeah, I'm not nervous. I'm excited. Currently, we're waiting to get picked for our horses. It feels like a dog show. Like they just keep pointing and being like, "You here." They're obviously aligning like size of person and size of horse. Missy? Hi, Missy.
I don't see nobody go there yet.
Sarge.
That sergeant right there, you know?
Hi, Sarge.
Are you happy?
I'm so happy. This is Missy.
That's Missy, and this is Sarge.
Yep.
And there she is, riding ahead. Look at her go. She asked if she could go faster, and they said yes.
Hello. Like that? Is that a good spot?
Come on, I guess you're better in this.
There it is, yeah.
Come over here.
This is Shorty.
It is Shorty. She's in,
He's not short though.
no, not short.
He's my jet ski. I normally hate getting wet, but I will do it with horses.
You'll make an exception.
I will make an exception with a horse. Riding horses, saw a dog. The shark swims up here. It'll be certifiably the best day ever. Also, my horse in the water is named Shorty, and the guide, Mike, has been awesome because he said he knew he could tell I rode horses, so he's let me go a little faster. And he said, "Give me the reins," when we went in the water. And he was on Missy, that's Missy. And I was on a horse named Shorty, and he just took the reins, so I was just holding on just to the mane. And Missy and Shorty, we went on a journey together, and it was awesome. Just waiting on Alan's horse to get called. Also, we didn't have to wear helmets in the water, because obviously if you fall off, you're in the water. So it was fun, because they made the horses go a little bit faster for everyone, which I think some people liked more than others. But if you fall off, you just land in the water. And I have to say, I am glad I got these super stylish shoes. They're very hard to hold on to a horse, especially when I was going faster. It was not super the best, but I'm glad I don't have wet feet right now, or wet socks. Alan got Sarge. He's back on Sarge. Hi, Sarge. Missy's just chilling. Hey. Sarge.
And there's Sarge still doing his thing.
This is so beautiful with the mountains. It's so beautiful. That was so fun.
Did you have a good time?
I had the best time.
Fantastic.
Shout out to Mike,
Yes.
our guide, who,
Mike, who let Molly ride his favorite horse.
yeah, his girl Missy, and he let me go fast.
He did. He did.
Obviously, I had fun. Alan, did you have fun?
I had a blast. Listen, Sarge and I, we have an understanding. We're very similar.
Yeah. Would you recommend this even if you didn't like horses, or like Obviously, I'm gonna vote Team Horses.
Yeah, I think even if you don't know how to ride, this is enough of an approachable experience with knowledgeable guides and you'll feel comfortable after a while.
And it's beautiful.
Yes.
It's beautiful around here.
That's true.
Now that we're back, we got our things out of our locker, which was $10 to rent. And there's a little snack bar if you want to get soda, Gatorade, Red Stripe, cocktails, as well as Jamaican beef patties. So we got Red Stripes because it feels right, Gatorades, and a beef patty. But I do like that they've got some Jamaican sodas here as well. And then there is merchandise you can check out, as well as they did have one of their guides had a professional camera and he took some pictures if you'd like to purchase those. It's like beef, some veggies,
And then,
spice.
people who season their food is nice.
Oh god, it's not super hot, it's just super flavorful. Tiny little kick. Flaky. Wow. Jamaica is on my travel list to do a longer experience. And Red Stripe just tastes like beer.
Oh, that's it? Yeah,
That's my grandpa says. The more I eat, the more a little spice I get. Doing a little shopping because needed to pick up some jerk seasoning to bring home to cook with. And by, of course, cook with, I do not mean me, I mean Alan. So we got this set. We got one for my mom too, who's watching Kronk right now. And it's got the all-purpose seasoning, the dry rub jerk, the Jamaican chicken, and the dry jerk. And then we also bought the last one, but it was a hot sauce set that had jerk sauce, Scotch bonnet, and a honey mustard hot sauce. And then also this pure product of Jamaica vanilla. We bought that as well, one for my mom and one for us. And I'm very excited because I love jerk chicken. We're gonna try and go find some now. Now we are headed to a restaurant recommended by our wonderful tour guide today. Her name was Donette. The company's called Chukka, Chukka, I believe. We booked it through Disney, but like all the excursions, it's an independent company, and they were truly wonderful. The horse guides were awesome. She was awesome. The whole ride up to the horse ranch, it was about 45 minutes. She was telling fun facts and history about Jamaica.
It was just such a nice person to learn from, very fun and funny, and then I don't have enough good things to say.
So if you're booking an excursion, look for that company. We, again, booked it through Disney.
Also, make sure to bring cash with you to tip your guides. Please, please, please. They are all incredible and work very hard to make sure you have the best time possible. So, have some cash on hand to tip them.
And now, jerk chicken.
Yes. Okay, our food has arrived. We have gotten the jerk fried chicken platter that comes with a salad and a side of rice and peas. I'm so excited. Look at that just flake off here. We also got a side of plantains that look to have been fried. Oh, I'm so excited.
Está bien, papi, ya me voy a desconectar ya, que vamos a pasear un rato. Mira.
Moist, smoky, a little spice. Nothing's gonna like blow your brakes off. That's fine.
This is so delicious. Oh my gosh, the chicken is like falling off the bone. We've got a bunch of different sauces over here. We're gonna have to find this one in a store. Very good.
Pretty good?
It says very hot, and it definitely has heat, but it has flavor to it. Delicious. Also jumping into these plantains. Plantains are bananas' friends, but I don't really think they taste like bananas, even though plantains, the fruit, kind of look like a banana, and texturally it's kind of like a banana, but it doesn't have that aggressive banana-specific flavor, which is a terrible review. They're slightly sweet, a little bit crispy on the outside, a little bit caramelized on the outside. They're really, really good. And I don't always like fried plantains, but unsurprisingly, these taste fresh and fantastic. That was so delicious. And I gotta say, this as a whole has been a lovely day. And I think Falmouth is my favorite port, in the sense of like the actual port structure here is adorable. I just think this is like the best port vibe. The people are all so kind. There's all these like craft markets and food stands with coffee and handheld food, but also snacks. They did have that sit-down restaurant. The stores are fun. Like, even if you don't do an excursion, which I would recommend, hop off here and explore, because this is enjoyable. That hot sauce we put on our food at lunch was so good. It was this one. It was like sweet and spicy. It was amazing. So we had to come find it in another store. So we got a little of that. And then the very nice gentleman was like, do you want to try some Jamaican coffee? It's the best coffee in the world. And I said yes, so now we're buying coffee too. Anyway, now we have more hot sauce and coffee because the guy's like, do you want to try coffee? And I'm like, no, it's okay. Just trying to be, you know, don't want to put him out. And he's like, do you not drink coffee? And I was like,
What a loaded question that is.
Boy, do I. So now we have coffee, but I want to come to Jamaica for a week and just come to Jamaica. This has been awesome.
Eat the food, see the sights, experience the culture. Yes.
Yeah. Also, we should say that the company we did the excursion with, Chukka, they also do ATVs. They have a Bob Marley tour, hiking, all kinds of stuff. So even if you're not a horse girly, they were fantastic. Now we're headed back to the ship. Nice little touch on the treasure getting back on the ship. They do this on the other ships too. But they had spa water of different varieties and cool towels.
That was an
horses.
incredible time, and I just want to once more shout out Chukka and our guide Donette. It was an incredible experience.
I'm not horsing around. I love Falmouth. I think this is my favorite Caribbean port I've been to. With the
vibes are incredible.
Yeah, with the exception probably of Disney's islands. Yeah. This is wonderful. I said it before, but the people were also amazing. It's absolutely beautiful. The food was incredible. The vibe here at just the port is high. So I want more cruises to stop here, and I will look for Jamaica on more itineraries.
Absolutely. But while we are still in our swim and leisure wear, we're going to stop by the rainforest room for a little bit.
Obviously.
And then kick off our afternoon plans.
They're going to be awesome.
All right. Well, yeah, they are.
I bet you can't wait to see what we're wearing.
All right, well, we had a snack at Dom's Cantina, enjoyed some of the whistles as we departed. And now it's time for Pirate Night.
Unfortunately, Alan, I don't think I'm ready for Pirate Night. I don't look like I'm ready for Pirate Night.
Oh, I guess that's right.
We should do something about that. Pirate Night is a tried and true Disney Cruise Line tradition where on most sailings, one night is designated Pirate Night and they play pirate-themed music throughout the ship. On many sailings, there's a special pirate-themed menu. Not ours, because we had a special New Year's Eve menu, so we'll have the normal dinner tonight. Plus, this is when they have the pirate deck party and do fireworks. Now, we don't always get super into Pirate Night, but a lot of guests do. A lot of guests dress up, full costumes, and fully commit to the Pirate Night bit. But on a sailing last year now, 2024, I learned something very important, and that's that only on Pirate Night can adults visit the Bippity Boppity Boutique. Normally reserved for children, I believe 12 and under, to turn into princesses and other royal characters. But for Pirate Night, adults can go, and we're on our way to the Bippity Boppity Boutique so that I can become a pretty pirate princess.
Me too.
Decide your new name. Now we are gonna have a little procedure on how to shake the dice.
Yeah.
We're gonna shake it super low to the sky.
Low to the sky.
And high to the sea.
And high to the sea.
Oh.
On your right, the other right, and all around the world. And now the most important part.
Okay.
We're gonna shake our pirate booty. Shake your pirate booty.
Shakes off those passes.
There you go. And now drop your dice right here, ready to catch. So now, what number do we got?
1
And
4.
I don't really do math, so what do you see here? 1 and a 4.
14.
Correct.
Well, 14 will make you Amelia Holbiter.
Amelia
Holbiter.
Holbiter.
That sounds like me.
I'm so very ready.
Awesome. So, low to the sky, high to the sea, right, other right, all around the world. And shake your pirate booty.
With great pleasure.
There you go.
55 both ways.
Well, I haven't quite tell you the rules.
Oh no. Oh dear.
No double, no seven, no snake eyes. Or you're gonna walk the plank.
See, that's not great. I don't love that.
No?
I don't love that.
I'll give you another
It's
chance.
confusing to have two of the same.
I agree.
Yeah, I know. Ooh.
Whoa.
14 or 41?
I think you two do belong in the same crew.
I would agree.
It depends on what he chooses.
I'll go upside. I'll go upside down. I'll say
Okay.
41.
41, so not the same crew. Well, 41 will make you Mark Backscratcher.
Mark.
There you go.
You're gonna.
Like a bandit.
84 and 3.
Oh yes.
There you go.
Oh, the boutique, which is normally beautiful and princessy, has been transformed into the Pirates League. First of all, I'm obsessed with the fact that they've got these decorations, banners, using Mark Davis, my favorite original Imagineers, concept art for Pirates of the Caribbean, which you may know is my favorite ride in Disney history. And then you have a bunch of outfits here. There are 3 different packages you can choose from, and the most expensive package does come with a full costume, but they only go to kids like 13. So she said it was up to us if we wanted to try and fit into them. I don't think that's a good idea, but there is the middle grade package, which comes with a vest. It's reversible, as well as a sash and some other accessories. And then there is a package that just comes with accessories. Alan and I both picked the middle grade package. Avast, mateys, we be ready to plunder.
This do be looking better.
I do be looking like a pirate. Hello. We
Hi.
got piratized.
We did. This is Lawrence.
This is Davis, named
Yeah.
after Mark Davis.
This is Lawrence because he looks like a Lawrence.
I could see that. Yeah. That was fun.
That was great.
It didn't take very long.
No.
They make it a spectacle. You get a new pirate name. We got a sword.
I got a cut.
I have black eyes and a beard. This is the second time I've worn a beard recently.
Yeah, but this is a new year.
This is a new year.
The count starts over.
Wow. And now we're gonna go to the most piratey themed place to get a pre-dinner beverage. Arr!
Avast. You know, we're headed to Skipper Society, but now that I stop and think about it, Hoax Barbary is literally named for a pirate.
Also, Periscope Pub is on the sea.
It's underwater.
There's a lot of pirate-themed places to be, but we, mateys, will be drinking with the skippers.
That's right, we are headed to Skipper Society, which is themed after the world-famous Jungle Cruise. And this on the EMS Empress, because, you know, every single boat in the Jungle Cruise has a name, and this is the EMS Empress. Fun fact, the EMS Empress is named after the Ems, which is the river that this ship, the Disney Treasure, was built on. Now, that's not the only Easter egg hidden throughout Skipper Society. There are very many. If you want to hear about more of those, check out our first video on the Disney Treasure, our media cruise. We were able to scour through some of the details, but here are some of our favorites.
Throughout the 2 parrot-themed booths, you're going to see a lot of telegrams between different folks from SEA, which is the Fictional Society of Explorers and Adventurers, that features all kinds of Disney lore and attractions around the world. But my favorite of those telegraphs is to Dr. Alberta Falls, who's inherited the Jungle Navigation Company from her father, Dr. Albert Falls, from which also the famous Schweitzer Falls is named after. And there is a telegraph to her thanking her for her expedition and saying that he's somewhat of a showman himself and he might take some of her ideas and bring them back to his business. And it's signed W.D., which made me cry a little bit because that's Walt Disney.
Now, in this one single corner of Skipper Society, there is an old-timey radio, and if you sit in one chair directly in front of that radio, you will be able to hear the music from the Jungle Cruise cues. And this is the only spot within this entire little lounge area where you can hear that.
The sign behind the bar is very funny and full of Skipper-style humor, but the bar itself is designed to look like the canopy on the famous Jungle Cruise boats. And a detail I didn't notice until last night is that the light fixtures look like little jungle skipper hats.
And in the booth on the other side of Skipper Society, there are 2 oars with the numbers 55 and 71 at the end of those. Those are reference to the years that Disneyland and Walt Disney World theme parks opened. Disneyland being 1955, and Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida opened in 1971.
I also love the background here on the stage where the band will play, because if you look closely and you're familiar with Jungle Cruise the ride, you're going to see characters or animals from the ride. You've got the gorillas that invade the camp. They always make them in-laws joke. You've got the hippos. Quick, nobody look like a marble. You've got the boa constrictor in the tree. They might develop a crush on you. You've got the tiger from the cave, and then you've got the elephant from the bathing pool, but feel free to take pictures. They all have their trunks on. And lastly, this custom art outside Skipper Society is really cool. You can purchase this at the Art of Disney kiosk near the main merchandise shop, but if you take a look closely at it, you can see the route that the skippers will be taking, and it features nods to other places on the Disney Treasure. So here we are on the Ems River with the Ems Empress, but you've got Plum Blossom Point, which is Mulan themed for the Jade Cricket Lounge. You've got the Scat Cat Lounge right here. You've got Hey Hey Bay as a nod to the Moana show, as well as the Hey Hey Coffee Shop. You've got literally the Haunted Mansion, and everything on here is a nod to the ship, which I think is really fun. Truly, in my former life, I was destined to be a skipper.
The menu at Skipper Society is highlighted by a variety of specialty cocktails, all of which are tropical and fruity. You've got the Hippopotami Thai, the Safari So Good, and the Skipper's Sipper, to name a few. You'll notice some fun Jungle Cruise skipper-like puns slipped in there. I also have a Jungle Navigation Company ale on tap, which is an ale made specifically for the Skipper Society. You can find a selection of wines as well, and also they have a section of the menu called Sweets and Treats, where you can find a waffle, a salted caramel teeny, and the old-fashioned breakfast, which is an old-fashioned served with a waffle.
Now, I thought that sounded waffly good, so while being serenaded by the Doublooners, one of the wonderful live music acts on board, I ordered the old-fashioned breakfast. This is an old-fashioned made with Old Forester Statement and barrel-aged maple, orange bitters, bourbon sugar, and is served with peppered bacon and a waffle. I asked if I could swap the original classic waffle for the apple cinnamon waffle, and boy am I glad I did. These waffles are excellent to begin with, very good consistency, but the apple cinnamon added a little bit something unique, special, not too sweet, very delicious. Would recommend that one over the original. The cocktail itself is a pretty good old-fashioned. It's a little on the sweeter side for my personal preference because of that maple, but it does remind you of breakfast, and it's smoked and overall a fun drink. Would be a good old-fashioned to start with, methinks mateys. If you're not sure you like an old-fashioned, perhaps you start plundering this one.
Yeah, if you want to plunder your drink, that's the good one to plunder. I plundered the Jungle Navigation Company Ale, which is described as a mild herbal spice hop aroma and malty flavor profile featuring notes of caramel, toffee, and nuts. And you know what, folks? That is spot on the money. It had a very light spice. It didn't taste super hoppy. It was an easy drinking beer that tasted like beer plus some nice mulled spices.
Overall, I really enjoy Skipper Society. I love the theme and nods to the classic attraction. Plus, they have fun live music and trivia and other activities there, so definitely a spot worth checking out on the Tresh.
Our rotational dining for this evening is Worlds of Marvel. This is the second night dinner show. The first one we opted to skip because we had, well, enchanté. But it is the same show that happens on the Disney Wish, and it is Avengers Quantum Encounter, starring Ant-Man, the Wasp, Spider-Man, Captain America, and Miss Marvel. Tonight's dinner show is called Marvel's Celebration of Heroes, Groot Remix, and it, as the name would suggest, features Groot and Rocket. We got to see this on our media preview sailing, but I am excited to come back to Worlds of Marvel and experience it again, because you know what? The groovy tunes of Guardians of the Galaxy are something worth listening to.
As always, mateys, we will not be filming our reviews live. Yes, we be forced to walk the plank because we be annoying other dinner guests. But we will save all of our information in our noggins and in our phones so we can review the food in the future. Avast!
What's a phone?
It's this device right here. It's treasure.
Oh.
It's a magical treasure. It's like a compass and a spyglass.
Oh, that is treasure.
And like a...
Always keeps going.
Like a map. All in one, matey.
Wow.
You gotta get one. The menu fit for a hero starts with the appetizers such as the heirloom tomato caprese and the ahi tuna poke. There's a couple of salads like the dill lemon marinated shrimp salad, soups from the kettle such as a lobster bisque, And then we'll move into the entrees with things like the Dijon herb-crusted rack of lamb and the beef Wellington, which Alan had our first time here, and it was actually quite tasty. You've also got some lighter notes and then desserts, such as the celebration cake or the Marvel sundae.
The bread service was 6-grain country bread with caramelized onion dipping sauce. And I have to tell you, the bread was fine. What really shines here is the caramelized onion dipping sauce. It's a little bit creamy. It has that nice depth of onion flavor. I enjoyed it.
Well, what's all this about?
Hello, Rocket. We're in the middle of a celebration dinner here in our ship.
Ah, you call that a ship? And what are you celebrating?
We are celebrating the heroes who keep us all safe.
Well,
He prefers to be called Star-Lord.
I prefer to call him something I can't say in front of group.
Do you remember the one picture like this, which is truck?
This is not the music the algorithm chose.
For my appetizer, I got the porcini sacchetti pasta, which is porcini mushrooms, Swiss and Fontina cheese, garlic, and a thyme prosecco wine sauce. Honestly, I got these because I felt like they might be similar to my beloved Percet pasta at Animator's Palette on the other Disney ships. These were very mushroomy, which I love, but not everyone enjoys them, so just know you have to like mushrooms to have this dish. The sauce was a basic but tasty cream sauce, and honestly, I wish there was more sauce on the plate. These are easily the best thing I've ever had at either iteration of Worlds of Marvel, but I do still like the classic Percets better. Alan says he likes these more though. Davis said squawk.
For my appetizer, once more, I got the Malaysian chicken satay because it was so good on the media cruise. I wanted to have it again just to see if it was still as good. This is made with keycap manis, coconut rice, cucumber, and a roasted peanut dipping sauce. You know what? Some things are good every time, and this is one of those. It had a nice peanut flavor. The chicken itself was cooked well, a little smoky, moist, and not overcooked. I think the peanut sauce was awesome, and I do really love the vinegar cucumbers because they add a little bit of extra acidity to the dish.
I once again got the iceberg wedge salad, which is topped with feta cheese, Kalamata olives, cucumbers, red and yellow grape tomatoes, and a yogurt mint lemon dressing. This is a good wedge salad. I love the briny punch from the olives and those big chunks of creamy feta. Basically, it's like a wedge salad met a Greek salad, and I'm a fan. Let's go, Groot! You got this, Groot! Let's go, Groot! You got this, Groot! Let's go, Groot! You got so Groot!
Let's go, Groot! You got this, Groot! Let's go, Groot!
Let's go, Groot! Let's go, Groot! Yeah!
For my entree, I got something from the lighter note section, the crisp chili chicken salad. This is made with pineapple, cucumber, soybeans, green onions, green and red bell peppers, toasted sesame seeds, daikon, iceberg, endive, and a ponzu dressing. I have to tell you, I was incredibly pleasantly surprised with this dish. The chicken was breaded, but it was still really light. It had a great orange and citrus flavor on the exterior. Not a lot of heat coming from the chili, just enough to let you know it's there, a little bit of spice. The salad below is a little bit wilted, but it still had all that great fresh bell pepper and then some pineapple to add a little bit more light freshness. I really enjoyed this, and I would 100% order this again.
That's what you did all this for me.
It was a double pasta kind of night for me because for my entree I picked the linguine nero. This was topped with garlic shrimp, Malabar spinach, roasted grape tomatoes, and Parmesan Reggiano, which was brought to me by Parmesan Bay, aka John, our wonderful assistant server. This was decidedly fine. The shrimp was cooked well, it had a mild tomato sauce. I think it was also a little undersauced, and I wish that they had been a little bit heavier on olive oil and some of those Italian spices. Felt underseasoned to me. Overall, this was basic if you want a pasta dish, but not my favorite. Next time I come back to Worlds of Marvel for this show, I would be ordering the beef Wellington Alan had on the preview cruise.
For my dessert, I picked up the double blueberry cheesecake. This is blueberry cheesecake with a lemon short crust and a blueberry glaze over top. I've got to be honest, this didn't really hit for me. It tasted like blueberry yogurt. That's actually not right. It tasted like blueberry Go-Gurt. You know, that yogurt that's in a tube from when you were a kid? Yeah, that's what it tasted like on the inside. The outside blueberry glaze was very jammy and added some texture to it. It wasn't good texture, but it did add texture to it. And the lemon shortbread underneath was also fine and added some nice citrus elements to it. I would not get this again.
But there is hope on the dessert menu, and it is called the Orchard Peach Tart. This is an almond peach tart topped with a vanilla sauce and dulce de leche ice cream. This, to me, was one of the best rotational desserts I've had on a Disney cruise ship. I loved this. It was light, fresh peaches. I loved the creamy vanilla sauce, broken up by the cool texture of the ice cream. It wasn't too sweet. It was just enough. I really, really enjoyed this one. Overall, I absolutely think the menu on night 2 of Worlds of Marvel is far better, but I'm not sure which show I like more. I love the music of Guardians of the Galaxy, I like the interactive trivia element, and Groot is adorable, but it's not as Marvel-y.
That's a word. I think that the night 1 show is going to be far more direct and in your face, and frankly, maybe a little bit more intrusive to your table with everything that they're asking you to do and pay attention to. Night 2 is a lot more low-key.
I think if you like Marvel, especially the characters of Ant-Man, Wasp, Spider-Man, Captain America, you're going to enjoy Night 1 more. This is more just kind of like a nice background moment, but if you don't care about Marvel, I still think you'd enjoy this one.
As we sit here and talk about it, it seems like Night 1 Marvel for me is for those Marvel fans, specifically if you have any young ones in your party that are big Marvel fans. This is a really good time for them to get involved and feel like they're interacting with their favorite superheroes.
Arrgh, mateys, we done been eaten at the Worlds of Marvel. And dare I say, I think that I chose the best things I've had at that restaurant.
I'd agree. Save dessert maybe, but I'd agree with everything else.
I like my dessert. But Worlds of Marvel, normally not my favorite as far as the menus go, and I really enjoyed most of the things we picked tonight. I also do enjoy that show. We also figured out that it's a game. The questions aren't just trivia. You can actually use your little quantum processor core thing to answer the questions, and it changes colors. So that's fun.
It is color-coded, so yeah. But I think it was a fun little discovery. And now we are in queue to meet some pirate friends this evening.
Some pirate pals, mateys. Hi, Minnie! Hi, Minnie! You like that ride too? Mickey, when you're a pirate, what's the best thing about being a pirate? Sailing the ship. You are a good captain. You have some experience with that. Can we take a picture, Mickey? How are you? This is my new pet bird, but I have to say his name's Davis, but you're still the number 1 bird I know. Oh, the number 1. Yeah. Yeah, Davis is all right. Like he's you're number 1. Yeah. Daisy, number 2, and Davis. Okay. Yes. I accept. Exactly. Yeah. That's the order. I just wanted to make sure you knew. You're still number 1.
Yes, he is. Oh, wipe the sweat off that one.
All right.
Alrighty, right at Donald's camera.
Met Pirate Mickey and Pirate Donald. Donald made sure to let me know that he's still the number 1 bird, Daisy's number 2, and that Davis and Lawrence are 3 and 4, which we agreed upon. And now we're headed up to the pool deck for the Pirates Rockin' Parlay Party. This is a fun rock show featuring the pirates, and spoiler alert, it ends with fireworks.
We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. Crew, rock on! Fire the cannons! I was saying, you got it wrong. We don't try to be brave. Rock and roll all night.
All right, well, that was good. Pirate Night, the spectacular is always great. I do want to make a note of one thing I observed tonight that I had never thought of before. The band that is playing live throughout the entire show does not stop when the fireworks begin. In fact, they provide the entire backing soundtrack live for the fireworks that are shot off the boat. That's impressive.
Yeah, because they have to keep in time with the fireworks. Like their timing has to be impeccable because the fireworks are in time to the pirate score. They're awesome.
Yeah, so shout out to the musicians on the stage. That's awesome. I can't believe I haven't noticed that before.
It's probably because we normally stand up on 12, closer for the best view of the fireworks. But this time we stood down on 11, where the deck party was happening, for a different angle. I think both are good. It just kind of depends if you want a closer view of the show or a closer view of the fireworks. But both were fun. It was really fun to see, like, the fireworks shooting off from the funnel.
I agree.
And I do really like that show. That is I don't know if that's my favorite iteration of Pirate Night, because on the Magic of Wonder, Mickey flies across
Mickey
the
flies
deck.
across the deck. But it's still a
Pirate
very
Night's
cool
awesome.
and fun Pirate Night. You should always participate in Pirate Night. It's a blast.
And I would follow Captain Red.
Yeah,
I would join
so
her crew.
That's fair. But in the meantime, we are going to head to bed for the evening. It will be, just a couple hours for us, but for you, it's going to be pretty instantaneous.
Tomorrow we have another day at sea, so we will see you there.
Yeah, it's time to go to bed. Yeah.
Avast, mateys!
All right, good night.
Good morning.
Hey, everybody, it's our second day at sea. We already hit the gym this morning.
Now we're headed up to Marceline Market to grab a late breakfast and see where the day takes us. Marceline Market is the buffet-style restaurant on the Treasure. They have this on the Wish as well, or it would be similar to Cabanas on the other ships. In our first Treasure video, we did a full breakdown of all the different stations, as well as there's tons of cute Easter eggs in here because each little section is themed to a different character. Like we're in the Pinocchio section, or there is a Beauty and the Beast section, Rapunzel, Ratatouille. It's super, super cute. I really enjoy this restaurant. Didn't see too much different on the buffet today. A couple different things here and there, but mostly it was the same. They have a wide selection of breakfast items, as well as a few kind of non-traditional breakfast things if you're more in a brunchy mood. Alan, walk us through your plate.
This is very much an all-American breakfast style. We have eggs, sausage, hash browns, and then grits, because I couldn't help myself, and then we doctor it up with obviously a ton of butter and cheese. Oh, and of course a parfait for health. And what about you, Moss?
First of all, Joffrey's Coffee at Sea. You love to see it. Second of all, also, did they serve at Palo? I asked, and I was very excited. But Palo has a different blend. That's not the point. For my food, I got sausage. I got another one of the quiches. This is a different flavor they didn't have the other day. This one is blue cheese and spinach, so I'm excited to try that. A strawberry smoothie, and a classic Mickey waffle, for which I have been warming the butter. And I think it'll be spreadable now.
Not bad.
Now, one thing I want to say is that especially on sea days, you need to pack your patient pants because while it was pretty quick at the stations, it took us a while to find a seat. So just, as always, patient pants. I'm very excited to try this. Blue cheese. I've never had blue cheese in a quiche. Very good. A little funky. But of course, a good day at sea begins with a classic M-I-C-K-A-P-Y.
Hey, Malls, what's up?
Peter Pan, this is so cute. Peter Pan is over here. He's playing hide and seek with a bunch of little kids. He found one. And I'm getting dramatic because, like, it's just, he just appeared. Now he's playing with a bunch of little girls. And, like, I'm imagining how cool it would have been to be a little kid and, like, playing hide and seek with Peter Pan on the ship.
One, no flying. And the second one has to be somewhere on this level. Oh, of course, you need some pictures. Okay, so somewhere on this level. You ready? Right. Go. 1, 2, and 20. Yay. Here I come. Oh, they're good at this game. Very good. We got 1 to 4. Who's gonna count this time?
After a tasty bit of breakfast, we are headed to Hey Hey Cafe because as much as I love the coffee at the buffet, there's nothing quite like a specialty coffee. Hey Hey Cafe is one of the 3 specific coffee bars on the Disney Treasure. The first is the Cove Cafe in the adult section, then you have Jade Cricket Lounge and Hey Hey Cafe. It is themed after Moana, specifically the rooster Hey Hey, and while I would love if Pua got more attention,
I'll take Alan Tudyk Rooster. The Hey Hey Cafe menu is similar to the other coffee bars in the area in that they have some specialties, some baristas' favorites like the turmeric latte, some specialty coffees like a caramel hazelnut mocha, a selection of coffees and teas, including coffees from around the world like Irish, German, or Vietnamese, which I enjoy. Fresh juices from the press, the Hey Hey To Go menu, which is a selection of grab-and-go items like waters or kombucha, fairly nice wine selection, as well as some cold brew cocktails. I myself have enjoyed the brew and sand, and I really quite like that. I know Molly has also had the brew fashion in the past.
We noticed a lot of people lurking around and looking at something in the lobby, and just realized it's they're going to start Jack Jack's Diaper Dash soon, which is a baby race. It's actually very hilarious, so if you happen to catch it or you've got a baby and you want to enter them, 10 out of 10 recommend. I'm not going to film it though because they're babies and that'd be weird of us to do, but it is very funny and something they offer on all the ships. One thing I do highly recommend, especially if you've got little ones that want to meet princesses, is the Royal Gathering. This is a character meet and greet that does require reservations, but there's no cost. Pro tip, book with a travel agent like ours, Be Our Guest Vacations, and they'll book it for you because you got to sign up really quick because the spots go fast. But they will have like 4 to 5 princesses in a row. You'll have a reserved time and you can meet a bunch of characters at once. We saw it happening earlier this morning and it was Princess Jasmine, Rapunzel, Princess Tiana, Moana, and Belle. So especially good to combine with a Bippity Boppity Boutique reservation if possible. And now, with our delicious coffees, mine had Mike Wazowski on it.
Mine didn't, but it does have condensed milk in it.
We are headed to the pool deck. Treasure elevator dance, treasure elevator dance. I don't make the rules, but you are required to dance in the elevators when you see the cool mirror. So probably my least favorite thing about the Treasure is my same as my least favorite thing about the Wish, which is the adult pool section is quite small, especially compared to the other ships. And there's only one hot tub and it's underneath the Aquamouse. So you get to hear the Aquamouse the whole time. Now, we got a much later start than most people today. You know, most people on sea days come out to the pool deck much earlier than we did, but there weren't any spots for us on the adult pool deck. So we came to this kind of like almost best kept secret of the Treasure. It's at the forward of the ship. There's another small pool. It's not open right now, probably because it's so windy, but there were a bunch of chairs up here and it's mostly adults and they're playing lovely slow music. So if you're looking for a quiet place to lay and enjoy yourself and there's no room on the adult pool deck, come up here to the forward. This is on the Wish too. Hey, Alan.
Hey, Molly.
You know how they're playing the funnel vision? I don't even know if we're on the camera, it's so bright. You know how they play funnel vision?
Yeah.
And oftentimes we walk out and it's like the most devastating scene in a Disney movie.
Yes.
Like it's like Mufasa's death.
Yeah.
Or like...
I know.
Big Hero 6 was on the other day, like Tadashi. Okay, I was thinking, man, I wish you could see the Disney movies from the adult pool deck. And then my brain went, but what if they played adult movies, not the kind banned in Florida, but like adult film in the adult section. And then I was thinking, what's the worst possible movie to play in an adult section of the pool?
Titanic.
That's what I was gonna say. Titanic is such a good answer. I think Jaws, as much as I love it, not good for the sea.
Armageddon.
Never a bad time to play Armageddon. What's like the saddest movie? They're just like, hey, welcome to your cruise. Stepmom is playing now.
Pursuit of Happiness.
Anyway, I think they should do this. Spent some wonderful time luxuriating outside. We ended up scoring one of those round chairs that was perfectly positioned to hear the ship blow some of its whistles at noon. Not gonna lie to you, I took a little bit of a siesta while listening to my very relaxing podcast about murder. It was lovely, and normally when we're on cruises they're not this long, so we don't really get time to actually like lay out and enjoy the pool deck as much, just because we're trying to rush about and show everything on the ship, so that was fun. Now we are going to do some exploring, but I did want to point out a detail we showed in our first video, but it's just really cool. Take a look at the atrium beautiful light fixture. The 6 small light fixtures around it are nods to the other ships in the fleet based on the character they have in their lobby, the bronze medal character. So one of them has a lamp on it for Aladdin and Jasmine here. One of them has Cinderella's slipper on it for Cinderella being on the Wish. One of them has Mickey. He's the statue on the first Disney cruise ship, the Magic. So just a cute detail right there. And now we're gonna pop in to Mickey's main sale, which is the main merchandise location on board. There's a few other shops. Do note that due to maritime law, they are not able to have the shops open if we're at port, but during your sea day or once we set sail, you can go shopping. As you can imagine, there is a ton of treasure-specific merchandise. There's multiple different collections. I really like this kind of classic treasure collection, which is gold and blue. There's also this treasure collection that features a lot of characters, including Captain Hook and Peter Pan, who are the stern characters on the back of the ship, as well as things like Adventure Minnie ears and merchandise featuring Adventure Minnie. I really wish I could meet Adventure Minnie, but I haven't seen her yet anywhere. And actually, we saw a bunch of this merchandise on the preview cruise, but I don't think we saw that t-shirt or this button down, but honestly, things run together in my brain. But very cute. Oh wait, look at Mickey's adventure outfit. Look at him. Kind of looks like a farmer, but that's all right. There's also a line for the treasure based more on the atrium with a little Agrabah flair mixed in. And then there is this inaugural sailings collection, which I believe will be available for the first year of the ship. And it's this kind of minty blue, again, giving Agrabah chic. And I did notice new on this sailing, there is some specific maiden voyage merchandise. This is not the maiden voyage. That was the last one, but obviously they had some stuff left over. So there's a couple items very specific to the maiden voyage as well. We showed this a lot more in depth in our media video, so not going to do that again, but I did want to highlight the very cute Disney Cruise Line 2025 collection. This should be available on all the Disney cruise ships, but look how fun this line is. They're probably going to have a version of this at both Disneyland and Disney World as well, with like the characters in different outfits, but here's the ears, just showing you some of my favorites. There's so much. This cute little human sweatshirt, water bottle. I just think this design is very, very cute. Hoodie, t-shirt. But perhaps my favorite piece of merchandise on a Disney cruise ship, not exclusive to the treasure, the towel animal plushes. There's an elephant and a monkey, and they're hilarious. All right, shopping complete, and we're actually headed now into the Haunted Mansion parlor, which even I'm surprised by, because it is all ages right now, and I do prefer the ambiance in the evening times. We've had good luck going in there at like 11:30 or midnight every night off camera. There's no one in there. But we just ran into one of the bartenders we've met, and he said it's really not busy right now because a lot of people are doing other things on the ship. So we are going to go review a few of the more of those mansion drinks.
The Haunted Mansion parlor remains the most popular location on the ship, and we'd like to point out some more of those really cool Easter eggs and hopefully have an appearance by the ever-elusive Madame Leota.
We've been trying a lot.
Some might say for 5 days.
Multiple silly walks.
Monty Python School.
That's us, walking in front of where she's supposed to appear. So maybe today's the day. Now, just as a note, because you know you're going to want to go here, some of the best times we found just kind of popping in and talking to the bartenders throughout our sailing, definitely late at night. If you're a night person coming in the last hour, we have literally had it to ourselves at a couple points. So that was great. Being a night gremlin does pay off. During the shows, if you're not interested in seeing one of the big theater performances that are in the Walt Disney Theater, like they're about to do Beauty and the Beast right now as a matinee performance, I think that's part of the reason it's not very busy in there. That's a really good time to see it. Or during the dinner services, because that's where most people are. Just keep in mind, again, all ages until 9 o'clock. After that, it is adults only. And it seems to be busiest right when they first open around noon. And then again in the kind of between dinner and showtime. And then again right after dinner.
This is where Leota's supposed to appear. We have yet to see her. But maybe today shall be the day. But it didn't work this time. Maybe when we leave. Here we go. Oh, heck yes, it's not busy.
Yes, queen. Oh, she's singing. We walked in and the bride is saying her notes from the attraction, and in her soul box you can hear the heart beating of her dead husband.
There are so many incredible details inside of this parlor. I know we showed a few of those to you, both at the media cruise and at our first video here on the treasure, but let's go through some of our favorites. This here in the corner is the chair that is found on the attraction, and inside is a hidden Donald Duck. The more you continue to look at the actual ceiling of this parlor, if you take a look at the center section, well, that ceiling is meant to resemble something quite unsettling, the inside of a coffin lid above you here, welcoming you to your grave here at the Haunted Mansion. Maybe, perhaps you become the 1000th happy haunt. Throughout your time in the parlor, you will have different narrators take you through some fun experiences. Some might be quite creepy, others very silly. A little bit like the Haunted Mansion, you might say. From the ghost host to Madame Leota, you can watch as the mansion is transformed during each of those individual and very unique experiences, which makes you want to come back multiple times to see how many different things you can see. During that time, different pieces of the parlor will illuminate. Different ghosts will appear in the mirror behind the bar. The portraits will undergo different transformations. And I'm also given to understand that different colored lights will be on display, illuminating the room in new and unique ways.
Like, for example, right now the clock has started, the same clock noise that you hear on the mansion when you go past the clock before Leota. Another really cool detail is if you look at the portraits on the back wall, all but one of them are supposed to resemble portraits that are on the land version of Haunted Mansion, but they're the sea version. So you have the Black Rider. He instead here is riding a seahorse instead of a real horse. The Siren Bride here, she is responsible for the murder aboard the parlor, but she is designed to remind you of the cat lady. The portrait in the middle on the wall is of a ghost pirate. He is not featured on the attraction, but it is drawn from concept art by Imagineer Mark Davis, one of my personal favorite Imagineers. He was working on Pirates of the Caribbean and Haunted Mansion at the same time, so he considered putting a pirate into Mansion. That didn't happen, but I love that he made it here. You have the Mariner, who's the fisherman, and then you have Medusa. And speaking of the captain, he's over in the corner, and he's the main character of this version of the Haunted Mansion, and something rather unfortunate has happened to him, and you'll need to look in the fish tank to find out where he's gone. Now let's take a look at the curations of libations conjured to liven thy spirit. Trying to make this into the highlighted letters, I was trying to make it into an Easter egg, but I can't. Anyway, you have cocktails, including the Chilling Challenge, which is the one that comes in the box. It's kind of like a margarita, but it has foam on it and a fun... Oh, the ghost host is talking, sorry.
And strange and frightening sounds echo through the hall. Remember candlelights flicker where the air is deathly still. That is the time when ghosts are present, practicing their terror with ghoulish delight.
I'm just perpetually distracted in here because cool things always happen. For the cocktail menu, you have the Chilling Challenge, which is the one that's served in a box and it has some cool effects to it. It's kind of like a margarita. You've also got things like the Happily Never After, which is a sweet Grey Goose, almost martini style beverage. 2 drinks that come in souvenir cups. The Final Vow, which is a mezcal drink, spicy margarita-esque. That comes in the Siren... Oh, the ghosts. That comes in the Siren Bride cup. And then you have the Last Catch, which is Old Forester Statement based, and that is served in a Mariner souvenir mug. You also have a 0 proof cocktail here with the Sympathetic Libations. And then if you turn the menu like this and you perform the task at hand, filling in the words to the Chilling Challenge here, it will reveal the secret menu drink. We had the secret menu drink on the preview cruise, and it was a cocktail I've drank. wouldn't recommend it, and you don't get to keep the cool cup, although it is served in a very cool way. Additionally, they do have some wines, beers. These are both signature beers just made for the Haunted Mansion parlor. Oh, more gross. You have a pale ale and an IPA, and then there's also a full spirit-free menu right here with a couple of different things, including the Hatbox Ghost Sipper, which comes with your choice of specialty soda that they made just for the mansion. But y'all, I'm gonna hit you with the #1 pro tip. This is a bar. They can make other cocktails. It's not, they can't do like frozen things or anything too fancy, but like those are all spirits. And I mean the alcohol kind, not the ghost kind. You can get a martini, you can get an old fashioned, you can get a classic cocktail, which is honestly, if you like a good cocktail, what I recommend, but we're still gonna review some of the specialty ones to see if we can find a favorite.
Now, if you don't want the souvenir cups, you can do that. They'll be served in a normal glass, and they cost $15 each, as opposed to their $50 or $60 cost if you do want the souvenir mug. I'm having the last catch. This is normally served in the Mariner's glass. This is made with Old Forester Statesman, Monin Rose, mango and marigold, lime and pineapple juices. Molly is going to be enjoying the final vow, which will be served in the Siren Bride's cup. This is made with Código Artisanal Mezcal, Amaretto, strawberry, mango, lime juice, and hot sauce.
It's too sweet for me. That's not surprising. All these drinks are pretty sweet. It's also quite tart, which is the only thing I'm enjoying is the fact that the tartness is curbing the sweetness. And you can taste a little bit of hot sauce, but I can't taste any smokiness from the mezcal, which is what I want when I get mezcal. I want that smoky flavor, and it mostly just tastes like juice.
It makes sense that this is served in the Mariner's mug because it's tropical in nature. This is a tropical drink, but it's bourbon based. It's not super sweet, but it is very, very fruity. So if you like tropical beverages, this is right up your alley. I don't taste any of the bourbon though. Another little fun fact about our Mariner here, or Captain Culpepper Klein, he was going to be a ghost inside the mansion, featured heavily, but ended up being cut. But you can still see the old Captain, the Mariner, in the extended queue of the Haunted Mansion at Magic Kingdom if you'd like to visit with him. I'm sure he'd love some friends. Look at that very friendly face. Sorry, Culpepper, we're gonna put you over here. I'm sorry, can I have a moment? No? Okay, now, our Mariner aside, I've noticed that on the Disney Treasure, there are a number of beverages that come with a edible straw. I realize it sounds like I'm questioning if it's edible or not. There is no question. You can see the bite marks in mine. I suppose any straw is edible. Some things just might have some more serious repercussions than others. This one, though, is just candy. And my follow-up question is, why? You know, why? It is quite slimy, and it tastes of compressed pixie stick meets Smarties. But I'm not here to yuck any yums. If you like this, good for you. You can always ask your bartenders to not put an edible straw in the beverages that come with one if you would rather just have a standard straw like Molly seems like she'd like to. Yeah, these are the ones that we have here are lime. Yeah, you just heard me crunch into that. You know, it might be a no for me, but maybe it's something that is for you. You know, not everything's for everybody, and this is just something that isn't for me. All right, well, those first drinks were a bit sweet. And what better way to wash those down than with the exclusive beers that can only be found here at the Haunted Mansion Parlor. I have picked up the Hoppy Haunts, which is an IPA, and Molly has picked up the Pallor Mortis Ale, a pale ale. And if you're wondering why these absolutely enormous mugs are here in front of us, some might call this a stein even. I know it's not technically a stein, don't at me. It's because we are using our Mug Club mugs here while at the parlor, which I'm excited to say that you can do.
Cheers. It's pretty good. It's lighter than I feel like it looks like. When I see a beer this color, I think it's going to be really heavy, but it's not too bad. It reminds me a little bit of a red ale, particularly one I've had in Wizarding World. It is a little caramelly, a little hoppy. Not bad. It's pretty easy drinking. I don't know that I can finish this full tankard of it, but, you know, and when you're in the Mug Club, why not fill up the whole tankard, you know? That's just economic sense.
Cheers.
This is a really nice light IPA. Just a little hoppy. It's not sitting heavy on the tongue, which is nice. And on the back end, there's just the littlest amount of like that pine flavor. This is like baby's first IPA, maybe, if you want to like, be introduced to a true IPA.
For legal reasons, don't give your babies IPA. Actually, I'm not a parent. I don't know what you should do, but I feel confident that that's a bad decision.
I'm aligned.
Alan, now that we've had all 3 of the signature exclusive beers on the Treasure, we've had both the ones here and the one at Skipper. Which one do you like the best?
At the Periscope Pub.
Oh my gosh, we got so much more beer to drink.
Yeah, did you forget?
I did forget there's more beers. There's 6. Okay, we're gonna drink all 6 and then come back. This is quite simply the greatest lounge that's ever been invented on the planet. I haven't seen all the lounges on the planet, but
yeah, that's a bold statement given the like objectively limited number of lounges we've seen compared to what exists on the globe. But I'll co-sign confidently.
10 toes. It's awesome. It's
20 toes. There's 2 of us.
That's true. It's amazing to just see things happen throughout, and I love that it's not just like, yes, we get Leota, yes, we get hitchhiking ghosts, but we also get like deep cut ghosts from the ride, like the mummy or the little guys that pop up and scare you.
Yeah, gravestone pop-ups are really quite deep.
You get the opera singer, you get the people having tea, you get the ballroom dancers. Like, it is just so cool in here. I cannot explain it enough. But now we must leave. We must let others enjoy the parlor, and we must eat food. But do you think today's our lucky day?
Yeah, for sure. I'm confident. For me, at least.
Okay, let's see if Leota appears as we leave. Sometimes as you're leaving, Leota appears in the mirror, and we have yet to see her. But I feel confident today. I really do.
After our stop in the Haunted Mansion Parlor, we have gone to Mickey and Friends Festival of Foods. This is the Deck 11 cafeteria-style food situation with different food stands. In it you have Donald's Cantina, which is a cantina where you can grab some Mexican-style food. Daisy's Pizza Pies, where, as the name would suggest, you can pick up some pizza pies. Mickey's Smokestack Barbecue, where you can grab some barbecue if you so wish. You also have Goofy's Grill, where you can grab the world-famous Disney Cruise Line chicken tenders. And if you don't want a chicken tender, you can always grab a burger. And then Minnie's Sweet Treats, where you can grab ice cream and some fruits. Our smorgasbord today consists of Mickey's Smokestack Barbecue with some brisket and pulled pork, alongside some mac and cheese. Daisy's Pizza Pies, this is their margarita pizza. And Molly has grabbed a taco, a singular taco with a sour cream smiley face from Donald's Cantina. So I picked up both the brisket and the pulled pork. I'm gonna start with the pulled pork. Cooked low and slow for quite some time. The mac and cheese is pretty darn good mac and cheese, creamy and cheesy. And then of course the barbecue brisket, just falling apart. I have to say, none of this is like the most smoky barbecue that I've ever had. I think one thing that it does have going for it is it's very tender. And I'm a fan of that. It's like one of the core tenets of barbecue is that it is truly falling apart. I love that this exists. It's pretty darn tasty, not the best you'll ever have, but the selection of sauces is really where it's at.
I shall be reviewing the pizza, as we've reviewed Donald's Cantina several times at this point. It is my favorite, but the pizzas are fresh, made to order. They're cooking them right on stage, so you may have to wait a few minutes for a pizza to get done. And I feel like Daisy's Pizza Pies has stepped it up. It was not my favorite before, but I actually really like it. It's got tons of cheese, fresh tomatoes on there, slightly sweet tomato sauce. Obviously it's not as good as like Paolo, but for pizza and it's open late, it's pretty tasty. Delicious eats consumed. Gonna go luxuriate at the Rainforest Room for a little bit while Alan reviews a video for us. But I wanted to point out this shop right here. It's called Dory's Forget-Me-Nots, and it has some of the same merchandise as Mickey's main sale, but this is also where you can get a lot of really cool t-shirts that they don't have elsewhere, including Skipper Society and Haunted Mansion Parlor t-shirts, plus some cute treasure-specific ones. Hello. If If you couldn't tell by our outfits, it's evening time aboard the Treasure, and we are headed to get a pre-dinner cocktail at the Rose.
The Beauty and the Beast themed lounge on deck 12 and is also the entrance to both Enchanté and Palo.
It is very elegant and beautiful, and excited to have a drink there before we go to Mexico.
Yes, we're having dinner at Plaza de Coco this evening. But before that, let's go check out the Rose.
The entryway of the adult dining area is lined with beautiful portraits of some of your favorite characters from Beauty and the Beast. And Alan, I gotta ask you.
Yeah?
You were turned into an object. What do you think you would be turned into? A household object.
Wow. I'd probably be another stove.
A stove? Like the scary stove.
Except I wouldn't be scary. I'd just be a stove. Yeah. A grill, maybe.
Ooh.
What about you? What do you think you'd be?
I like the idea of being something like Madame Wardrobe and helping the trapped princess get dressed in pretty outfits like Barbie, or maybe like the coffee maker.
Oh, yeah. And as you enter the Rose, of course, you are greeted by this beautiful golden rose itself. Now, while there isn't a hard and fast dress code at the Rose like there is at Enchanté or Palo, it is an elevated atmosphere, so I don't know if I'd come here and say swimwear, tank tops, sandals, and the like.
The Rose does have a few signature cocktails, including its namesake, the Rose, which is a pricey cocktail, but a beautiful presentation and quite tasty. I had it on the Wish, as well as a nice robust wine and champagne list. And then, of course, it is a bar, so you can have them craft up any cocktail you might enjoy. I was very excited that they had something available from the sommelier bin tonight. They didn't the other night, but this is when you are basically asking for a mystery glass of wine, and it's when they've opened nice bottles of wine and champagne that aren't going to keep. They want to make sure they're able to sell them to guests, but they don't sell them for full price. It's $13 no matter what glass you're getting. Mine tonight just so happened to be a sparkling rosé that's normally $19 a glass, so saved a few dollars there. But you could really luck out and get like a $50+ glass of wine for $13. So it's kind of fun if you're a wine drinker.
And I picked up the Mrs. T. This is made with Selvaray White, Absolute Pear Vodka, Green Mango Peach Tea, and Pommery Pop Rose. I did try this on the Wish. Oh goodness, it had to be well over a year ago. And I don't remember being served in this beautiful of a vessel, although the vessel it was in was quite nice. But I'm very excited to dive into this, one of the signature beverages here at the Rose. Look at her, looks like Mrs. Potts and Chip, but just glass and quite fancy.
This was a very tasty glass of sparkling rosé. It definitely had the distinct rosé flavor without being too sweet, a little bit dry. And mostly I just think the sommelier bin is a fun way to try possibly a new glass of wine you wouldn't otherwise get to enjoy.
The Mrs. T is just as I remember it. In the peach, the pear, and mango, there's a light bit of fruit flavor. Mostly what I taste is a floral tea that has the fruit on the back end. It reminds me of one of my favorite hot teas I used to drink growing up and can still find today if I look hard enough. Just in an alcoholic version, more grown up and more refined. I really enjoyed this drink. I didn't think I would upon first ordering it. I recall that years ago, but I really enjoy this drink, and I think it is definitely worth a try.
First of all, the background music right now, Circle of Life, absolutely bangs. But second of all, I wanted to bring us in here real quick prior to going down to dinner, because it's like basically the only corner of the ship we haven't shared besides like the kids clubs, which some of these are kids clubs. Vibe, I want to say is preteens. And I think Edge is up here too, which is like teens. I'm not the content creator to explain that. But one, there's this very cool mural. The Hideaway, that's for the teens. Edge is on different ships. There's also this area up here called the Hero Zone where they have like squash. This is for everyone. And they have like cornhole, foosball, basketball, all kinds of sports things to do. So just know that this is here too.
Back once again in Santa Cecilia at Plaza de Coco, but tonight it is Dia de los Muertos. So we are joining the Rivera family after they prepared for Dia de los Muertos on the actual night and the celebration honoring their ancestors and their family.
Taking a look at the Night 2 menu here at Plaza de Coco, the appetizers start with things like Hector's sweet shrimp cocktail and a beef birria empanada. You've got a couple of salads as well as 2 soups, including a chipotle black bean soup. Moving on to your platos principales, we have Ernesto de la Cruz's grilled seafood and tomato rice, a pan-seared adobo spiced sea bass, and a toasted quinoa bowl. As always, there are lighter notes, including a grilled orange and lime marinated flank steak salad, And then looking at our postres or desserts, you have a Sunrise Spectacular chocolate cake, Grand Central Station pecan tart, and the winner from our last visit here, the Cappuccino Creme Brulee cheesecake. And just like on night 1, your meal starts with some chips and salsa for your bread service. Both of us started with the red chicken enchiladas. This is guajillo spiced red enchilada sauce and Chihuahua cheese. These were my favorite thing I had at Plaza de Coco on our media cruise and couldn't resist having them again. They are super cheesy. The chicken is nice and moist. The little bit of flavor and heat from the peppers inside. A+, this was definitely my favorite part of this meal.
You make me un poco loco, the way you keep me guessing. I'm nodding and I'm yesing. I'll count it as a blessing.
And I picked up the chilled avocado soup. This is made with goat cheese, cilantro, serrano chili, and ricotta salata. I've got to be honest, I saw this and was intrigued, so I just wanted to give it a try. And I liked all the flavors, and I thought it was a very refreshing cold soup. Yes, it is a cold soup. Very cilantro forward, and the goat cheese adds some creaminess. But it is perhaps one of the most odd eating experiences I've ever had. I've had cold soup before, but this one felt more like, I guess the best way I can describe it is it's salad dressing of some variety. I enjoyed it, but it was just an interesting eating experience.
Surprise, surprise, I also picked up the romaine wedge salad, which came with cotija cheese, toasted corn, pumpkin seeds, grape tomatoes, and topped with a lime crema parsley dressing. Not gonna lie to you, it definitely did not have pumpkin seeds on it. It was fresh though, tons of that cotija cheese, loved the little burst from the tomatoes. I do prefer the night 1 wedge at Plaza de Coco because of the dressing, but this is still a solid salad choice.
For my platos principales, I picked up Imelda Rivera's roasted chicken breast mole. This is roasted chicken breast, a cacao mole sauce, red rice, pickled onions, sesame seeds, and a soft flour tortilla. It did not come with a soft flour tortilla, and I think the chicken was fine. It was dry and bland on the interior, and the mole lacked some of the complexity that I'm used to coming from mole sauces. Rather than having that depth and rich flavor coming from the chocolate as well as the other spices, it had much more of a chipotle-forward flavor. The rice was fine, and I enjoyed having the red onion that helped break it up with some acidity to it. Overall, this dish felt like the one miss we've had at this restaurant, and if I was doing this again, I would not get this dish, and I would get the carnitas that I picked up on the media cruise.
I went for the blistered poblano pepper, which is stuffed with Oaxaca cheese, cremini mushrooms, spinach, green rice, and topped with a guajilla sauce and lime crema. My first bite didn't have a ton of that pepper flavor that I was expecting, but as I continued to enjoy it, it came through and actually had a little bit more heat. Nothing overwhelming, but a little bit more of what I expect from Mexican food. If I had one note, it would be that there was a little bit too much rice inside and I'd like a little bit more cheese, but I loved the mushroom addition and the sauce. Overall, I think this is a pretty good dish, especially for vegetarians.
And for my dessert, I picked up Hector Rivera's sundae. This is dulce de leche ice cream, banana bread, cinnamon fried tortilla, and whipped cream. The ice cream was light but had really good flavor. I really enjoyed it. And what I think I enjoyed more than that was the fact that it got absorbed as it melted into the banana bread at the base of this sundae. That was perhaps my favorite part. That banana bread with the delicious dulce de leche ice cream melted into it. I really enjoyed this, more than I thought I would. I'm not normally a sundae guy.
And I went for Miguel's Churros Calientes. These are sugar spiced churros with a warm cajeta caramel dipping sauce. These were fine, but disclaimer, I'm not really a churro girly. They're a little too close to donuts for my liking, and while these were flavored well and I really liked the caramel dipping sauce, all of them weren't as crispy as I would want a churro to be, but if you like churros, I do think you'll enjoy this dessert.
All right, well, that was night 2 of Plaza de Coco. I have to say,
I really do enjoy the show, although it was a bit different this time.
Yeah, Mommy Melda wasn't there. I don't know if her photo fell off the ofrenda and she couldn't make it across the Marigold Bridge.
How dare you?
She wasn't there, but the show was seamless. And if I didn't know that she was there in a previous show, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, exactly. It was a brilliant show. I think that I enjoyed the show here more maybe than night one, but I also think the night one's food might be slightly better.
I fully agree. And again, I just know too much. I just know that Mommy Melda was there on our media cruise, but Hector was there, and it's still a beautiful show, and I still cried.
A lot of singing, beautiful family. It just was great. Now we are headed to see a Broadway performer, Aisha Jackson, sing A Toast to Love, and then after that we have to sprint immediately to Hooks Barbary to catch a Reserve bourbon whiskey tasting.
Miss Jackson is one of many equity acts on board. These are the smaller entertainment offerings they have for longer cruises. On the Wonder, we saw a ventriloquist, we saw a magician. Earlier on this cruise, we saw another musical act, and she has had several sets on board, and I'm excited we finally get to catch one.
Well, that was such a fun time. She's incredibly talented. Okay, and up next we are headed to Hooks Barbary for the Reserve Bourbon Whiskey tasting. There are these tastings across all of the Disney cruise ships, and it ranges from everything from beer to mixology to a specific liquor like tequila, or in this case, Reserve high-end bourbon. These are a really fun way to try something that you maybe haven't before, about maybe a type of beverage that you've never experienced, and also learn something because they are highly educational. Our class was $100, which is expensive, but that's just because of the type of whiskey we will be tasting, but most start at about the $50 per person range.
The first thing, we'll see at the color. This will be our first step. Second thing, we'll be giving a nice good swirl. The third thing, we'll be nosing it, and last but not the least, we'll be sipping it. Everybody's sipping oil have a different nostril. Towards the right might be more stronger, towards the left might be less strong. What happens if we get the glass right in between? We'll never know the difference between left and right. But once you start doing it left, and once you start doing it right, you'll definitely get different notes. One side will be totally sharp, spicy. The other side will be more sweeter, more floral.
Oh, geez.
Get away, get your right nostril. There'll be lots of rich notes on this one. And if you see the two shades, how it has been designed, it's Glenmorangie at the bottom, and on top it's chocolate and coffee, and that's how the bottle has been designed. And occasionally I take it out. I just don't take it just to finish it off, but it's a nice sipping whiskey. I preferably to have it neat. You want to trust me?
Oh, she's different.
Whoa. It could be.
I like her.
All right, well, for one, Abby, who hosted the tasting, incredible.
He is so good. He made our cocktails the first night at Hooks Barbary so informative, so knowledgeable, and I really enjoy these classes, especially when I get to try bourbons that I would not normally afford.
Yeah, when they are certainly outside of the price range of what I normally go for in a liquor store. So that was fun, and he's so knowledgeable about this, being able to inform us about the history, the origin, how they are made was awesome.
If you like drinking and a particular kind of alcohol, or you want to do the mixology or the martini classes, I cannot recommend these enough. They are really fun. You get to try great things and you learn something. And knowledge is fun.
Oh, I thought you were going to say knowledge is power.
No, knowledge.
Like Schoolhouse Rock.
Learning is fun. Knowledge is too.
Power. Knowledge is power, friends.
So they say.
That's a Schoolhouse Rock sentiment that is as true today, maybe truer, than it ever has been before.
You know what else is?
Yeah.
Conjunction, junction.
What's your function?
Hooking up phrases, somethings and clauses.
Hooking up words and phrases and clauses.
Got it. I learned a lot.
How did we get back here?
I learned a lot from Schoolhouse Rock.
Clearly. And it stuck.
Yeah.
Well, that brings us to an end of our third video and our 6th day aboard the Disney Treasure.
We have one more day to go. We have a day at Disney's private island Castaway Cay tomorrow, and we're gonna do one more video, and spoiler alert, you might catch these hands. It's Castaway Cay Day.
Hey there, Man Fam. We are at Disney's private island today for our last day aboard the Disney Treasure.
They're cleaning the balconies right now. We've been told not to go out there, which is why you're just seeing it through the window. But in a second, you're gonna see it, you know, on the island. Today, we are not only going to Castaway, but we're gonna have a little fun later with a game you may be familiar with. It's also Moana night, and as Alan said, our last day on the cruise, so come with us. This morning for a light breakfast before we got off the island, we did the room service door hanger. These are provided in your room, and you can get a continental breakfast, things like pastries, cereals, coffee. Just fill this out with what you'd like, set it on your door hanger before 3 a.m., and it'll arrive at the desired time so you can have a lovely patio breakfast to kick your day off. This is great for Castaway Day or like early excursions. This might be the best wall on the ship. It's down getting on to deck 1, but it's Walt and his wife Lillian traveling. And I love it.
Carrie and Mickey Mouse.
I love it. Hello, Captain Hook. How are you?
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm honored to meet you.
Well,
I
he
have a
likes
parent.
the
Oh, you want the jewelry?
Just be careful. He's been looking for treasure. He sent me out somewhere over there, and we haven't
I'm
seen
going
it yet.
without a fight. I left my sword on the ship. Yeah. Otherwise, we could do it. I'll go get it. I'll come back. No need to bring towels off the ship with you. They hand them out right there. There's also a spot if you want to buy coolers of water, you can. Or if you bring your cooler, I believe they'll put ice in it for you. Also, always love this Easter egg of Tomorrow Doc. Little LOL for Josh Tomorrow. I don't have internet connection right now because I'm off the ship, so I can't look up his official full title, but I believe he's like president of the Disney parks. He's very high up. You know who he is. Hello, baby. You look fabulous. I love your beach outfit. Oh, queen. I love it. Are those new shoes? Oh my gosh, such a diva. Even in the sand. Yeah, how should we pose? Like this? Okay. Morning. Oh my goodness, we've been off the island for like 30 seconds. We've already seen Captain Hook and Daisy Duck looking fabulous as we head towards the main part of the island. Now, this right here, very soon after you get off the ship.
Oh, Captain Bob Iger.
Captain Bob Iger's here? Wow, I think he would be busier, but nope, he's here. Man, I'll never forget how quickly they changed that. Scratched off Chapek and threw in Iger right there. It was real convenient that they didn't have to do the first name too. But right here is called Marge's Barges, and this is where you'll see a lot of the excursions meet, a lot of the like more adventurious excursions. The adventurious excursions meet there.
That's a real word, yeah, that's a real word.
That's where we went for parasailing. That's where you might go for some of the boating excursions, etc. So if your excursion info says meet at Marge's Barges, that's right there. And then there is a tram stop right here that can take you to the main portion of Castaway Cay. It's also a short walk. And then once you get to the main portion, the family beach, there is also a shuttle that you have to take, or a bike, I guess, if you would like to go to Serenity Bay, which is the adults only section of the island.
Now, we've been to Castaway Cay numerous times and been on a ton of their different excursions, from stingrays to the aqua bikes to parasailing to regular bikes, and also visiting the adult sections of the beach. But we're going to keep today a little bit more low-key. Maybe we go snorkeling, maybe we explore the beach. Who's to say what the day holds for us? But I'm just excited to be here on Castaway Cay.
We've made it to the main part of the island. This is where you've got Scuttle's Cove, kids activities. There's a like teen beach hangout area too. This is where you're gonna see a lot more characters, like Mickey Mouse is out right now. You've got the activities beach right here with the big trikes. This is where the stingrays are. I just saw people getting on jet skis. I see banana boats out there. And then a little bit further up, you have the main family beach. Goofy, does he look cute?
He's wearing his fishing outfit.
Goofy's gonna go fishing. Well, he does know the perfect cast.
I like his water shoes.
Yeah, he showed them to us last time because these are still relatively new outfits that our friends are all wearing.
Wow, your frozen characters are cool.
Are you gonna go fishing? You do get a perfect cast. Are you bringing Max?
Nice.
Yeah. Fishing.
Oh, snorkel.
Snorkeling as well. Oh, that is very exciting. Did you see that?
All right, got to meet Goofy. Love meeting my pal Goof. Yuck. And we are now headed to oh gosh, I can't even say it. Now we are headed to She Sells Seashells. This is the merchandise location here at this section of the beach. There's actually one further down that's called By the Seashore, just to complete the rhyme. And this is where you have a whole bunch of very exclusive merchandise you can only find here at Castaway Cay. Like, see me chillin'.
I like this shirt, but how do you feel about Goofy's grippers?
I don't love it. I don't love it. It's not my favorite thing I've ever seen, Molly. I gotta be honest with you. It looks like there's actually some new merchandise that's made its way here. For example, the Mine Seagulls with all the signposts directing to the different areas of Castaway Cay. I personally am a big fan of this Mount Rustmore shirt. I know Molly mentioned earlier before I turned on and started recording that she was also a fan of that. If you're a big Maui fan, you're welcome for the tides, the sun, and the sky.
Also note, they moved the Castaway Cay 5K stuff. This used to be in the other store, but I'm seeing it in here now. I haven't seen that style of the mug. There's a pin, kids shirt, adult shirt. If you're the kind of person that gets up early to go jogging, running, if you will, on your vacation, you can do that because it's a free 5K you can sign up for around the island. And you know what? I'm proud of you. I'm not gonna do it, but if you do it, just know that I'm proud of you.
We're not here to yuck any yums. You do you.
Good for you.
I'm cheering from you. Probably asleep in my dreams, but I am cheering for you.
You did it. Congrats. I did it one time. It was horrible. I did finish it. I ran all 5K, all five of those Ks. But at one point you have to run down the used to be airplane landing strip where the planes that definitely weren't carrying.
They were carrying pixie dust, Molly. The plane's carrying pixie dust.
Pixie dust.
Whoa.
You have to run down that where the path to Serenity Bay is on that airplane strip. And I mean, it's hot. So good for you if you do it. I'm proud of you. But me and my knees could not handle it.
Now, on top of the standard merchandise like shirts and the like, they also sell a number of basic necessities like sunscreen and the like if you have left yours on the ship or just forgotten it altogether.
Alan is currently suggesting we go shoot hoops at In the Shade Games, which is where there are games in the shade. We could play pool, we could play giant checkers. Do you know what I've learned?
What?
Playing checkers 2 times now in the last couple months, which is 2 times more than I've played in my adult life, I think.
Okay.
I don't like checkers. I think it's really boring. If you love checkers, good news. You can play that. It's not the game for me. There's also a little marketplace here with some Bahamian goods made by actual Bahamians and local vendors that come out to the island for this. So that's a fun thing to check out, as well as the Disney shops. You can also get your hair braided, but for some reason Alan won't get his braided.
Yeah, well, I can't imagine why.
We also passed the Conked Out bar, and around the corner here is the Heads Up bar. If you would like any kind of tropical bevy or beer or any other thing your heart may desire. And then there's another bar at Serenity Bay. It's interesting to me that they're selling the Lookout Key at Lighthouse Point merchandise. Not all of it, but a little bit. This is Mickey and Minnie and their outfits exclusive to that island. That's Disney's newest destination that opened up last year. This is also some of that collection. It was made by a Bahamian fashion designer. He designed not only the character costumes, but merchandise. So I think it's interesting they sell it here. I guess we're still in the Bahamas, but I am surprised to see it. We've made it to the second little small concourse thing. This is where the bikes are for bike rentals, which was shockingly fun. I must admit, I was not into it at first, but it ended up being really fun. This is where you've got Olaf's Summertime Freezes, where you can purchase like smoothies and slushy type drinks. Woohoo, big summer blowout. This is also where that second merchandise shop is, as well as flippers and floats where you can pick up the items flippers and floats.
In the spirit of our wandering, we're going to go down Pelican Point to the Pelican Point Overlook, which, oh, look at the beautiful Disney treasure just nestled there at dock here. But anyway, we've never gone down to this section of the island before, so we're going to continue our spirit of exploration and adventure that we have taken from the Disney treasure and head down here to the Overlook. Look at that cool, is it like a water dump circa the Mad Hatter's hat at the Grand Floridian?
I'm not getting in that.
But why?
I might go snorkeling, but the idea of just dumping a bunch of water on my head does not appeal to me.
That's, yep, that sounds fair.
That's exactly what's happening. If I was a youth, this would be so fun. Oh, also over there is another bar called the Sand Bar. So funny.
I get it.
The Heads Up Bar. Wow, Alan, what a good eyeball.
What? Only one.
Only one good eyeball.
Yeah, the other one, useless.
You're at one eyeball, though. It nailed it. Because somehow I didn't realize you could come over here. We've never gone this far. We stopped at Floats and Flippers. But man, Heads Up Bar at Pelican Point. Beautiful. Look at this view. Oh my gosh, I suddenly need a tropical cocktail. I'm not one for frozen drinks normally, but I think today's the day. Honestly, I don't think this is always open. I think we've seen it before and it hasn't been open because maybe they base it on how many people are on the island.
We're on the cruise.
Yeah, like this is a full cruise. But I know I've seen this structure from the water, but I don't think I've ever seen it open. Or maybe I'm just not observant. Either way, this is awesome and beautiful. Legolas, what do your elven eyes see?
We're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Guard. You know what I see?
What?
I see them testing out the lifeboats, which, fun fact about those, typically lifeboats were orange. Then they wanted to use the iconic Mickey colors.
I'm getting a drink.
When in Castaway, you drink out of the coconut mugs. I don't make the rule, but it just seemed like we needed them for nothing else for this shot right here.
I mean, just guys, look at this shot.
This is beautiful.
Whoa.
Like I said, I'm not normally a frozen drinks girly, but if there's ever a time to drink one, it's right now. So I got the signature Conch Cooler. This is like the OG signature drink on Castaway. It's their version of kind of like a pina colada, but it is light and dark rums blended with coconut cream. And the bartender, I've had it before, but he said it's not too sweet and that it'll be great. So I'm excited to sip in.
And I got the Pelican Mule. This is signature island fruits muddled with Ciroc pineapple and then some ginger beer over top. This is gonna give me tropical without necessarily being a frozen drink. I'm looking forward to it. Cheers.
Captain Jack would approve of this because you can actually taste the rum. Where's all the rum gone? Into this cocktail. It's definitely sweet and it definitely tastes like coconut, so you have to like that flavor, and I couldn't drink more than one, but it's not so sugary, cloying sweet like a lot of tropical frozen drinks are. Honestly, this is a mood, and it feels like I'm drinking a coconut smoothie, and coconut's a fruit, so this is a healthy, balanced breakfast.
This mule, while you live in that state of denial, this mule is very tasty, not sweet at all. Just a little bit of the pineapple flavor. On my first sip, I got a chunk of pineapple. So talk about a balanced breakfast. I got a piece of fruit actually entering my mouth.
Follow us for more health
Yeah,
tips.
100%. And then a little bit of ginger beer, some spice from the ginger. This is a really balanced cocktail that's just tropical enough, but not sickly sweet.
And of course, if you want something like a Miami Vice, which is half pina colada, half strawberry daiquiri, you just want a strawberry daiquiri, you want a margarita, they have a blender. They can go nuts. Cocoa nuts.
I'm sorry you had to see that.
Look, little fishes. It's kind of hard to see them because the water's moving, obviously, but there's little striped tropical fishes swimming around. Oh, and a yellowfish. Also, there's these very noisy, they're quiet right now, but they were really noisy a few seconds ago, birds, but they're kind of cute. They're like little fluffy boys. This is so lovely. Okay, so the weather has been perfect for sitting out
Yeah, we've seen multiple people get into and then out of the water shivering.
because it's chilly in there. And I'm weak when it comes to getting wet. I'm like a level 3 at best at wanting to get wet. So no snorkeling for us today. One thing I will say, the weather has been pretty good this cruise. It's not been super warm. It's nice to sit out, but it's not like super hot. And it was kind of misty, windy one day. The best weather we've ever had, I think, was in like April, May.
Or then towards the end of the year, like October-ish.
Yeah, September, October. So if you come in the summer, it's gonna be really, really hot, most of these tropical places. And if you come in the winter, like we did, you run the risk of it being like, not like hot enough to want to do some of these activities, or even having like rain like we have. So just keep that in mind when trying to book your trip.
Now, as far as food options on the island go, on this side you have Cookies and Cookies 2. These serve traditional barbecue style items. You've got burgers, chickens, some corn on the cob, potato salad, stuff like that. Now, if you head to Serenity Bay, the adult section, you'll get Serenity Bay Barbecue, which has all of those same items, plus some zhuzhed up things for the adults. But if sweets are more your speed, you're in luck, because on the island they have all you care to enjoy soft serve.
And pro tip, get chocolate chip cookies and make a Sammy.
That is my most consistent pro tip, to go ahead and grab those chocolate chip cookies and make a Sammy. She's grabbing fruit right now, but we are headed back onto the ship because today is the last day aboard this treasure. So we are headed back to the Festival of Foods.
Yes, as Alan said, we are opting to go eat at Feastival. Cookies is fine, don't get me wrong, I typically enjoy it, but the Feastival of Foods is truly where it's at. But I did want to point out that as we're walking back towards the treasure, this is always a good view of the stern of the ship. Each Disney ship has different characters on the back, and on the treasure, it's Peter Pan and Captain Hook. On the Wish, it's Rapunzel. On the upcoming Destiny, it's gonna be Spitterin. Goofy is on the Disney Magic, Donald and Huey are on the Disney Wonder, Dumbo's on the Disney Fantasy, and Sorcerer Mickey with his broomsticks from Fantasia are on the Disney Dream. So this is always such a beautiful view, not only of the treasure, but of Castaway. So stunning, the water is so gorgeous, and you can just take in the beauty of the ship. Found an even better view of the stern right here from the Marge's Barge's balcony. And last thing I'll say about Castaway before we get back on the treasure is that a lot of these activities do require advanced reservations because they will book up. Our travel agent, who booked not only this cruise but books all of our cruises, always books what we want. She's booked the parasailing, the Stingray. Next time I'm gonna ask for a jet ski, and I always ask for a cabana, which unfortunately books up before we ever are eligible to do it because we are Gold Castaway Club at this point, and it goes by tier status. So the higher levels and concierge guests always get them. But one of these days, we will get a cabana, I just know it. But that's another great reason to work with the travel agent because they can book all of these things for you as soon as possible to make sure you have the best Castaway day ever. Back aboard, we went to the rainforest room for a little bit to luxuriate, did some R&R in the RR, if you will.
Nice.
Got some Donald's Cantina and watched Finding Dory on the pool deck, and now we have zhuzhed and are ready for our afternoon.
I'm gonna start with coffee and then headed to see The Tale of Moana on its matinee showing. It's the 3 p.m. showing.
Yeah, we figured the 3 p.m. showing will have less people than the 6 or the 8:15 showing, which they've started doing 3 p.m. showings of the theater shows while we've been here. I didn't know they did that, so excited to go see it and cry dramatically.
1,000 tears. But first, coffee.
Also, pro tip, whilst we were luxuriating at the rainforest room, I went ahead and booked our placeholder for a future Disney Cruise Line cruise. This is an exclusive offer that you can only book through the Disney Cruise Line app while you're actively connected to the Wi-Fi on the ship. For a $250 deposit, you get a 10% discount on future cruises. And it's good for cruises that start within the 2 years following when you book it. So if you're looking at a Treasure cruise, which is pretty pricey, an Alaska cruise, which can be pretty pricey, or any Disney Cruise Line sailing, if you had fun on the one you're on, let's just say I don't get off a ship without booking one because I know another one's coming. Disney The Tale of Moana is a brand new stage show that debuted here on the Treasure, and it's actually the first of the major 3 stage shows we're seeing on this cruise. There's also Disney Seas the Adventure as well as Beauty and the Beast, and I like both those shows. I like Seas the Adventure a lot more. It's one of those what I call montage shows where there's like a bunch of different characters in it and a bunch of different music. Beauty and the Beast isn't my favorite, I'm going to be honest with you. The casts I've seen have been great. Of course, the music in Beauty and the Beast is great. It's just a little long for me, and it's based on the live action, not the classic cartoon. I typically tend to like the montage shows better, but the exception is Tale of Moana. It is phenomenal. When we were on our media cruise, we actually got a chance to meet and learn some dance moves from the choreographer, who is Samoan and Hawaiian. A lot of the cast is Hawaiian. It's just so stunningly beautiful. and I've been looking forward to seeing this again, and it's here on our last night, like since we saw it the first time. I can't wait.
Yeah, it turns out that show is still really good.
Yeah.
I'm not well yet.
There's a line where the sky meets the sea and it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes. Sky behind how far I'll
But thankfully we're on a really cushy couch here.
Yeah, that show, the joy and energy and passion coming from all the performers.
It's so clear.
It's like, it's the best. Like I said, we haven't seen the other two just because we can't film the shows, and we've seen the other ones and we chose to prioritize doing new things and sharing
We want
different
to see
things.
the ship and show you all the ship too.
But there was no way
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
not missing that.
show.
No, I'm kind of.
I'm thinking about going back.
I'm
for
hoping
the
we go to the 6 o'clock show, if I'm being honest. Yeah, it's incredible. I just, again, major shouts out to, I love Grandma Tala, the character in this. Her as the narrator. For 1 minute, making you laugh. The next minute, my heart is just ripped out. So
The vocal performances are unbelievable.
the choreography throughout, top to bottom, I just want to give a massive hats off to all of the performers executing that choreography. It's stunning.
The talent on display is unreal. The theater shows are one of the things that really set Disney apart as a cruise line, but this is the best one.
And I don't think it's particularly close.
Period. It's amazing.
All right, but while we recover emotionally, why not do it with a bit of a mini game moment?
Mini game.
Nice.
We are gonna play Winner Picks Dinner. Except for it's more like Winner Picks Afternoon Snacks.
Yeah. Winner picks 11sies.
Afternoon tea.
What about second breakfast?
Don't think it knows about second breakfast, Pip. Anyway, we are going to do a little mini game of Winner Picks Dinner. This is the game where we decide what to eat based on rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
I am terrible at it, but maybe 2025 is my year.
Maybe. Mathematically, it would be time.
It doesn't seem to matter.
But instead of doing the normal 5 rounds, we're going to do 3 rounds of this game for drinks, sweets, and something savory to eat.
Yes, and whoever wins, it doesn't matter the order, whoever wins the first round can pick what they want to do, and so on and so forth. But let's see how this works on the ocean.
Have some confidence. Okay. There's the aforementioned lamp.
And I'm hoping it grants me powers.
It grants you this wish.
I'm gonna rub it just for good luck. Okay.
It feels like outside interference.
You got me, Lamp.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, are you sure?
Yep.
All right.
Rock, paper, scissors,
shoot.
Thank you, Lamp.
I got distracted.
Hi, Minnie.
How are we today?
Your outfit is so cute. Just
thank
for the
you.
treasure.
Yes,
You're
of
out
course.
adventuring.
Yes.
Did you
Trying to find all
adventure
the
on the
treasure.
island? You did. What did you do?
She
You
was
looked
looking out
out
for
You looked-
treasure,
Yeah,
yes.
looking for treasure, some fish. Did you see any sharks?
Oh,
no,
no,
I love
it's okay.
sharks. No, I was
Oh,
hoping
you
you
do?
had. I wouldn't have been scared.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
don't
Nice. I know Minnie's a little bit terrified of
worry.
sharks.
It's okay. They're
Yes.
mostly friendly. I saw Goofy and I saw Donald. I did see a pirate out there though.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I saw Captain Hook. He was on the island.
Oh.
Yeah, you better watch
Was he
out
trying
for
to steal
him.
people's treasure?
He was looking for and he was looking for Peter Pan.
Oh no! Well, I hope he's safe.
Yeah, it's classic.
I know.
I love this outfit though so much.
Aw,
Minnie. You look
thank
so
you. She made it
fabulous.
herself?
Oh
Look
my
at that.
gosh, you are so talented. I'm just
Aw,
always
thank you.
amazed. Can we take a picture? How should we pose like an adventurer?
Oh,
Okay.
right there. There you go. Perfect.
And we
Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
Y'all, there's literally no one in line for Adventure Minnie right now. Like, she's just hanging out over there. We were down there. I was getting ready to conspire what round I wanted, and I saw her in this outfit, and I literally gasped and ran up here because this outfit,
The gasp she gusped.
I did a gasped. This outfit is special, brand new, debuted for the treasure, and I hadn't seen it since the media preview like a year ago. So, she's so cute. Okay, with my victory, and history shows that it will probably be my only victory because somehow that's how the math works, I should really think about this. I'm gonna pick the drinks round. That's the easy decision because drinks is the most competitive because there's the most cool places on this ship to get a drink. I could go to Skipper Society, the Jungle Cruise themed lounge. I could go to Periscope Pub, the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea themed lounge. I could go, not that the Rose, the Beauty and the Beast themed lounge is open quite yet, and I also wouldn't feel right in this outfit. The pool bars. I could go to Jade Cricket, the Mulan themed coffee shop that had that really good tea cocktail. But I think there's two places I've narrowed it down to. The place that is undeniably the coolest setting, but I don't love the drinks, or the place that undeniably has the best cocktails on board, but isn't the Haunted Mansion parlor. Haunted Mansion, Hooks. Hooks. I pick Hooks.
Thank you. Thank you. This is objectively correct. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it's... Look at Pua. He's so cute. He's so much better than Hey Hey. Honestly, I like the Moana stage play better than the movie because they cut the coconuts and they cut Hey Hey, which are the worst two parts of the movie. I said what I said.
Alan Tudyk would be so
Alan Tudyk would be so upset. That's all right. Now, undeniably, Haunted Mansion Parlor is the coolest location on the ship. It is, like, unbelievable. It's like having cocktails inside the Haunted Mansion. It's amazing. But it's the drinks round. And the best cocktail I've had on board, I had on night one right here at Hooks Barbary. Because whilst this is a barber shop, it is also a secret speakeasy bourbon and whiskey bar. In the afternoons only, they have very high-end scotches, bourbons, whiskeys of all varieties, where they will make you an old-fashioned to your liking, or you can have it on the rocks or neat. They have some incredibly expensive pours that you actually get a little souvenir medallion. Plus, it's themed to Peter Pan in here, which is pretty cool. You've got a lot of Captain Hook nods and a lot of Peter Pan nods, including some Mary Blair concept art from the film. So I think it's a pretty good spot to have a cocktail. All right, so surprise to no one, I got an old-fashioned. This is what Abby made me on our first night aboard the ship, and it was the best cocktail, far and away. So he made it for me again. It's a masterpiece. It's an art watching him make a cocktail. There's orange, there's filthy cherry, there were peach bitters. He spritzed a perfume on it, he smoked it, and he's using a higher proof Old Forester bourbon, which he is a cocktail genius and said that higher proof bourbons make it less sweet, which is what I said I wanted. Cheers. It's so good. I think the best old fashions I've ever had have been in Hooks Barbary because you have a bartender that knows what they're talking about. They can customize it to your flavor. It is just such a treat in here. I love it. I love it so much, and I love this cocktail so much. So I'm definitely not regretting choosing Hooks.
And I've decided to do a late Christmas gift to myself. I've promised that I wanted to continue to try to expand my palate and try new whiskeys and scotches. And at Hooks Barbary, they have something where it's a library of very high reserve pours that you can get at cost that come with a coin. This was by no means the most expensive item in that book. I mean, there's a pour that's $2,500, which, listen, I've never spent that amount of money on myself ever, and I certainly can't imagine doing it for a pour. So, but this one, I would say 29-year-old Scotch. It is the Glendronach Kingsman. And in that vein, this is 29 years old, a very old-aged Scotch. Tinkerbell's still here, flying through the lanterns. I've got myself my coin from the Disney treasure. I'll treasure it. Cheers. I'm trying to not be super pretentious about this. This is so good. Smoky. Tastes a little bit like raisins. Leather. I am by no means an expert in this, but as an avid fan of the creation of whiskeys, bourbons, Scotch, Irish whiskeys, this is what a fun, unique way to expand your palate and like have a nice keepsake too. So I'll take that L.
Okay, I just realized a complaint I have.
Tell me.
Hooks Barbary is the barber shop. The idea is you come in, you have a shave, you have a haircut, you get a scotch, right? Why doesn't something like this exist at the Untangled Salon?
I think they have champagne.
There's not like a champagne bar,
No, that is not a
secret
bar.
champagne bar in the Untangled Salon. I don't even know if you can get champagne there.
You can.
How do you know?
Because when you walk by, they have a champagne and wine, like sparkling wine, out in the cooler. But I agree with you. It's not like a hidden
That makes it a
speakeasy.
little better. But I would like to say that the ladies going to the Untangled Salon deserve a cool experience,
You
just
do.
like the gentlemen coming here to Hooks.
You do.
Because it seems to be a lot to like, people are like, oh, my kids are at the kids club, I'm gonna have a bourbon. And it's like, I love that for you, but doesn't mom get us something? Disney, if you're watching, which you're not, but if you are, put a champagne bar, like a full situation in the ladies' salon. Well, that was phenomenal as always. Also, shout out to Abby, the bartender in there. He did our tasting class yesterday. He's so knowledgeable, and he demonstrated this crazy cool machine that is made by McKellen, specifically to pour McKellen, which was like a $300 pour of whiskey that we were not purchasing, but he showed it to us, and it was so cool. It's just some champagne in a bucket. Now, I do want to point out the beautiful details of like the flowers holding the curtains and the sun from Corona and Pascal on the door and the beautiful, the flower being the light. Yeah, this is all beautiful, well and good, but I'm just saying it's unfair that the men's salon has a full bar and the women get 3 bottles of champagne in a bucket.
It's really loud, but here we go.
Short-lived. It was short-lived.
I'm holding Molly's phone. That's irrelevant. We did meet Sage and Coriander between rounds. They are delightful, and what wonderful storytellers they are, and it's been fantastic to see them across the ship throughout this entire sailing as they've told a myriad of stories, played a myriad of roles. Looking at you, Coriander. It's just been awesome. So it was really nice to be able to meet them as well, and look at their outfits that are so detailed and intricate.
Hello! How are you? Good.
He hand-painted 101 spots
Oh,
on this cake
inspired.
that transformed into cherry blossoms to honor the warrior Mulan.
Coriander did. She painted this beautiful
Oh,
landscape.
it's Paris!
The Parisian landscape from the tale of the 3 kittens.
Oh, I do
Told
love
about the
those
butler.
kittens. Yes.
He wants to be
A cat.
Wait, what's up with the? Is that
Now-
Flora, Fauna, and Merriweather?
You're spot on. You're spot
Is
on.
that Bowler Hat guy?
This is Bowler Hat from which movie?
Meet the Robinsons.
Meet the Robinsons. And then this
Oh, that's Lady.
lady, don't tell her I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then this.
Is that Empress of Groove?
He's supposed to be dead.
Yeah.
And then right here,
His mini palace.
this is an old deep cut right here.
Okay.
The sword in the stone.
Yup.
Those are his bits and bobs.
Yeah, tell me
Now
about
I do love.
Oh, from Corona.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. To London, we heard the story of Peter Pan, so this points to the second star, the right and straight on till morning.
Good.
We all know this one.
Oh, Beauty
They
and the
told the story
Beast.
yesterday.
Yes.
I like this one. Can we
That-
all make the Tarzan sound together? Ready?
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
That was amazing.
But having won the round, I'm gonna go with sweets. Because I think that's just such like a fun little thing to explore. So we could go to Skipper Society where we just played our game, and there's a great band performing right now, because they have a waffle, the apple cinnamon waffle. It's delicious, and I might want another one. We could also go to Mini Sweets where they have soft serve and fruits, which I guess are like nature's desserts.
All right, Chris Strager.
But I think where I want to go, because we have not been yet on this cruise, is Jumbo's Sweets. And there are 31 flavors of ice cream and gelato.
And we're gonna try all 31 right now.
You know I want to do that. You want to see it. Not right now, because I imagine the tummy upset.
We're not gonna try 31 flavors of ice cream.
I think it's a great idea.
For whose tummy?
Ours.
So long, Forky. Forky? Who's watching the doors? He's not lost. Not anymore. To infinity and beyond.
ice cream.
We do always seem to enter the deck when emotional trauma is happening on the funnel vision.
How does Pixar do that?
Every time. Now we are, speaking of some emotional trauma, we are headed into Jumbo's, which is a sweet shop inspired by Zootopia. Within the film, Zootopia was run by elephants, which would explain all of the elephant and trunk imagery everywhere. And these sweets are highlighted by, first of all, let's take a look at this beautiful mural outside that shows Zootopia and represents all the different biomes found within Zootopia. But Jumbo's Sweets has not only a variety of the prepackaged sweets you would sort of expect from a Disney sweet shop. I think the real highlight here is the 31 flavors of both ice cream and gelato. Also, look at this. You have a little rodent entrance here at the bottom of the shop. That's pretty nuts. Inside the shop, there are so many more details. Again, here's the exit for all of our rodent friends. And if you check out our lemmings here who have their popsicles. Here on the wall, you have a map that is filled with a variety of different locations that shows you all of the bus lines throughout Zootopia with some really cool names like Snowball Drive found in Tuntertown, or Vapor Road found in the Meadowlands and the Rainforest. You've got Moss Street or Precipitation Street downtown. Pretty normal names, Peak, Hill. In Sahara Square, Agave Avenue or Aloe Avenue, things that aloe you'll need after being in the Sahara and getting sunburned. Anyway, this entire map is just incredibly detailed, and that speaks to the level of detail that is found throughout this shop. Of course, you have Nick Wilde and Judy Hopps with their massive scoop of ice cream, hopefully this time done by a gloved trunk, right? So that way Officer Judy doesn't have to book him at all. Outside of those prepackaged, you have a variety of other items, like some chocolate dipped marshmallows, Christmas cookies, brownies, some macarons, chocolate dipped strawberries, and some Sahara squares, which are, to me, look a little bit like cupcakes that are in a square shape. Across this countertop, you have some of Gideon Gray's blueberry pies. If you'll recall from the film, Gideon Gray is the fox that bullied Judy Hopps when she was just a baby bunny, and then started his own company making blueberry pies, working with other rabbits after, going to therapy, because therapy is for everyone.
I'm sorry, Judy. I had a lot of my own self-doubt and manifested in being mean to other people. He sounds kind of like that. It's like he's here.
I saw him walk through. Quick update, Molly did a count. There are actually 36 flavors of ice cream and gelato here, which, those extra 5, far too many. Just not
31 we could have done.
31 we could have done easy. 35 irresponsible.
Yeah, 36.
I'm sorry, 36 irresponsible.
Over the top.
Over the top.
I chose the strawberries and chocolate gelato topped with Judy Hopps sprinkles. What makes them Judy Hopps sprinkles? I don't know. I just hope they're not made out of Judy Hopps. Also, when I was here last time, the carrot cake is very delicious. The sprinkles don't appear to be made out of rabbit, so I think we're good. It's just really nice, not artificially sweet. Delicious strawberry gelato, little crunch and chocolate chunk in there. It's lovely.
I chose the cookies and cream gelato just because I was feeling indecisive, and this is a classic flavor.
For the record, that's my fault.
Yep. Really excellent texture of the gelato, very, very smooth and silky, with chunks of chocolate cookie, some chunks of cream in there as well. Cookies and cream is always a banger flavor.
We're tied 1-1.
It's true.
Last round.
Ready?
Yep. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, how interesting. Ready? Oh, you're already in it.
Okay.
Now are you ready?
Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, how very intriguing. A game is the foot.
Ready?
Are you ready?
Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ow!
Now, you could go wild for Jumbo Sweets, or beat the heat at Jumbo Sweets, or maybe have some Sub-Zero snacks. But we've already done that. And now it's time for the savory round. We could, if we wanted to, we could go back out to Mickey's Festival of Foods. I'm sorry, Molly. Mickey's Feastival of Foods.
Yeah, throw me this bone.
You can enjoy any number of those, like Goofy's Grill, Donald's Cantina, Mickey Smokestack Barbecue. But in lieu of doing that, let's go under the sea, back up to Periscope Pub, because the food there, quite tasty. Periscope Pub is the, well, pub, aptly named here on the Disney Treasure. It is where the keg and compass would be on the Disney Wish, and it is themed here to 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. You can see that as soon as you walk inside with the steampunk submarine vibe, also down the hatch greets you as you enter. Inside Periscope Pub, they will be playing any number of sports for your viewing pleasure. On this cruise, it has been largely the NFL and NCAA, as the NCAA has moved into its college football playoffs. But if you look around, there are a whole host of Easter eggs and references to 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea that you can see here, from the Nautilus itself all the way down to these fun scrolls that are listed on the side. You have some of the great weighted shoes that take you to the bottom of the ocean. Held inside these jars are various different samples from creatures, flora and fauna found at the ocean floor, as well as a scuba, an old-timey under-the-sea scuba helmet, some coral and shells, as well as the great squid below the depths.
I think my favorite Easter egg in this pub, though, is the fact that since we're in the submarine, if you look above us, you'll see different fish swimming, and those were actually screencast from the aquarium in the seas in Epcot. So if you're like, wow, that hammerhead looks familiar, maybe you saw it when visiting Mr. Eel. Shame he's not up here, though. At least not that I've seen. Taking a look at the menu, they do have a few cocktails. I can recommend the Aldous Daiquiri, which I had on the preview cruise, which comes served with a bubble, but they're definitely known for beer and mead here. They've got a bunch of different things on tap, including 3 exclusive beers you can't get anywhere but Periscope Pub in the whole widest world, and why we're here mainly for pub grub. This is add-on food, elevated bar bites like wings, tachos, fish and chips, and a very good burger that we had the other day. I can definitely recommend it.
All right, we did order food, but we also picked up 2 of the last remaining exclusive beers on the Disney Treasure, because not only was this mini game a side quest, we had a side quest to the side quest, and that was to try all of the Treasure exclusive beers. Now on the right, that is the Submariner Stout, and boy, is she dark and thick. And I'm excited to give that a try. And then we have the Flappin' Fish Ghosts, which I'm given to understand from our wonderful server Maria is a watermelon ghost.
The coolest thing about this beer is the tap, because it is a fish that was inspired by the other pubs on some of the other ships. Most importantly, it's dressed like Kurt Russell when he sings Whale of a Tale in 20,000 Leagues. Oh, whale of a tale, I'll tell you that. A whale of a tale or two. All right, she's tart for sure, so if you don't expect a sour beer, which it is, you'll be caught off guard. But it definitely has watermelon flavor. It's light, it's refreshing. I'm fine with this, actually.
As previously mentioned, this beer looks both dark and thick.
2 C's.
Ooh, and she is. Woo! Very thick, fills up the mouth, but a silky smooth finish. Chocolate and oatmeal flavor. If you are a stout enjoyer, this is a classic stout, so this is going to be right up your alley. It's a meal, though, in and of itself. For our pre-dinner entree, because yes, that's right, we still have dinner this evening back in 1923, we picked up the German pretzel. This is a giant, and that is an accurate description, Bavarian pretzel, baked soft on the inside, crispy on the outside, and salted. Served with German mustard and beer cheese. We've heard nothing but good things about this pretzel, and just seeing how buttery it is on the exterior, I'm salivating. I don't know if that's too much information, but I'm telling it to you right now anyway.
This is my face.
Yeah, a cheeseburger, but with just American cheese on it, nothing.
It's a good pretzel. The mustard is sweet, and then it ends spicy. That's very unique. That's not like the other mustards that are on the other pretzels. And now the beer cheese, yeah, that's a pretty standard beer cheese. I'm a bigger fan of the mustard, if I'm being honest. It's so unique. The pretzel, buttery, crispy, a little salty, fluffy on the interior. What a good pre-dinner snack. All right, well, minigame has been completed, and now we need to go change for our final dinner.
Aww.
Yeah, I know, when you put it that way, it does get kind of sad.
It's sad.
It's at 1923, so we will see you when we're nice and changed.
All right, we are dressed and ready for dinner, but before we go, little pro tip about sailing Disney Cruise Line. We have filled out our gratuity envelopes. You can choose to prepay for gratuity, which I do recommend just because you've done it, you're good to go. And then they're gonna give you this piece of paper that's got little strips on it, which is the allotted amount they prepay. This is for your server, your assistant server, and your head server at rotational dining, as well as your room attendant. And then you put those little strips of paper, or just cash if you don't do that, into the little envelopes, and you can give it to those crew members. And then if you want to leave extra, you can do that as well. So we are taking these to dinner for our serving team, and we already gave Wisnu, who was our room attendant, his.
But for now, we are headed down to Skipper Society to catch some live music before our final bit of rotational dining in 1923.
Who doesn't love a little Beatles music? Fun fact about me, I once sang karaoke in front of a bunch of people at Kings Island in Cincinnati. The song I chose, A Hard Day's Night. Anyway, now we have our second night at 1923, so excited to explore that new menu. This is the restaurant themed to Walt and Roy Disney, who started the Disney Brothers Studios in 1923, and it features almost 1,000 different paintings, sketches, props, and more from different Disney movies. So it's a really cool restaurant to check out.
Tonight's menu of 1923 starts off with the appetizers, like a double-baked 3-cheese souffle and some baked oysters. Salads like the baby iceberg salad. 2 soups from the kettle like a white onion soup and a braised oxtail soup. And then a wide selection of entrees, anything from an oven-baked lobster tail to a Californian Riesling risotto. And then, as on every menu, there are some lighter notes.
The bread service tonight was sourdough bread with rosemary and olive oil for dipping. This is pretty good. Nice crusty rolls, love rosemary flavor. Simple, but tasty.
My appetizer was sliced prosciutto, capa, and sopressata. This is paired with Medina balsamic grape tomatoes, a rosemary sea salt crisp, and Parmesan Reggiano cheese. If this sounds like a charcuterie board to you, that's because that's exactly what it is. The meat was nice. It was some good Italian meat selections paired with a nice aged Parmesan cheese. I use this as a way to eat the remainder of the bread service bread that we didn't really get to.
I went for the double-baked 3-cheese souffle, which was made with Roquefort, Gruyere, and goat cheese, as well as baby leaf spinach. This was delicious. It tasted like a very cheesy quiche. That's what the texture reminded me of, but no, it will definitely not be for everyone if you don't like that eggy, soft texture. The sauce was very rich and creamy. Couldn't really taste the Roquefort cheese, but overall, a very cheesy, tasty bite.
For my from the kettle option, I got the braised oxtail soup, made with roasted sweet carrots, celery, pickled thyme, and porcini tortellini. This had a deep and rich flavor with the carrots and celery adding a little bit of textural contrast. Overall, this was very meaty and rich. The oxtail was clearly cooked for a long time, though it was still a little bit tougher than I am used to or would like. Overall, I did like the rich depth of meaty flavor from the soup, and the cheese tortellini was a nice textural contrast and flavor change.
I decided to try a soup tonight as well and went for the white onion soup, which is made with Comté cheese, toasted caraway seeds, and French bread croutons. And it was topped with some fresh black pepper. It had a nice and mild onion flavor. Definitely glad I added the pepper, and there were some hints of that cheese coming through. Honestly, it was a nice mild soup, but I do wish it had a few more croutons for the crunch.
Next up, I had the baby iceberg salad. This is made with red and yellow cherry tomatoes, scallions, crisp spiced chickpeas, and sumac tahini ranch dressing. This was a Judy Hopps amount of lettuce with the nice sumac tahini ranch dressing. The star of the show, though, was the roasted chickpeas that were smoky with a little extra spice and added a good texture change.
Entrees were up next, and I went for the seared pork tenderloin medallions. These came with an Asiago cheese and sage polenta, rainbow chard, pancetta, and a hard cider reduction. Honestly, the pork tasted better than it looked. It was a little dry, as pork can often be, but overall it had a good but mild flavor. The polenta was nice and cheesy, and I did enjoy the salty pancetta to help mix up the bites and add a little bit of extra flavor. I don't really care for chard. I think it's pretty bitter, and this was no exception. Overall, this dish was fine, but it's not something I would order again.
And I picked up the roasted green circle chicken breast that came with tagliatelle,
grappa, morel mushrooms, tarragon cream, green asparagus, and Parmesan Reggiano cheese. The chicken was cooked just fine. It wasn't overcooked and dry, but it wasn't the most moist chicken I've ever had. It had a good pan-sear on the outside, though, to give it some crispness. The pasta was the star of the show, and the mushroom flavor shines through, so if you aren't a fan of mushrooms, I wouldn't get this. It has some good umami flavor with a touch of the earthiness along with some well-cooked asparagus on the side. Overall, though, this is, bar none, the best entree that I have had at 1923.
Taking a look at the very fun illustrated dessert menu, you have things like a Californian grapefruit cake, the Captain's Table sundae, and the signature chocolate lava cake. I couldn't decide between the old-fashioned apple pie or the raspberry vanilla creme brulee, and I told Natasha to surprise me, so she surprised me with both. Probably not surprising when you're on a cruise. The old-fashioned apple pie was made with braised cinnamon apples and served a la mode with vanilla ice cream. This was definitely the winner. The crust was nice and soft, the apples were very flavorful, loved the cinnamon addition, and always loved breaking up pie with a classic vanilla ice cream. Overall, nothing super unique, but just a good classic dish. The raspberry vanilla creme brulee is served with lemon almond biscotti. This was fine. I like creme brulee a lot, but it didn't blow me away. I wish it had more raspberry and lemon flavor, but if you like creme brulee, this one's good, but in the future, I'd stick with the apple pie.
And for my dessert, I picked up the chocolate lava cake with a double chocolate sauce and vanilla ice cream. And boy, was this rich and decadent. The center of it was just ooey and gooey, and the vanilla ice cream on top gave it just enough of a textural, flavoral, and temperature breakup that made this nice and balanced without being too heavy. I think without the vanilla ice cream though, this would be way too heavy for me. But I am also a chocolate enjoyer, so if you really, really like chocolate, this is gonna be right up your alley. Overall, 1923 continues to be one of the better rotational dining menus, although I have to say I did like Night 1's menu more. There were some highlights tonight, but overall I just like that menu better.
Hi.
We went up all the stairs.
We definitely didn't run, we ran, yeah.
Dinner, delicious as always. I really enjoyed that restaurant. We got to thank our wonderful serving team that we have had this whole time. And now, the last major thing on a Disney cruise is the goodbye party. It's the sad part.
So we are going to head to Treasure Found, which is, not only is it a goodbye party, but is an unofficial character palooza, where if you have maybe missed your favorite characters throughout this cruise, you have about 15 minutes, give or take, to scurry off and find them and take a quick photo. So we're going to do that, hopefully meet a couple of friends, and then come back and give our final thoughts on this cruise.
Travelers! It is time. Sage, we got it the first 2 times. Are you a little lightheaded?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it good?
Was he good? Woo!
Thank you.
Adventurers, okay, relax. Adventurers and treasure seekers, your journey is approaching its end, and you have come. Shall we dial it back? Too bad. But you've come so far. You've unlocked so many incredible moments. But did you find your treasure?
Did you? Did all of you?
Trained alongside the world's greatest heroes.
And chosen lastly with globe-trotting archaeologists.
And strange lightning sounds echo through the halls.
And reveled in a celebration of a lifetime.
That's it! Huzzah! You found it, my friends! There they are. Better than gold, stronger than diamonds, more valuable than any prize in the universe. Your memories.
Well, first of all, a record, I think, for us. 7 characters in the Character Palooza. Pretty impressive.
We were able to knock out a bunch of characters.
One thing I'll say, though, is they didn't announce that there was going to be a show
Yeah.
or that there were character meet and greets. They just were like, here's some friends. And then if you knew what was going on, you knew what to do. But if not, a lot of people were confused. So there is a show. A lot of people were like, oh, it's just meet and greets. I'm going to leave. And I was like, no, don't.
Hey, don't go. We
don't-
stay for a
don't,
show. There's going to be
please.
one. Just hang out.
It was also a little bit longer than normal. I think it was closer to 20
minutes.
minutes versus 15. But again, we got 7 characters, which is a pretty great way to end. And a nice little show, which includes like the light up effects and another character appearance. Overall, Treasure Found is not my favorite of the goodbye shows that are on the Disney Cruise Line, but it is still a very nice way to put a bow on your beautiful trip. And you know what? It's true, Alan. The treasure was inside us all along.
I thought the treasure was the memories we made along the way.
Something like that.
Okay, well, speaking of the memories, let's talk about
treasure.
Let's talk about the pros and cons of sailing on the Disney Treasure. Let's start with some of the things that are maybe not so great, and then move into the things that are better.
I think for me, the biggest con of this ship, we said it on the preview cruise, my opinion did not change with the ship getting more full, is the adult pool area. It is very small. It's the same layout as the Wish. There's only one hot tub up there and it's underneath the Aquamouse. There's not a ton of space. The pool area, there's not a ton of like the water space. It's much, much smaller compared to even the Magic and the Wonders area. So for me, an adult without kids who wants to luxuriate there on my sea days, that's a con for me.
Speaking of space in general, I think this cruise, just because of how new the Disney Treasure is and how popular the bookings are, I think space in general at times was an issue. Not all the time, but you could tell particularly on days at sea, for example, or when everybody was getting back onto the ship from their excursions or days at port, that the popular high traffic areas were very crowded.
Read the Haunted Mansion Parlor.
Yes, the Haunted Mansion Parlor. But that's not to say that if we wanted to have space to maybe for us go and find somewhere quiet, those spaces we could go and find, it would just maybe be a little bit more out of the way.
And I will say, I was pleasantly surprised by the Haunted Mansion Parlor. Yes, there were times it was too crowded for my liking in there, but we got in there basically every night without many other people, and they never had to enforce a wait time that we saw. They never had to have you on a reservation list, which a lot of people were like, what's going to happen? It's going to be so popular. So while it did feel crowded on the ship at times with like everyone at the pirate party, I was pleasantly surprised that we were able to always find a quiet place to go.
Even if it meant maybe later at night, but we're night gremlins, so that's fine.
True.
I'll also say that for this sailing in particular, and we talked about it a little bit today at Castaway Cay, the weather was not maybe as ideal or, quote, perfect, unquote, as we have had in the past for sailings. Although that does happen, as we mentioned before, typically in that March, April time, and then around September, October, when you're sailing, specifically on the Caribbean sailings.
Yeah, the summer obviously is really, really, really hot to the point that it can almost be uncomfortable. And in the winter, it's not cold by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a little bit more variable. So when I'm looking at future cruises, this is not the time of year I'm going to prioritize. And the last con, this is a very niche con. I don't like the rainforest room on this ship as much as the one on the Dream and Fantasy, solely because the hot tubs do not have a view outside.
Oh, what a first world problem we're having.
It's such a niche problem. The rainforest room is amazing and I love it so
when
much.
I luxuriate in hot bubbling water, I can't stare at water that is not hot or bubbling.
When we went there today, I wished we had a view of Castaway. Which
Perish the thought.
You do get on the Dream, so that is so niche, but
they have ivy in the walls. Oh no.
It's fake ivy. We are here to give you our feedback.
All right, so all that said, let's talk about some of the pros of sailing on the Treasure, because there are a lot, and we are going to do our best. I'm just going to speak for me. I'm going to do my best to not wax poetic, but let's get the first one out of the way fast. Parks being represented on a cruise ship was a long time coming, too long, frankly, and this ship feels a lot like a love letter to the Disney parks now floating on the ocean, and it is incredible.
The Haunted Mansion Parlor in particular is I think, the best lounge I've ever been to, and I don't even like the cocktails there. I just think the amount of detail and Easter eggs and just the experience of being in there and not knowing what's going to happen, it is just the coolest lounge, and I could spend hours, and did cumulatively across the last 7 days in
We did
there.
spend a lot of time. And I think that the details in the Haunted Mansion also apply to the other spaces that that exist throughout the ship. Everywhere you see a ton of detail. So many Easter eggs that are represented not only to maybe the cruise line, but also to Disney history in general. And that is found throughout the ship. And it just felt, to me, more this time than maybe sailing even on the Wish. It just felt more apparent that there's so much detail poured into the ship.
Yeah, it felt like everywhere we went, whether it be Marceline Market for breakfast, the rotational restaurants, there's just something to look at and something to awe over, whether it be an Easter egg or it just be like an incredibly ornate, beautiful light fixture. It's just a stunning ship.
Yeah. It's also really hard to not mention Moana as, oh my gosh, just, at least for me, hands down, the best stage production I've seen on a Disney cruise ship.
It is one of the best stage productions I've ever seen Disney do, period. The Tale of Moana is incredible. You can tell how passionate the cast feels about it. We talked about it already today, but that to me is like almost worth booking a sailing alone just to see that show.
And let me tell you, the fact that Disney waits until the last day
Honestly rude.
is, what? No. I mean, I get it, the build-up, but rude. Rude.
Tale of Moana isn't the only incredible entertainment on the ship. I loved that color spin dance party, which I know is on other ships too. I just had never seen it, and that was incredible. But also the way that they have immersive entertainment throughout the ship with the Jungle Cruise Adventure, with the Indiana Jones show, basically anything Sage and Coriander.
Sage and Coriander, I just think it's so interesting that we had it a little bit on the Disney Wish, where you do have these two performers who sort of guide you through.
They're like royal storyteller type.
But this feels like those roles have been expanded on even more, and it's making all of the entertainment meant to be immersive and get you into the stories that are being told on this ship while you're here for 7 days. And I think that's really cool to see. I personally hope to see more of that in the future.
Also, and maybe it was just our good luck on this ship, but I felt like there was more immersive character experiences as well.
Yeah.
Multiple times we just wandered about into characters, which I haven't had that happen as much recently on the other ships. Like watching Peter plan, a game of hide and seek with some small children. You see what I did there?
I did. Hey, hold on.
Yeah. Truly magical, and there were multiple times where we just ran into character. Captain Hook was on the gangway when we got off the ship today, so it just felt like that spontaneous magic where you didn't know it was going to happen. We saw Aladdin and Jasmine walk through the lobby. Like, it just felt very, very special, and magic could come true around every corner. Obviously, a big part of a cruise is eating.
Go figure. We haven't done any of that.
To the point where you are so full and you just want to eat a salad and have a detox tea. But the food on the Treasure, I think, overall is the best food on the Disney fleet. Speaking of the rotational dining, normally for me, there's one that I really like, probably for entertainment, and then there's one I generally like the menu at the most, but not all three are winners. And in my opinion, I think all three are pretty good, with the highlights definitely being the menus at 1923 and the experience at Plaza de Coco.
I can agree. Worlds of Marvel is fine. If you are a big Marvel fan, then obviously those spaces are really going to draw you in. Outside of that, though, I think the menus on those, maybe not the best. I think second night menu was more of a surprise than I anticipated it being. But even so, I agree with your assessment there.
I would take a Worlds of Marvel over, though, like a Lumiere's or a Triton's, which is kind of just a generic feeling restaurant. At least to me, Worlds of Marvel is something different and very immersive.
Fully. I couldn't agree more. I also want to say that the quick service on the Treasure, just like on the Disney Wish, is elevated and better than other quick service that I've had on Disney cruise ships. I mean, we've been on every one but the Fantasy thus far. So to me, the Treasure and the Wish are the gold standard of the quick service options that you're going to have. And the highlight of that is, of course,
Festival of Foods. But
Festival of Foods.
Marceline Market's really nice as well. I like it way more than Cabana's. And of course, no Disney cruise ship is complete without Palo. Loved our experience there again. Love Enchante again. Love the Rose again. Just beautiful, elegant restaurants, incredible service, incredible dining experiences. Not any different than the Wish and Palo for us wasn't any different than brunches we've had on other ships, but I would be remiss if I did not mention how wonderful those are.
We'd be even more remiss if we didn't mention the folks who make this entire experience possible. You can have the greatest food, you can have the greatest ambiance, but it really is the people and the crew that make this all go. And they were impeccable. We talked about this over dinner tonight, where it felt like Disney really brought all of their A game and the A cast from across their fleet of cruise ships here onto the Treasure. And sure, we have a number of folks that we want to highlight and thank specifically for making our experience great, but even just watching crew interactions with other guests, whether it be at dining or just a random interaction out in the ship itself, they were all A+ from what we saw, where it was just crew making magic left and right, and it was really, really cool to see.
Now, of course, we were on the media cruise and we thanked a list of people then. Yeah. They were all wonderful and we were so excited to see them again, but we are expanding our list now with some folks that we met and made this particular cruise even better. But shout out to that crew as well, because they were still here, obviously, and still amazing.
It's almost like spending 7 additional days on a cruise ship will introduce you to more folks that you want to thank. So we're going to do that. First of all, Abby. He is an incredible bartender at Hook's Barbery, the speakeasy inside of the barbershop. Abby's knowledge is second to none in terms of what I've experienced as far as bourbon and whiskey goes. And it was just a pleasure to visit him both on our first day and our last day aboard the Disney Treasure and have him teach a tasting class for us.
He made the best cocktail I had the whole cruise. An incredible old fashioned. Speaking of cocktails, also a shout out to Javon and Lewis, who were bartenders we enjoyed getting drinks with and chatting with at the Skipper Society. They were both delightful, they were funny, made a great cocktail, and made that lounge a lot of fun.
A massive thank you to Wishnu, who was our housekeeping host and took incredible care of our stateroom and was always just a delight to talk to when we ran into him in the hallways. Just genuinely, I think, one of the most happy people who I've ever had the opportunity to speak with, and always had a smile on his face, and just, it was just a joy to interact with him.
Not to mention he makes a mean towel animal.
Yo, towel animal game?
Very strong.
A+, very strong.
Very strong. For our rotational dining, we hadn't missed Natasha again, who we requested from our preview cruise, but our assistant server, John, both of them were incredible. John made me laugh every day by doing Parmesan Bay, where he would do the Parmesan on our food.
Incredible execution.
Both of them had great recommendations. They just amazing, and I looked forward to seeing them at dinner every night.
Speaking of servers, our 2 servers at our adult dining, Denise from Palo and Sebastian from Enchante, were amazing. Both had incredible recommendations, had deep knowledge of their menus, and were able to match a lot of our tastes to what they had available. It was just awesome to see them at work, and I deeply appreciate them both.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey.
That's for Sam. Sam was a bartender / barista at the Hey Hey Cafe, and that's how he greeted every single guest, to the point that it became a call and response where people of all ages would be walking past Hey Hey while we were having coffee, and they would shout Hey Hey at him, and he would shout it back, and you could see that it was fun for him. It was fun for little kids that did it.
Oh my God, the kids loved it.
He was funny. He gave great drink recommendations.
Made a mean drink.
Made a mean cocktail, and had a lot of knowledge as well, and taught us some fun facts, which we always love learning.
This one's a big one. A shout out to our late night Haunted Mansion Parlor crew. This goes out to Carlos, Ian, Felipe, Nicola, and David. We spent most of our nights when we finished filming, and we had maybe half an hour to just exist as human beings on the ship, maybe less sometimes, to just go to the Haunted Mansion Parlor and soak in that space. Even if it was after last call, we just wanted to be in the space. And all 5 of those individuals really made it a nice welcoming spot for us. And I just want to give them massive shout outs for chatting with us, sharing their stories, their history on Disney Cruise Line, different secrets that they knew about the parlor. They're incredible.
And just an extra shout out to all of them for working the most popular lounge.
Oh my gosh,
incredibly well, always smiling or not, because they're at the mansion. But they seemed to not be stressed out ever, which
How?
I don't know how. I would be stressed working at Haunted Mansion Parlor.
That is the most even keel group
But they,
of people.
yeah, they just always, made me smile. So big thank you to them as well.
And one last time I want to shout out the entertainment cast and crew on the ship. I know we talked about it earlier, but it's worth saying again, it bears repeating. What a talented group of folks putting on an incredible set of shows, whether it be the stage productions that happened in the Walt Disney Theater or the productions that happened throughout the ship, maybe on Deck 11, or just throughout the space in general. I mean, shout out again to Sage and Coriander.
The Disney Victrophonics, both of them were incredible. Miguel at Coco, Hector, all the Rivera family at Coco was incredible. The entertainment is next level on this ship, and the cast is wonderful across the board.
You can tell that the cast have just wrapped their arms around all of these offerings and are just embracing them fully. It's amazing. All right, I think that about covers it. I said I wasn't going to wax poetic, and I did.
It's hard not to with this ship. It really is something special. I don't want to speak for you, but I think it's my favorite one.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's just all the things we just said. We don't need to say it again, but it tops my list of the Disney cruise ships. We only have one left to do. We haven't gotten the Fantasy Stone in our gauntlet, but sooner rather than later, wink, noise, we will be finishing our gauntlets, and we can officially rank them, but I think the treasure is really special. Yeah. I will treasure this experience forever. Lastly, wanted to thank Be Our Guest Vacations, our travel agent partners, for once again booking this cruise and all of our excursions and adult dining, as well as sponsoring the first video for this cruise. If you have watched this and you thought, I'd also like to sail on the Treasure or any other Disney cruise ship, definitely reach out to them. We have a link for them in our bio, but they are wonderful and they can provide you the best recommendations and bookings possible. And of course, a thank you to all of you for watching.
Yes.
We really appreciate the support. I know a lot of people wanted to see what a full sailing on the Treasure was like, so hopefully this was fun and informative for you. But truly, thank you guys for watching, because we wouldn't get to do things like this without you.
Yeah, we really appreciate you. But until next time, friends, please be sure to like this video, subscribe if you are new, follow us on all of our socials, and come join us on Discord. We'd love to have you there. The links for all that is going to be down below.
And until next time, friends, I'm Molly.
And I'm Alan.
And it has truly been a treasure.
It has been.
Now, we have, to pack. But instead of doing that, do you want to go to the Haunted Mansion Parlor?
It is the tradition. That's what we do. Yeah. Okay. Bye, everybody.